Get in here, my peoples. Get in here. Child. You guys, I had a rough day today. Like, nothing particularly happened badly, like, for me today, but I saw a video today. I don't know. Part of me feels like I shouldn't have clicked on it, and then another part is like, maybe it's a good thing I did click on it, because you can't live life and trying to shield yourself from the foolishness that happens in the world. But I saw a video this morning, and well, I had seen a small clip on Instagram, but I didn't feel like clicking on it. But I did today. Officer Tatum, I sure did click on that, and then it's an aunt. She killed her niece and her nephew. Hey, Brittany, I had a rough day today. She killed her niece and her nephew. So her niece was 7 years old. She was 21 pounds. Her nephew was 5 years old. Hey, Valen. Her nephew was 5 years old. He was 18 pounds. Hey, Cassie. And she killed him. And it seems as though she killed the baby girl because she said she caught her stealing because she went in the fridge to get some food. And I'm like, what? So she beat her so badly. The white man asked her, did you hit her with something? She said, no, her bare hands. So she killed the girl, and then she stuffed her in the trunk of her car. I guess I don't know how long, like how many months later, she also killed the little boy. She beat him so hard. And so I guess like when she was beating him, he was getting drowsy. So then he said, Auntie, can you lay me down? And I'm like, and she would like, they had her in the interrogation room, and she was like, every time she was mean to the boy, she would beat on the boy. He kept being nicer to her. He kept being friendlier to her. And I'm like, children. You see, this is why I say, I do not believe that Black women are the most unprotected in America. I think Black children are. And this is why I do see the perspective of men who say, well, if women don't want to get hit by men, why do they get to hit children? And I'm like, slowly but surely, I'm starting to agree. If you feel like as a woman, especially as a Black woman, it's okay for you to inflict corporal punishment on children, especially toddlers, then men should be able to beat your ass as well. Because every bully should meet a bigger bully. If you're the type to put your hands on children, if you are the type to put your hands on infants, toddlers, men should whoop your ass as well. So that way you'll know what it feels like. Because me, I truly do believe. One day I was going back and forth with Deep Seek, right? And I was telling Deep Seek, the thing about being classy or sophisticated sometimes with bullies is that bullies, I really feel as though a bully, until a bully knows what it feels like to be bullied, they're not going to stop being bullied. People need to know what it feels like. When you inflict pain and harm on other people, someone else needs to do it to you. Then you're going to start thinking about, do I like it? Do I like it when somebody makes me feel this way? And if the answer is no, then don't do it to other people. The answer is no, keep your hands to yourself, right? Verbal abuse. If you don't like to be verbally abused, you don't like to be verbally assaulted, maybe you should, and you do it to other people, maybe somebody else should do it to you. So that way you'll know what it feels like. And then next time when you open your mouth, hey, Janet, next time before you open your mouth, you're going to think about, wow, like last time when I was verbally assaulted, I didn't like how it felt, so I'm not going to do it to another person. I really believe that. And the sad thing is they were neighbors because police went there, police went back, hotels, like places where she lived. And a lot of neighbors told the police that they could hear her being mean to the children and that she was specifically mean to baby Jocelyn. That's the little girl, because Jocelyn is the girl, Larry is the boy, right? She was really mean to the little girl. And I'm like, so why didn't you people call the police? Because I'm sure they had to be Black. I mean, who else would it be? You know what? We would have called the police. You see, and this is why sometimes Karens are necessary, because a white woman, if she hears you talking to a child crazy or any kind of noise, any kind of ruckus, she's calling 911. She is calling 911 because only God knows what you are doing to those kids. And the police needs to come. We have to call the police. I used to get in a few, not a lot, but I've gotten into it's more than two, right? So I got into a few arguments like when I used to live in New Orleans, because the way some of these Black women in New Orleans, especially at Walmart, would tend to children, I didn't like it. And I'm the type, if I see you cuss at it, because I don't understand how a grown person can use the F word at a child. That's a child. Hey, for me, hey, if you want to take a baby out, if you know that you want to take children out, you should make sure that they take a nap. You don't take kids out if they haven't taken a nap. I mean, that should be common sense for everyone, right? Because if you take them out and they have not had their naps, they're going to be restless because they're tired. They're children, right? So when children misbehave, I expect adults to know how to control themselves. They're children. They're learning all of this. You've already been there, done that. Hey, boo boo. So as an adult, you should know how to control yourself. And you should know that's a child, that's an infant, that's a toddler. And you know what? It's on me because before coming outside, I didn't put that child down for a nap. So if they haven't taken a nap, do not take them out because they're not going to be on their best behavior because they're exhausted. Babies are not like us. They can't go for hours and this, and that. Babies need to sleep. They have to eat, they have to sleep. And when they sleep, they feel better and they be more patient. But nonetheless, though, you can't take a small baby, an infant, for hours at a time and be outside. They get tired and they don't find going to Walmart enjoyable. So this girl, she was in the aisles and stuff like that, just screaming at the shop, "I'm gonna f you up. I'm gonna f you up." And I'm like, "Are you okay?" So I looked at her, and she realized I looked at her, and I kept looking at her, like, "Do something. You ain't gonna do shit." I even told you one time I was because where I lived on the West Bank, there's this like mall there, Oakwood, right? And this other black girl too. I don't know what her daughter did, but it couldn't have been that serious. So she starts yelling at her in front of people. And next thing you know, she's grabbing her hair, like she's pulling on her hair because I was looking for a parking spot. So therefore, I parked my car. I rolled out my windows, like I said, and I yelled at her, "Don't pull on her hair." And she's like, "That's my child. You're not going to tell me what to do." I said, "I just did. That's a child of God. Do not pull on her hair. You are being a bully. Pulling a child's hair is not how you raise a child." Too many black women, too many black mothers here are too comfortable being abusive to their children. They are just too comfortable. And people see them abuse children. People see them use profanity towards children, and nobody corrects that behavior. Nobody says that is not how you parent. That is not how you discipline. That is not how you correct a child. Discipline is not meant to be abuse. Correcting a child, redressing bad behavior is not meant to have some kind of shaming ritual to it. She is a child. You don't even know if her friends could be at the mall also. Her friends could be there. And you pull on her hair. What does that do? What does that do? Right. And I've also noticed a thing out here is that some black women, when their daughters are exceptionally pretty and they're not naturally pretty, they get really triggered. They seriously get triggered. A lot of these women need to get checked for jealousy. You are jealous of your daughter. Why do you treat her like this? Why are you so abusive to her like this? Why do you talk to her this way? Who's ever told you it's acceptable to talk to a child that way? Where have you learned that it's okay to speak to a child this way? Right? That's why I say, and I would never stop saying it, black children deserve better. And maybe one day, the day God blesses me, I'm going to have a non-for-profit advocating for black children in America and how they truly deserve better. They need more protection. They need more more words of affirmation. They need more kindness. They need more support. They need to be told they're beautiful. We need to have training guides and training manuals and even workshops on how you talk to a child, how you discipline a child, how you correct a child, and most importantly, just because you are a parent, you don't have the right to do everything and anything to a child. But I mean, there are too many black mothers out here, and yes, be in your feelings. There are too many black women out here who just meddle in the industry of child destruction. It's like you just take pleasure in stomping on a child's self-esteem, stomping on a child's sense of self-worth, stomping on a child's sense of self-confidence. You're a bully. A lot of black mothers are bullies. They bully children. Nothing but some mean-ass bullies. And that's why many times I have come to realize there's a reason why men don't stick around. Most men probably see even how you talk to your children, probably see how you handle your children, and they realize you're nothing but a witch. They might have sex with your ass, then they leave because you're not a good person. A lot of women are not good people. And that's why these men leave. I'm like, oh, okay. So I say, there are a lot of people, you see them out here struggling, living in misery, living in hardship. It's all self-inflicted because some people are cursed. A lot of women are cursed. That's why everything is so hard for you. Everything is so challenging for you. Nobody likes you. Nobody wants you. No one wants to be around you because you're an awful, God-forsaken human being. You ain't shit. We're never shit, ain't gonna be shit, currently ain't shit. And that needs to be said. And I said one day I will have a non-for-profit and I'm going to expose, hey Lacey, I'm going to expose as many as ain't shit mothers in America because this whole time they have wasted our time. They have distracted us, confused us, gaslighting us, telling us that, oh, it's the black men you got to be careful of. No, it's the black women, especially when she's alone with children. She most likely will abuse the kids. She'll be mean to the children because she hates herself. Instead of fixing herself, getting on her knees, and asking God for forgiveness, she bullies children. You gotta be some kind of sick ass, demonic ass, psychotic ass, sociopathic ass, ain't shit type of woman to abuse children. Even when you yell at children, you should check your tone. You should check the things that come out your mouth. You should be mindful how you speak to a precious child. That's why, for the life of me, I never ever understood all the like the thousands of women who would listen to a woman like Cynthia G. I'm like, yeah, they have to be batshit crazy. First of all, the lady has no hair. It's quite suspicious if you ask me. How is it that no hair follicle prospers nor thrives on your head? She has no hair. And I don't think she's sick. She just has no hair. It doesn't grow. Clues. Clues of fuckery. Clues of witchcraft. But I remember the first time I heard her, one time I heard her, and she was like, oh, if you're a black woman and you discover that you are pregnant with a boy, you should request for an abortion. I'm like, why would you abort a boy? What has he done to you? Right? And they were so, even here, I had some girls here who would listen to her. I'm like, you must not be shit. Especially if you have brothers. Don't you have brothers though? So would you have wanted your mom to abort your brothers? Do you ever look at your brothers and say, wow, I wish they would not be here right now. I wish my mom would have had an abortion. Are you okay right now? A child is in the womb. He hasn't done anything. Child don't even have a social security number yet. And already he's being criminalized because he has a penis. Are you okay? Are you all the way okay? Right? I mean, I've always stayed away from so-called feminists and misogynists because any woman who hates a child based on the child's gender, you're sick as fuck. You're sick ass, low ass, and shit, dyslexic, IEP, retarded ass having bitch. You ain't shit. You're never gonna be shit. You don't know who this child's gonna be tomorrow. Matter of fact, your mom let you live. What do? You're on YouTube making stupid ass videos about what? And come to find out that Cynthia G herself had a baby with a Dusty on YouTube. He's a streamer. He has like 8 or 12 kids. And she gave him a child. She gave him a daughter. I'm like, well, why didn't you abort your daughter? Because you were never going to get married. Her father has multiple children. There's only 24 hours in a day. So why didn't you abort your child? Why didn't you abort your daughter? Why didn't you say, well, she's a black girl with no daddy in America, and most likely she'll be a sex worker. Most likely she'll drop out of high school. Most likely she'll be mediocre, addicted to wigs and weaves, won't do much in life, right? Why don't you abort your child? Okay? Your daughter, you keep your child, you keep your black daughter in America. Who is she going to be? But you let your child live as you should. So why would you tell any other woman that if she finds out that she is pregnant with a boy, she needs to go abort her son? What if Mother Mary had aborted Jesus? What if Mother Mary had aborted Jesus? Where would we be today? Where would we be today? Right? There are plenty of men who do a lot of things, a lot of good things. My grandma was not rich. She was in a village somewhere. She had like 12 kids. Right? She could have aborted my daddy. I wouldn't be here. Who are you to tell anybody to abort her son? Like sick shit. Demented shit, bunch of sick shit. And you can see why so many Black women today are comfortable abusing children, because they listen to these oracles of fuckery, right? They listen to these abortion platoon officers and they feel justified. Oh, I'm sad. Oh, I'm down. Oh, I feel lonely. Oh, I don't have money. So guess what? I get to abuse a child, especially if he's a boy. Or maybe she's a girl, she's very pretty, and people give her a lot of compliments. I get to abuse children. And that to me is very disgusting. It is seriously disgusting. It's seriously disturbing. No, it's really disturbing to me. I cried so hard because I'm like, Maverick is like 33 pounds, right? Maverick is 33 pounds. Maverick is 13 months old. Maverick is 33 pounds. The little girl, the 7-year-old Jocelyn, she was 21 pounds. I said, how can Maverick weigh more than a 7-year-old? And this is America, you guys. I can see it in the village because, like, you say, oh, there's not too much food out there, so it's malnutrition. It's not because the mothers don't want to. It's not because the mothers don't want to feed the children, you know. But in America, there's so much food in America. Even if you have nothing on you, you can walk to Chick-fil-A and talk to the manager. They'll give you something for the children. Right? You can even walk into a McDonald's. They will give you something for the children. I promise you. Right? We have food banks in America. We have churches in America. And mind you, you have a car. It's not like she's carless because she's a prostitute. She sells sex and she goes and drives to meet people to have sex with people for money. So you have a car. So if you don't have food, you can drive. You can ask for food. Okay? Like you can ask for food. You can even stand by by Walmart. There are people out here, when they see the kids, they're going to give you money. Because you know what? The kids have to eat. Like there's nothing you have, if you can actually sell your body. And I would think you're selling your body because you want to make sure the kids have something to eat. No, you sell your body. And mind you, her hair is done, but we already knew that. Hair is done, nails are done, her outfit is done, and the kids are not being fed. The kids are not being fed. Right? Something has died inside of people. Something has died inside of people. Something has died inside of a lot of women. Something has died inside of a lot of women in America, Black women in America. And I think that needs to be addressed. Because no matter what, if a child is hungry, you got to go out there and get that food. Someone is going to give you food. And also, these are American children. So these are U.S. citizens. So you go, you have a car, you drive to the Social Security office. You have, because she's the aunt. You ask their mom to give you their social. And you drive, you stand in the line, you go to the Social Security office. These kids will qualify for EBT. They're U.S. citizens. Like taxpayers, we pay money for that. There's no reason for a 7-year-old to weigh 21 pounds. There's no reason for a 5-year-old to weigh 18 pounds. You see? It's so many of them, all they do is be on social media every day, thinking about men, talking about men, and they're the ones who have the audacity to call somebody pick Misha. Their entire conversations revolve around men, what a man should do, what a man didn't do, no, how to get a man. There are children starving in the house. You have bigger priorities than worrying about a man. Because now you have these children, and the children have to eat food. Clean the house. No, there are children in the house living filthy. Their clothes are filthy. One time I went to Walmart, you guys. I saw this Black girl, this Black baby. She was so beautiful. You guys, she was so dirty. She was so dirty. Like, she smells so bad. I looked at her and said, hey, Senor, how can you do this to a child? How can you? You think about this and you're like, the babies, they're in the belly. And they have no idea that they're going to come into this world just to suffer. Like, I cry. I really do. I cry for Black children, you guys. I cry for Black babies. They're so unwanted. They're so unwanted. They're so undesired. Nobody cares. People don't care. People are so mean. I even asked God this morning, I don't even know how you see all of this. As I looked at the little girl, I wish I could take her home. I would have given her a bath and washed her and changed her clothes. So I took my card. I spent like $700 on her. I was like, just get what she needs. But you could see the child, like she was just in so much neglect. I'm like, how can you treat a child like this? You come out your mother's womb and everything she has in store for you is neglect, suffering, insults, being mean to you, degrading you, hurting you. It's like, what do you get out of being mean to a baby? How can you see a child and you don't feed a child like she was? If she went in the refrigerator, then it means that she was hungry and you're gonna beat her. You beat her because she went into the refrigerator. I'm like, how can you live like this? What kind of human being are you? You're so repulsive. You're such a piece of shit. You don't want the child, drop the child off. Go to a church, go somewhere. Go to a foster, like go find a foster department, child services, whatever. Drop the child. Drop the child. You don't have to abuse children. You don't have to abuse Black children. You don't have to always say mean things and negative things about Black children because you hate yourself. Okay, then stay by yourself. Stay by yourself. Stay by yourself. You know, prioritizing children is a chore. Making food for children, it's a chore. Sitting down with children, making sure they can read, it's a problem. Sitting down with children, making sure they can do their homework, it's a problem. They do not want to sacrifice anything for these children. But yet, they want to ask for men where they're not even willing to give to the most vulnerable amongst us as human beings, especially as adults. The most vulnerable are not adults. Hey, Diana. The most vulnerable are children. But if you can't even give love to children, how can you say, oh, a man needs to love me based off of what? Like, based on what again? I'm sorry, what? Based on what again? If you can't even be bothered to be selfless and to sow into the life of a child, hey, Queen, why would anybody else come and sow into your life? If you can't even love a 5-year-old. You beat this baby, you're mean to the baby, and the more you're mean to him, he loves you harder. And you don't say to yourself, maybe I need to stop. Maybe I have a problem. No. The nicer he is, the more you beat him. The nicer they are, the more you starve them. I wonder how many Black children, even right now, are starving. One time we saw a video, the Black girl took the baby in the cold. In the cold, it was freezing. He had no clothes on. It was just in his diaper. And she took him to Walmart. She put him in the cart. And she was fully dressed. She was warm. And she put that Black baby in the cart like that. And the girl at Walmart, she saw it. She recorded it. The video goes viral. And guess who gets attacked? The girl who recorded it gets attacked. And the mother who chooses, because she's Black, she chooses to bring a baby outside like that in the cold. She's a Black woman. Trying to shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut the hell up. At least if she came out naked and the baby was naked, I'm like, you know what? At least she's keeping it. She's okay. Right? No, she's fully clothed. She had a hat. She had a sweater. She had leggings. She had boots. Like she was completely warm. The baby boy, he was in his diaper in the cart, just naked in the diaper. And the Black girl who exposed that, they're attacking her. That's why I say, like, this Black sisterhood here is of the devil. It's a cult of Satan. So the devil, these are demonic people. These are truly, truly demonic people. Because I'm like, if anything, people should be chastising. Everybody should have came on one accord and you chastise the woman because you're fully dressed. So you understand it's cold. And I'm like, 2 boys. And I'm like, I'm not surprised. Because there's people have a lot of Black women here in America. They have given themselves permission to be absolutely atrocious to Black boys. Says, I can't punish the man, I'm going to punish the boy because he's a child. He can't get away from me. And what does that do for you? You're a straight up loser. You're nothing but a loser. You're a mediocre loser. If you have to take your anger out on a child to feel good about yourself, you are pathetic as fuck. You're so fucking weak and you are nothing but a loser. You are a major loser. In this life, you will always be a loser. When you die, you'll be a loser. If God brings you back, you'll still lose. You'll be stuck in the loop of just losing in life because you ain't shit. We're never shit. Currently ain't shit, ain't gonna be shit. Until you learn to do right by children. Because every time you see a child, you should say, that right there, that belongs to God. And everything that belongs to God, you have to honor what belongs to God. Children belong to God. And that's what I know. If you have it in you to hurt children, you are of the devil. That's why I don't claim every Black woman, because many Black women are of the devil. They were molded by Satan. They were raised by Satan. They are groomed by the devil. Okay, their thoughts are of the devil. There's nothing holy about these people. There's nothing righteous about these women. They don't fear God. They don't even try to get to know God. They don't repent. I have nothing to do with pagans. That's what I mean. I don't prescribe to because, oh, we have the same complexion and we have the same vagina. Therefore, we are a people. I am not your people. My people are the people who do the will of God. There you go. My people are the people who fear God. My people are the people who love children, irrespective of gender. You're a boy, you're a girl, it doesn't matter. You're a child. And as an adult, God has commissioned me to make sure you become successful. I need you to succeed. I need you to love yourself. I need you to have a good, healthy sense of self-esteem, self-confidence. I need you to believe in yourself, right? I need you to grow up and one day become a productive member of society. I need you to know that life is precious. Your life is precious. So is the life of all your neighbors. Don't hurt people. Be good to people. Be kind to people, right? That's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, think like that. If you think like that, you live like that. If you honor God, if you move with God, if you wake up in the morning seeking to be pleasing unto the Lord, then yes, I can say you're my people. But complexion doesn't mean shit. There are a lot of people who have my complexion who are in prison for crimes I could never forgive, I guess, right? There are a lot of people who have my complexion and my gender who are in prison. I don't claim those people. Recently, just last week, it came out that this Black woman, she stomped on her daughter. She stomped on her stomach. I'm like, imagine if a Black man had done that to a Black woman. You wouldn't hear at the end of the day, oh my God, we're so unprotected. Wumpty wump wump. But the atrocities, the bloody atrocities that Black women commit in this country against children are very much swept under the rug because it's all about a narrative. Black women innocent, Black women unprotected, shut the fuck up. No, she's not unprotected. She's very much protected. That's why she gets away with lots of fuckery, right? She's very much protected. Most Black women, if they were to go live anywhere in the world, they wouldn't behave the way that they do because they would have the American protection for their foolishness. The child was 7 years old. The child had missed, I think, like 50 days of school. She took her big ass foot and she stepped on a child's stomach. Who does stuff like that? Who behaves like that? And so what happens is when she stomped on her stomach, she detached her small intestine. So imagine how forcefully she stepped on that child's stomach. You're a woman, that's your daughter. How can you step on her stomach? Especially when we know how painful it can be to have a menstrual cycle. It can be really painful. And even if you hadn't detached her, even if you had not detached her small intestine, you could have done something to her womb. And because you stepped on her stomach, it could very well be that one day she cannot conceive children because maybe you damaged her uterus. Like, what is this? Barbaric as fuck in a modern country, in a first world country. Look at how Black women treat their children. Look at how they treat their children. And they have family members who are very well aware that she's abusing that child. Nobody steps up. Because I guess the black woman is a god, or she's like venerated or something like that. You can't call the police on her. You can't call CPS on her. Oh no, I will call CPS on you. I do not care. I don't care about your blackness. I don't care about your vagina. I do not care. Because if you cared about being black and you care about your gender, you would act accordingly. You would act with love, kindness, respect. You'd be sweet to children. You'd be motherly. You'll be maternal. You'll be, I don't know, loving, but you don't care. So if you don't care, I don't care. Because how would you feel if a grown ass man beat you down and you were down on your stomach and he just stumped the shit out your gut? How would that make you feel? How would that make you feel? But that is, it's so disgusting. It is just so disgusting how so many black children over here are just abused for just existing. They have all these mothers who refuse to grow the fuck up. They have mothers who refuse to take accountability. They have mothers who refuse to go to therapy. They have mothers who refuse self-awareness. They have mothers who they just refuse to grow the fuck up. And like, you know what? Hey, not have a child, it's more than just me now. It's time to be a grown ass woman, right? It's time to make sure my child is okay. My children are okay. Because you had your life. They're just now starting to live. You grown. You've been out here for at least 2 decades. So you got to have a childhood. You got to be a teenager. And whatever you did, that's what you did. But these kids, they're just getting started. And they are barely living a decent existence. How can so many black children be so bruised up like this? They are so bruised up. They have bruises all over their bodies. They go to school, they can't eat. They miss 50 days, 40 days, 30 days, 100 days out of school. What is going on? And yet, black women want to come here and make it seem like the main preoccupation or the main culprit of everything wrong in the black community is the man. Girl, bye. You're a narcissist. You need help. And many actually do need medication. You need to be sedated. Many should even be put up in an institution. You belong in a straitjacket. You're not fit for a civilized society. Anybody who abuses children is not fit to live in a civilized society. You're barbaric. And you belong somewhere. Hey, Elaine, you belong somewhere with barbaric people. You don't hurt children. So yes, like I said, me, Marlene, the day the Lord blesses me, I will have a non-for-profit. And it's going to be called Black Children Deserve Better. And I will expose every dusty ass mother. I will expose every abusive ass mother. And I pray that one day my non-for-profit gets so big that I have power and influence over these prisons, these female prisons. And if you're in there for hurting a child, I will make sure you get tortured in there. I will make sure you get tortured in there. If you go in there because you stumped your daughter to death, I'll make sure you get stumped to death. And they will send me pictures on some kind of end-to-end encryption kind of text messaging services. I will get pictures of your ass being stumped the fuck out. They're going to record that shit and they will send it to me. And I will tell your deceased child, Auntie Marlene got you the revenge you deserved. We beat the shit out your mother. And when she comes over, because most likely she'll cross over in a few hours, tell God exactly what she did to you and ask the Lord to find the hottest corner of hell, and may she burn there for the rest of eternity. Anybody who abuses children, not only should you go to prison, you should be tortured in prison. And inmates should be more than encouraged, even rewarded actually, for abusing mothers who have abused and killed their children. I even think they should have a special dish. I think cannibalism should be allowed in prisons. If anybody wants to taste the flesh of a woman who has killed her children, enjoy the food. We need to start. People need to start being treated the way they treat children. Because it's not enough to just take someone to court and then find somebody guilty and then they just walk off and they get to have a bed and food. No, every day in that prison, you need to suffer. Every day in that prison, you need to. No, I'm serious. Every day in that prison, you should be tormented. You should be tormented. They should even have like a special cell where you're in there. The lights are on 24/7. And then the voices of your children will keep playing on an infinite loop. Mommy, why did you kill me? Mommy, why did you kill me? Until your mind just gives in. I want to see you have, yeah, hey, Nafisa, salam alaikum salam. Until your mind has a complete breakdown. I want to see you. Hey, Miss V, I want to see you eat your own fecal matter. I want you to cry in that prison. I want you to beg for forgiveness. I want you to scream your children's name all day, every day, and ask the Lord to forgive you. Fortunately, I'm not going to forgive you, so you will stay in there. I will torture you. I will torture you. And in me torturing you, I'm going to start to feel better. I might get a pint of ice cream, and then I'll watch the videos of you in there crying, agonizing, eating your own fecal matter. And then when you've really, really lost it, I will release you into general population. People can laugh at you. People will point you. There goes the Black woman who kills children. She's a murderer of children, you know. She killed her own child. You'll hear that nonstop. You'll have a miserable, miserable existence. Anybody who wants to come visit you in that prison, they will have to go through extra security just so I can deter them from coming to see you. No one will come to visit you. You will suffer. You will suffer. You will suffer dearly. You will suffer greatly. You will die miserable. You will die miserably. And you'll be buried on prison ground. And you might even be lucky if your body's actually buried, because I might cut you up into pieces. I don't know. You tell me. There has to be some lab at Johns Hopkins who needs to study a monster like you. So maybe we'll just cut you up in pieces, especially your brain, and just give an offering to Johns Hopkins. Hey, do you want to study the brain of a Black woman who kills children? That could be an act, a grand act of benevolence for humanity, where you allow us to study your brain so we can make sure to come up with the right kind of therapeutics, medicine, treatments, you name it, for anyone as monstrous as you are. What do you think? That sounds great to me. Like, yeah, Johns Hopkins, do you want her heart? Do you want her breast tissue? Anything else? Just have at it. Pick her body apart like crows, like vultures. Then you'll be somewhere in labs. You'll be somewhere in a Petri dish in some kind of weird bowl with all kinds of weird scientific liquids in there for preservation. And I might come visit you sometimes. I might want to come over there. I might go to Maryland. I might go to Johns Hopkins and look at your brain. Be like, can I poke at it? I'll just start poking at your brain. The brain of a monster. Is it stiff? Is that normal? I don't know. You tell me. Right? That's what we should do. And in that way, more and more people are going to be afraid, very afraid to hurt children. Because guess what? Marlene has a lot of power over those prisons. I do. I really do. Right? And I heard that if you hurt children and you go there, she'll give your brain away to science. I will. I really will. Right? There you go. So you're going to learn to be nice to those children. Right? Yeah. We have to start doing this. Like punishments, like some of these punishments are not severe enough. Because to torture kids, to kill children, and to just get, 50 years or whatever, life in prison without no real suffering, that is crazy. We have to break you down. You deserve to go cuckoo. You deserve to have all kinds of psychotic episodes in there. You need to suffer. I want you to suffer, right? A little preamble to what living in hell for the rest of your life is going to feel like, right? Somebody got to warm up the oven before God actually does what he has to do. You loathe for fuckery. Okay, that's what we need to do. But yes, you guys. So I didn't have a good day today. But I did sign up, you guys. I did sign up to be like to take classes to learn more about how to become a foster parent. She was like, Marlene. I'm like, yes, I want to learn. I want to take the classes so I can learn how to become a foster parent. You know. Now I talk. My only issue with life becoming a foster parent is that I might struggle. No, I'm not. It's not. I might. I will struggle to give back the baby because I have trust issues. So I don't know. I'm like, should I keep that to myself or should I let them know when I go to the classes? Like, how do people give back the babies? Right. But I would love, like right now, especially because I'm Maverick, but I would love to be a foster parent to like infants, like babies and infants, like, around like Maverick's age. Right. So they can play with Maverick. Right. But I'm like, if there's like ever, because sometimes they even leave babies. You have some, they leave the babies in the hospital. They just leave the babies and walk away. How can you behave like this? You see, they do whatever they want. But the black man, all shut up. You're more insidious than the black man. You are more ratchet than the black man. Because I can say a man, yeah, it ain't shit to walk away from your kids. But for you to have carried a pregnancy for 9 months, you feel the baby kick, you have a deeper connection to the baby than does the daddy. So how do you walk away like that? Because you ain't shit. Right? I feel like no matter how bad life gets, and I get that because we're all human beings, but you can still say, God, give me the strength to take care of these children. God, give me the strength to take care of these children. And he will help. God, he's going to help you. But you don't even try to defer to God and try to get some help from God to take care of those kids. You just decide to hurt the kids. And that's the part I can't forgive. I can't forgive you for hurting children. I cannot forgive you for hurting kids. You have no valid reason for hurting children. You have no valid reason for beating a child to death because the child went into the fridge to get some food. If she's 7 and she only weighs, 21 pounds, she was obviously hungry. So why didn't you feed her? Little babies need to have 3 meals, at least breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And sometimes they might even need to have a snack. That is your job. You're a woman. You are a woman. Your job is to feed children. And you should do it with pride. Making sure children have food, you should do it with pride. As a woman, you need to know how to feed your kids. And because you're a woman too, another thing you have to do, yes, because the gender roles matter, a woman has to know how to feed her children. A woman has to feed her kids. And then you also have to make sure that your children have a clean environment to live in, especially little people, because they put everything in their mouth. So you just never know, right? That is your job. And you have to give them that. That's what a mother does. You protect, you love, you feed, and you keep them people safe. And you build their self-esteem. That's what you have to do as a mom. That's what you have to do as a mom. That is your job. That is your number one job. The moment you have kids, protect my kids, love my kids, feed my kids, give my children a clean environment because you just never know. God forbid the baby grabs something and it swallows it, and now we got to go to the ER. Right? And at nighttime, if you can, you read the kids some kind of stories, whatever, try and do a little bit of educational stuff. If you don't live far from the library, you can take the kids to the library too. So, sometimes they read books out there for kids. They have events out there for kids, right? If you look around you too, many places have free admission for children. So there are things that they can do. And yes, maybe you don't get to do your hair. Oh, well. Maybe sometimes you don't get to do your nails. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Oh my gosh, how will you live? Right? Maybe you don't get to put makeup on. You mean to tell me I have to wear my own face? Yeah, wear your face. Because you're not a priority. You take a shower, you do something to your hair real quick, and it's about the children. But guess what? It's only 5 years. It's not like, oh my gosh, like it's only 5 years. You've wasted plenty of batches of 5 years before this anyways. But once they start school, it's not that bad. It's only 5 years, and it goes by really fast. So stop with the bad attitude. Get to fucking work. That's it. Yeah, I'm serious. It starts August 5th. I think it's August 5th or August 6th. I signed up for the morning ones at 11 o'clock. So I want to see, because I told Deep Seek, I said, it would be nice. I mean, I would love to have more kids, but I told Deep Seek it would be nice to have like, because I'm 40 now, but because it was like, because I said I want 20 kids. It was like 20 kids, that's crazy. But I was like, no, like over the course of my life, right? Over the course of my life, if I can have 20 kids, like between my kids and the kids that I like foster, adopt, whatever, if I can have 20 children, and then I want all my children to go to elite universities and study STEM. All my kids, they're all gonna be like super smart. Because I think you can make anybody smart. I think most people are smart. They just don't have people to believe in them. Like my dad's dad. I have to show you a picture one day. I don't know where he is, but my dad's dad, right? He was a teacher. Like where my dad's from, he's a teacher. And so he was a great teacher because let me tell you the genesis. So my dad's dad, his mom, right? Um, she came from a different village. So his my dad's granddad, he has his name is Agua, like water, right? So he came from one particular village and he had multiple wives already, right? My great grandmother, her name is polio, like the disease, right? They call her Mom Polio. So Mom Polio, she came from a different village and she was very young. So when she came over to that village to marry my great granddad, right? The other women were older, they were not nice to her, and also she came from a different village, so they were really mean to her. So my dad's dad, his name is Christophe, Christopher, but Christophe in French, right? He he saw the way his mom was being treated, and also she died early, so he felt as though they had done witchcraft and they had killed his mom. So it did something to my granddad, so he became very obsessed with like reading and stuff. Oh, he could read. He's very smart, very handsome. Jimmy looks like him. Very handsome, very tall, very cute. Because my people, they had sex with the Portuguese also. So I'm not saying you got to be mixed to be cute, but so he became a school teacher. Now, what would happen was a lot of the kids who would take his class became quote unquote smarter. So the parents started to get really scared. I know it's very backwards, but people started to get scared. Even my dad. That's very, very smart. Very smart. That's why he's socially awkward. I think my dad might be autistic. I think I might also be autistic. What do I know? Right? But the parents in the village, like when he started becoming a school teacher, many parents became afraid of him. So they started spreading rumor that he was doing some kind of rituals or some kind of juju because the kids were getting too smart too fast. So a lot of parents did not want their children in his class. I just believe that my granddad was a great school teacher. Now, he had a room also to himself because he also was a Freemason. I ain't gonna lie, he was a Freemason. But the only person that could clean, he had a special room with all his books, and he had a special room, like he would do all his, like, I guess, meditations in there, right? And so my dad was the only one that could, he was the only one that was allowed to clean that room. So people always felt like, oh, he did something to his stash, like he did some juju on his stash, whatever. No, my dad's just a genius. Like his brain goes really, really fast because he skipped a lot of grades, which is why I believe my dad's a Libra, right? Which is why I believe that Libra is extremely socially awkward. I think he's autistic also. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, but I just feel like when you're a great teacher, when you're really like, if you're really smart and you're a great teacher and you love children, you're going to make them really smart. Because what children need, especially Black children, but what children need somebody to believe in them, right? Oh, hey, Sandra. Children need someone that believes in them. You can do it. You will do it. You got this, right? Other people are not better than you, right? Okay, cool. Just got to study harder, right? Right? Children just need someone in their corner to root for them like you can do it. You don't have to be afraid. If you have to wake up early to study, I guess that's what you have to do, right? You have to cheer for kids. You got to encourage kids. You got to build them up. Most Black children don't have that. Most Black children is always people threatening your life, people yelling at you, people cussing you out, people telling you you're not good enough. It's a lot of negativity because Black people don't have self-awareness. They're not mindful of how they talk to children. They're not mindful. Like, you know what? When was the last time I told my son I'm proud of him? When was the last time I told my daughter I was proud of her? When was the last time I made time for my child, right? Black parents are extremely comfortable complaining, right? But it's really hard for them to say, I love you. It's really hard to say, I'm proud of you. Oh, you're very creative. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, good for you. Oh, that's crazy. What? Right? They struggle with that. And that's why many Black people, even as adults, struggle to believe in themselves. They struggle to pursue their own destinies, right? They struggle to do what they really want to do. They do what they think they have to do because growing up, they were never truly built. They were never really encouraged, right? To trust themselves. You got to trust yourself, right? You got to trust yourself, right? But you got to coach a child into teaching a child how to trust him or herself. It doesn't happen naturally, right? Self-esteem doesn't happen naturally. Self-love, it doesn't happen naturally. Self-confidence, it doesn't happen naturally, right? And this is why we even say the reason why, from one, not the, but one of the reasons why you'll see that many Black girls, for example, do not have high self-esteem or they don't feel confident showing up as their natural selves is that most Black girls, their moms are always wearing wigs, right? So if you grew up and you always saw your mom in a wig, you might not mean to, but subconsciously, you might start saying to yourself, well, maybe our natural hair is not good enough, right? If you grow up and you always see your mom in makeup, this, and that, you might say to yourself, well, maybe a Black woman is not good enough unless she has makeup on, right? People do stuff and they're not being mindful, but the stuff you're doing, you're setting some kind of messaging to your daughter that is saying, this is what you have to do to be accepted. This is what you have to do to be loved. This is what you have to do. So how is a person not going to grow up and have low self-esteem, right? How is a person not going to grow up and feel like, well, if I don't wear this, I don't do my hair like this, I don't talk like this, I don't spend my money like this, then I'm not good enough, right? Because there's not a big emphasis on education. There's not a big emphasis on being intellectually curious, right? Learning new things, but affirm yourself, not just based on how you look, but the things that you're able to do with your mind, with your hands, and things like that. That's how you really build somebody's self-esteem. Yeah, Miss V, that's why they can't do it. If you see your mom your entire life, your mom never had her natural hair. She might not mean to, but subconsciously she's telling you this hair right here, there's something not, something about it. You got to hide this thing. So the daughter grows up and she emulates her mom. So her mom hid her hair, she's going to hide her hair, right? Daughter grows up, mom always has makeup on. So she'll grow up and say, well, that's what you have to do. So now she also wants to have makeup on all the time, right? Always focusing on the exterior to be accepted by people instead of saying, no, people need to accept me because I have a beautiful mind, not because of my hair. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not against those things, right? But you shouldn't lead with that because beauty is fleeting. And that's why so many women today struggle with the whole concept of aging because they don't know what to do because they don't look as good as they did 20 years ago. But it's like, newsflash, it was always going to happen. Like, we're going to age, right? But if you build your inside first and then you focus on your outside, well, when the outside is not as crisp as it used to be 20 years ago, it's not a big deal because you just know how to graciously evolve into another chapter of your life, right? But a lot of women, like they're in their 40s, 50s, 60s, and they want to be like they still want to be out here with the 28-year-old. They want to be out here with the 15-year-old. It's like, you're grown. You got to move on. Like this is past your age. It's like you're past this now. Like you have to move on, right? But they don't know how to move on because they have nothing else to offer, right? I saw a little sister send me this video. There's something going on with Ralph Lauren recently. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah. There's something going on with Ralph Lauren recently, and I'm like, which one is it? Which video is it? No, I saw this one. Who sent me this? Just saw the video. I just saw the video. Hold on. Oh, right there. Right there. Hold on, you guys. Sorry.
Wow. Black people were able to be here, be free, build a community, and that legacy has lived on.
My aunt, she's 90 years old and lives on the island full time. And she was doing her morning walk and she looked over and MLK just did one of those quick hellos.
Being here.
Oak Bluffs is home.
Hopefully, you guys, you can see the mom, right? I think that's her mom. I'm assuming that's her mom. But you see, her mom has no makeup on. And then look at her daughter. The daughter also doesn't wear too much makeup because her mom has showed her that you don't need all of that to be beautiful. And they speak really well. They have, obviously have money, right? They smell like money, right? This is what you call real wealthy Black people, y'all. They are real. They are out there. They just stay to themselves, okay? Because they don't want no foolishness. But I'm like, you see her mom, you see the daughter. It makes sense because a daughter is going to grow up to emulate her mother. So if you have a mom that wears her natural hair, the daughter is doing what? She's wearing her natural hair. If you have a mom embracing her grays, when she gets older, she's going to embrace her grays. If you have a mom who's thin, the daughter is also thin. There you go. You have a mom who's very poised, very elegant, very eloquent. The daughter's going to be what? Poised, elegant, eloquent. You have a mom who enjoys reading. Her daughter's going to enjoy reading. Because mothers are the number one influencers for their daughters. Mothers are trendsetters to their daughters. So a mom can either build her daughter up or she can make her daughter highly, highly vulnerable, highly, highly insecure, highly, highly depressed, and things like that. It's up to you. So when you have a daughter, you have to quickly work on yourself and learn that, hey, she needs to see me embrace my natural self. She needs to see me embrace my natural hair. She needs to see me embrace the arts. She has to see me do something else, but constantly obsessing about how I look. But I'm like, right there you go. You see it? Huh? Yeah. I mean, her mom is beautiful. But the lady has no makeup on. Like maybe a little bit of blush or something like that, like some sunscreen maybe. But I'm like, she is gorgeous.
See that.
Sorry.
Black people were able to be here, be free, build a community, and that legacy has lived on.
My aunt, she's 90 years old and lives on the island full time. And she was doing her morning walk and she looked over and MLK just did one of those quick hellos.
Being here, it allowed me, like I said, to unburden myself and to be relaxed.
The fact that I get to do that same walk, my friends live on that same street, it's just so...
My aunt lived here and she just walked in the morning. She saw MLK. He did a hello. She's like, oh, toodles. So now it's a pleasure for me to do the same walk as my aunt. You see this, right? So when you have matriarchs in your family who are mobile, they're active, they're walking, and then sometimes they got to see MLK. Okay. Like you're going to start walking as well. And then you might meet, I guess, Obama or something. I don't know. What do I know? Right. But you see, because this is what matriarchy should be about. So you got to set a good example for children, but you got to set a good example for your daughters, huh? Right?
We all still convene here every August, and we're 30 years old now, right? And we've been doing it since we were 2, some of us.
There's joy and grandparents that are relaxing and multi-generational experiences that warm our hearts and make it hard for everybody to go home when they have to.
You see? And you see how she's holding on to her daughter. I'm assuming that has to be her daughter, right? But you see how she's holding on to her baby. Like, she loves her child, right? And that's going to be a confident young woman. But her mom is soft-spoken. She's sweet. She's meek. She's rich, y'all. She rich. These are some rich people, right? I'm telling you, that's why like people who call Ashley, oh, how do I find a rich husband? Girl, bye. It's not. You don't have the pedigree. This young lady here, the younger one, that's what you call pedigree. The mother said multi-generational. Multi-generational. Okay, there you go. There you go.
Complete this sentence and include the whole sentence. Oak Bluffs is.
I would say simply that Oak Bluffs is special. It's important.
Oak Bluffs is home.
I was going to say that.
Sorry.
I was going to say that. Sorry. You see? Right? And I'm like, this is really important. So a lot of you young ladies here, you're not mothers yet, or some of you guys are mothers, but I'm telling you, if you are doing stuff that feeds into low self-esteem, low self-worth, always being addicted to some kind of contraption, extension, some kind of whatever on your hair, on your face, and you have daughters, even sons, you might want to stop doing that. Okay, I'm not saying don't do it at all, but you might want to, you might want to stop doing that and show your daughters, show your sons, right? Mommy is comfortable looking like herself, right? We have to normalize this, okay? All right, cool. So now that I've said what I want to say, let's start with this video, okay? I saw this video, so I thought I will come out and show you all this video. So I saw this guy. I've never seen this guy before, but his video came on my page. I stopped because on my fitness page, I follow her, the young lady. She's Jamaican. Her name is Chanel. And then now she's married to this guy, but they were dating, engaged for like 6-7 years. I'm like, who does that? So Duke is Nigerian. Duke is Yoruba, if I'm not mistaken. So you have a Jamaican girl, you got Yoruba boy. And so I guess like now they're married. So they did a video because, people come outside and they tell on themselves. And because they tell on themselves, then people are able to pick their relationship apart. So whose fault is that? Right? So let's just get into it.
A man who finds a wife finds a good thing.
Whatever.
Matter of fact, let's take a look
he's Ebo.
at how they actually met.
Okay.
I just pulled up at the spot and I saw her and she looked exactly how she looked online. They had the same type of just aura. And I was like,
Oh, what was my aura?
It was giving wife.
So listen to him, right? So Duke is Igbo. Okay, so he's an Odugu. Okay. So if you listen to the story, Duke said Chanel was hosting something and she was doing something at a bar because she was a bartender. And I'm like, some of y'all, you took T-Pain a little too literally at this point, okay? So she had a flyer because she was doing something at a bar. He was, I guess, playing football for the New York Giants at the time. So he decided to pull up because I guess she's pretty. He saw her body. He saw her behind. If you follow on Instagram, you will know, right? So therefore, he decided to pull up. And so he said when he met her, like when he saw her in person, the first thing that came to his mind was, is giving wifey. Okay. It was at this moment I realized he was a simp, okay? I am truly against men who meet a woman for the first time and say, oh yeah, that's my wife. How do you know that? So based on her body, automatically that makes her your wife. You don't know her. You never talked to her. The only thing you've seen, the only thing you're judging her on is the way that she looks. Now, remember, like eons ago, we also saw the one episode from the Dear Future Wifey podcast. And the guy also went to a Diddy party. Yes, a Diddy party. And he saw his wife at a Diddy party. And she was kind of like Chanel over here, right? She was like serving drinks. Like she was a hostess, a bottle girl, whatever. And he said as soon as he saw her and she was walking up the VIP to go give drinks to them players and the rich people and the ballers and the shot callers, he said to himself, that's my wife. And so he proceeded to call all his friends and he said, oh, I think I just met my wife. And they were like, okay, you're a weirdo, right? Because to me, I don't find that cute at all. It's actually concerning because it shows that you don't know what you want. You're just going off of looks, right? You should at least talk to someone. At least you can say, hey, it would be nice if I could marry someone like that. That's very different than saying, as soon as I saw you, I knew you were my wife. That is weird. Number two, I would have more respect for you if at least you take the young lady out, have a conversation, and they say, wow, we have so many things in common. So that's why I knew she would be a good fit to be my wife. Do y'all get me? But to meet a woman and to say, oh my gosh, as soon as I saw you, I knew you were my wife. I don't trust shit like that. Right? I don't trust it like that. Because the guy we saw in the Dear Future Wifey podcast, what happened? Eventually, the lady agrees to be his wife, and then he wants a divorce, right? And he asked for a divorce at the hospital right after she had the baby. So she pushed the baby out. The nurses are cleaning the baby, and he looks at her, and he says, no, I don't want to do this anymore. But it's the same guy who was so pressed for her to be his wife. He bamboozled her into becoming a Christian. He forced her into Bible study within like a week of knowing her. He made her delete every man's number from her phone. He flew her and her family to Chicago to meet his family, meet the bishop, right? And now that she's full in, now he's like, oh, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore. I want a divorce. And he was holding a divorce over her head. So that she had to wake up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning with a journal started writing all these prayers and these devotionals because she was so confused because he love bombed her, right? And this really is a warning, because to any young woman out here dating, any man who sees you for the first time and he says to you, oh, you're going to be my wife, or you're my wife, run for your life. Okay? Yeah. Run for that image you're talking about, the babies. I can't stop seeing their faces. It is traumatic. You haven't even talked to me. Like, how do you know? How do you know? Like, you're crazy. You're insane, right? But please pay attention to how he said her aura was giving wifey. Then you're going to listen to what she said, and then you'll see what he says after that. Listen carefully, okay? Listen carefully.
My name is Chanel.
I'm Duke. We've been dating for 6 years now and engaged for 3 months.
Yeah.
Number 2, red flag. Anybody that needs to date for 6 or 7 years to get married, you need to ask yourself why. Why? Why did y'all wait so long to get married? And Chanel, I like Chanel on Instagram. I like a little fitness page, but this was always so puzzling to me. But there's Chanel, and this guy, I guess a former football player, he didn't make it far in his career. Then you also have Candace. Candace looks like a younger version of Toni Braxton. She also has her husband now. He also used to play football, but he didn't go far. So they kind of hang out together. These are girls who are dating guys who wanted to make it in the NFL, but they didn't make it in the NFL, and now they turn to content creation and couple videos and things like that, right? So girls of the same mind, I guess, they flock together, okay? And they have the same standards. So they dated for 7 years. Candace over there, I don't know, she probably dated for like 8 years, whatever. But to me, it's always so puzzling to me, because why do you need 6 to 7 years to know if the person is the one for you? So maybe you had your doubts. Maybe you're not really what the person wants. Maybe you were trying to wait it out to see if you can have something better. But I do find it quite suspicious, because you don't need to date someone for 6, 7 years to know if that's the person. People don't change much. Maybe like 1 or 2 standard deviations, right? But people don't change much. But by the time you're an adult and you meet a person, they're most likely going to remain that person. So either it works for you or it doesn't work for you, right? But you wait 6, 7 years to marry someone. And I'm like, okay, did y'all even really want to do this? Or you felt like, well, we've been here for 7 years, might as well do it. Okay. Which is why when they got married and they were all crying, and I'm like, why are y'all crying for? You've pretty much been married. Like, you've been together for 7 years. It's kind of weird. Okay. Let's keep going.
It's been a minute. Back in 2017, I'm bartending. This was my side hustle. When you are bartending, you want to tell people to like pull up on me. So I posted the flyer and I was like, meet me here.
I had just got signed to the New York Giants, right? So I was in New York for a couple of months. My homie came to visit. I was like, yo, let's go do something. And then I saw her flyer and I was like, oh, look, before we go to wherever we're going, let's stop at this place. I knew she was going to be bartending. I didn't know who she was. But I said, you know what? We need something to do. This girl right here just posted this flyer, said she was going to be bartending at this place at this time. I like it.
This is like an after work event. Again, it's not a club. I'm bartending. I'm doing my thing. And I see these 2 gentlemen come through the door. The shirts are buttoned up to here, chest out, oiled up. It was a lot.
So she was overwhelmed. So he came in there all greasy. So it seems as though what she was doing is a pretty chill event, right? He came in there doing the most. His muscles were out. His chest was out. The shirt, I'm sure the shirt was too tight. Okay. Bunch of oil all over his body. It's like, okay, what's the problem? Right? What is the problem? And I feel like maybe also, I don't know, I could be wrong. I don't know this young man, but obviously, I don't know, a few things came through my mind. It's like, okay, you are in New York City. You're signed to the Jets, right? You play football. Okay, if you're looking for a woman to be your partner, you're going to a bar to look for a life partner? You must not be too bright. You must not be too ambitious, right? Okay, number 1. Number 2, right? You pull up at the bar. Okay. And I'm like, when you're a football player, are you even supposed to be drinking like that? Like, should you not drink and focus on your sports? I don't know. What do I know? But you show up at the bar, you're super tight, you're super rolled up, your shirt's open. And I'm like, to me, that reeks of insecurity. That is not a confident man. That is not a confident man. That is not a man with purpose. Why are you here? And why are you here looking like this, right? Because I'm sure, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure he was trying to lead with it. Oh, look at me. I'm sexy. I'm attractive. I'm this, and that. So for me, he's showing up in fuckboy energy. Okay. He showed up at her place of work in fuckboy energy, maybe thinking like, oh, she might be a bird because she works at the bar. If she sees me, I'm old up. Everything is super tight. And then I tell her I play football. I might have her in my bed by tonight. Okay, that's where my mind is going. And if I'm wrong for that, oh, wait, that's on him. All right, that is on him.
Even afterward.
I just pulled up at the spot and I saw her and she looked exactly how she looked online. Right? And she had the same type of just aura. And I was like,
oh, what was my aura?
It was giving wife.
Oh. I don't think you ever told me that.
It was giving wife. I can't tell you that at the time. But anyway, so I saw her at the bar. And I said, yo, can I get a Patron of pineapple? And, you know, she did her thing. She mixed it up. And then I took it, went to go mingle some more. I came back. Yo, can I get round two? Patron of pineapple.
Okay. So to me, Marlene, I'm not much of a drinker. I don't know much about alcohol. I'm not going to lie to you. But I'm asking myself, for you guys, some of you guys are young. You go outside more than I do. But if a man orders Patron and pineapple, is that manly? Is a man supposed to go to a bar and ask a woman for Patron and pineapple? Because when I heard pineapple, the first thing that came to mind was SpongeBob SquarePants. I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm like, Patron and pineapple. What? And also, did you actually tip? But I'm thinking, I don't know. If you tell me, you see, this is what I've noticed, y'all. And this is why you got to be careful with the broke and the dusties. Okay? The brokes and the dusties. Okay, because I just feel like I don't know. I've never been a big drinker. I started drinking like at 25, and even that is the sweet stuff. Okay, I'm a lightweight, but I just feel like if you are playing football for the Jets and you want to go see this lady at the bar because I'm assuming you want to make an impression, instead of leading with your purchasing power, for example, I go to the bar, I put my card on the tablet. Here's my card, right? And then you order something expensive like champagne, maybe. Right? Something expensive like champagne. No, you want a glass of Patron with pineapple juice. You can stay in your house and make that for yourself. Right? So then he comes back. He orders Patron and pineapple. But I'm like, those bartender people get paid off the drinks, like they get paid of how much alcohol they sell, whatever. So why don't you make her night financially lucrative? Right? Put your card on the tab, put your card on file, whatever it's called, and then order some expensive ass champagne. Don't you play for the Jets? No, he wants to order Patron and pineapple. I'm like, that sounds like fruit juice. I don't know. You tell me, right? But I'm like, nah, this dude don't have money. This dude doesn't have any money. He's not financially stable, which is why he came there almost half naked, trying to impress you with his muscles because he really doesn't have the money. Right? If you see a young, beautiful lady working at the bar, most likely she's looking for shot callers. She's looking for ballers. Like she's looking for guys that have money. Because why is she there? Why is she there? Right? And so you come on her shift where maybe she could meet somebody better with way more money. And you keep wasting her time asking for Patron and pineapple. Do we have time for this? Okay. Y'all need to answer the question in the comments, right? Do we have time for this? Right? Exactly. There you go. I'm like, that's really what was on my mind. Like some strong cognac, like, you know, hard cognac, like on rocks. How you say it, on rocks, something crazy like that. Right. But I'm thinking you need to order a bottle, like an actual bottle. Right. So that way, if she gets a cut or whatever sold at the bar, it's going to make her night. But if all you do is keep ordering a glass at a time, you order a glass of pineapple and Patron, you could have stayed home and mixed yourself some fruit juice. Like, why are you here? And that's the same thing with the guy. This is the same thing for the guy from what's that thing called? Dear Future Wifey thing, right? Because he didn't have the money. Because remember, his wife, she was catering to the VIP people at the Diddy party. So most likely basketball players, football players, the real ones, the ones that actually on the roster, not the bench warmers, okay? Because he sounded like he was a bench warmer for the Jets. Or he just showed up for practice with the Jets, okay? But if you remember from, maybe I'm going to go find a video for y'all. But if you remember from the Dear Future Wifey podcast, he was not in VIP. He's a nobody. He sat at the regular bar section drinking his Patron and his pineapple juice, okay? Meanwhile, his wife, at that time, she was catering to the ballers, the shot callers, the big people at a Diddy party ordering what's it called? Ace of Spade, Ciroc, Peach, Ciroc regular. So, like those kinds of people. Okay, Cristal or whatever, Dairy, what's it called again? All them crazy liquors. I don't know much about liquor, but she was taking care of the VIP people. And so because he didn't have money, he decided to hit her with, oh, I think you're my wife. Oh, here's the Bible. Oh, here is Jesus, right? Because this is what a lot of these people do. And they feel as though when you're broke, all you have to do is tell a woman, oh, I think you're going to be my wife. And because they think most women are out here looking for marriage, which I'm sure they are, but they feel as though all I have to do is say, oh, you look like my wife. Oh, I'm going to marry you. Da-da-da. And somehow she's going to drop all of her potential suitors because you said she looks like your wife. Not trying to be offensive, not trying to be mean, but I'm like, Chanel could be a lot of people's wife. She looks good. So how's that what? How is that a compliment? Right? Because you ain't got shit. Like me, that's the energy I get from this guy, that he doesn't have money. He doesn't have money, and he was trying to go for a girl that usually goes for guys with way more money than what he has. Because I think it's kind of embarrassing to go to a bar of a pretty girl and ask for Patron and pineapple juice. Stay home and put that in your sippy cup and stay at home. Why are you here? Go, right? And I would have told him that. Listen, if you came here for me to get my attention, $1,000. Okay, you got it or you don't. We got time for this. It's New York City, bro. Okay, gotta get out the way. You will have to get out of the way. All right. Yeah, I'm like, what? Your wife is at a bar. Like you with your evil ass. You woke up that day and said, yes, the lady I'm going to marry, I'm going to find her at a bar. Chineke, does your father know that? Does your mother know that? Like, this is crazy. These people are a bunch of, like, you are an embarrassment. This is so embarrassing. Hold on, let's keep going, y'all.
Did the same thing. I came back from round 3, and I was like, yo, can I get she was like, Patron pineapple.
You see this? You see this? He has no shame, you guys. I hope you understand me, right? Hold on. Let me go ask, hold on. Let me ask DC. How much does a glass of Patron and pineapple at a bar is going to cost me in New York City? Let me ask Deep Seek real quick. I don't have time for this. Because these guys, bunch of scammers. Okay, let's read this, you guys, because I don't have time for this. I do not have time for this. I do not have time for this. Because to me, like, I'm like, you're like, you don't have the money to afford a beautiful woman, and here you are wasting people's time at the bar asking for Patron and pineapple. I was like, what the heck? Patron and pineapple. Okay, you see, $10 to $14. You see, I knew it. I'm not a drinker, you guys, but I know Patron is not expensive. Patron is not expensive, and I don't even think that successful men go around here asking for Patron as their drink of choice. I don't believe that. Like, there has to be some more expensive, like tequila or even more expensive cognac, right? Like, I don't know, DTQ or something like that. But I'm like, what? You see, $15 or $20. I told y'all. Okay. So hold on. Let's listen over here. Okay. Let's see how DeepSeek is going to answer the question. Okay. The user is asking about the cost of Patron and pineapple juice. You see, pineapple juice cocktail in New York City bars. This seems like a practical question from someone planning a night out of budgeting for drinks. You see, this drink is for people on a budget. Okay. People on a budget. So your money not long. Why are you here? Go home. Like, seriously, why are you here? Hold on. Please don't waste my time. Okay. First, I need to break down the variables. Patron is a mid to high shelf tequila. Okay. And pineapple juice is a common mixer, right? The price will swing widely based on location. Tourist traps in Times Square versus a neighborhood dive bar in Brooklyn will charge differently. I recall that NYC has extreme price variation. A basic well drink might be $8 to $10, but Patron isn't the well liquor. Premium spirits usually add $3 to $5 based on cocktail price. Then there's a venue markup, fancy cocktail bar versus casual spot. The user didn't specify a setting, so I should cover all bases. There might be a tourist, hence mentioning NYC broadly, or local, comparing options. Either way, giving a range with context helps more than a single number. Also, pineapple juice costs the bar almost nothing, right? And most bartenders, hey, me, bye-bye. And most bartenders, they get paid a commission from whatever is sold at the bar. So if you're asking for pineapple juice, you're not going to help her make her night. Why are you here? I repeat, why is he here? Anyways, let's keep going, right? Wait, should I warn about tourist areas overcharging? Yes. Places near landmarks, blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's go, right? The cost of Patron Silver Tequila with pineapple juice and NYC bar varies significantly based on location, venue type, and prestige. Here's a realistic price breakdown. So dive bars, neighborhood spot, so $10 to $14, right? Patron may be the premium option there, but pineapple juice is inexpensive. Standard bars, mid-range pubs, most Manhattan, Brooklyn bars, $14 to $18. Most common range, Patron is mid-shelf. So expect this in a casual but not cheap spot. Okay, upscale bars, hotel lounges, and trendy areas. Soho, meatpacking, 18 to 25 plus. High overhead, luxury markup. Some may use fresh pineapple juice as a justification. Okay, club or tourist traps, Times Square, $20 to $30. Okay, key factors affecting the price: location, fresh versus canned juice. Patron tea or silver is standard. If you request Patron Reposado or Anejo, add $2 to $5. Okay, happy hour. Some bars offer discounts, $3 to $5 off during off-peak hours. So I think it was like a happy hour thing. Pro tips: always ask for the price first. Tip 15 to 20% post-tax. Okay, consider alternative. Okay, now let me see this. Okay, so if a man wants to impress a woman at the bar because he wants her to know he has a lot of money as a New York City Jet football player. What are 3 drinks you recommend he orders? Or should he go for a bottle? If so, which bottle of liqueur or champagne should he order to impress this woman? Okay. He wants her to say, oh, he's rich. Okay. Let's see what Deep Six says. Okay. Let's see, you guys. Let's see. Okay, let's go. The user's asking how a man can impress a woman at the bar by showcasing wealth, specifically as a New York City Jet football player. This feels like a mix of status signaling and nightlife psychology. Yes, the Pierce career was about Patron pricing, but now it's escalated to flexing wealth. You got that right. Okay. First, let's unpack the subtext. The user wants conspicuous consumption tactics, drinks that scream rich without being tacky. Go ahead, Deep Sea. The Jet football player details suggest he's aiming for pro athlete level prestige. Interesting that he mentions making her say he's rich. That is performative wealth display. Considering NYC's bar hierarchy, I should focus on ultra premium spirits, okay? Champagne with pop culture status, Dom Perignon. Okay. The theater of ordering bottles versus is greater than cocktails for visual impacts. Okay. Okay. So let's go. Okay. So you guys ready? You guys ready for this? Yes, let's go. I'm not about to waste my time. He is crazy. Okay. To make a woman think he's rich as an NYC pro athlete, especially with the Jet Association, you need a showstopper orders that scream, I do this casually. Deep Sea. Yes, boo-boo. You cannot convince me you're not a person. What? Okay. Avoid basic bottles. Impression is about exclusivity, recognition, and effortless flair. Here are 3 power moves. The no menu flex, casual azul, clase azul ultra. Sí, papi, te quiero. Order clase azul, otra anejo. Neat, 2 glasses. Why it works. Bottle costs $1,600 to $2,000 plus at upscale bars. Retail is $1,500. Hand painted ceramic bottles is instantly recognizable. Rich people art, athletes or rappers, flaunt on IG, status symbol tequila. Okay, so you see, you will not be ordering Patron. Okay, Clase Azul Ultra Negro. Okay. Ever tried Clase Azul Ultra? The finish is like liquid gold. Then casually ignore the price. That's what he's saying. So Deep Seek is saying, just walk up in there, just ask for that. Like the price, who cares about the price? I got the money. That's no problem. That's not a problem. That is not a problem. Okay. Number 2, the athlete power move, Patron en la Ligue. Okay. Order Patron en la Ligue Series 1 or 2. Neat. Okay. Why works? 1,000 to 1,500 per shot. Yes, per shot. Per shot? What does that look like? Hold on. Wait a minute. What is this? Y'all. What? Ooh. Okay, you guys. If you never seen Patron en la Ligue. Well. Oh, even look at the case. Hold on. Woo! It is $6,000. Yes, I'm of age. Woo! Okay. Patron Extra Anejo. Limited edition La Ligue Series 1. $6,000. Well. Deep Sea, you cannot convince me you're not a person. Served in crystal La Ligue glasses. Visually insane. I believe you. Patron is your brand. As a jet, but this is a private jet version. Ooh. Key, only order at Lux Lounges, Baccarat Hotel, the Polo Bar. Dive bars won't have it. They ain't gonna have it. Okay. 3, the Champagne Bomb, Ace of Spades, Midas. Oh, let's see what that looks like. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me see what that looks like. Okay. Okay. This is the Midas. Oh, it's the big one. Armand de Brignac, Ace of Spades. Okay. So it's the big bottle of Ace of Spades. Well. Deep Sea, you cannot convince me you're not a real person. Okay. Not the standard Ace, too common. Midas is a 30-liter bottle. Yes, 30 liters. Okay. Why it works? It costs $150,000 to $200,000. What? Requires a staff of 4 to carry it out. Comes with firework, DJ announcement, and a ladder. Every head turns. Jay-Z, Macy, LeBron, me bottle. Instant rich credibility. Okay. Reality check. Only do this at clubs like Lavo or Catch Roof. Tip the staff $5,000 to sell the bottle vibe. What? My lord. Bottles versus single drinks. Bottle service only. You're at a high-end energy club like Marquis, Zuma, and want to host a group. Otherwise, stick to ultra premium single pours. Bottle scream, I need attention. While casual 1,000 tequila sip whispers, this is very normal. Okay. Pro tactics to seal the rich vibe. Name drop like it's nothing. I had a bottle of Armand de Brignac Midas at Drake's after party. Overrated. Prefer crystal gold medallion. Okay. Tip 30 to 50% in cash. Peel $100 from a clip. Say, keep it like it's a napkin. What? Wear a low-key flex. Jet cufflinks, Patek Philippe Aquino, no logos, or Travis Scott AJ1s. Oh, what is that? I never heard of this. Patek Philippe, I think we all know Patek Philippe. Huh? Okay, I thought. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay. Deep Sea, you cannot convince me another person. Okay, avoid basic rich bottles. Dom Perignon, Johnny Walker Blue. They're dentist tier. Vodka, even a $5,000 bottle looks try hard. Explain the cost. If she asks, shrug. Worth it for great company. Okay. Final play. Order Clase Azul Ultra at a sexy lounge. The Reigns Law Room, Dear Irving, is rare enough to impress, but not clownish. If she doesn't notice, she's not your audience. Oh, dang. Okay. All right. So you see, that's how I feel about that. I'm like, yeah, because to me, Patron with pineapple juice, I'm like, no.
And I saw.
Sorry. It's this one, right? Sorry. Right here.
That's what I started to warm up. But still being professional, I'm working. I'm getting paid to do this job. He's cute, but like we're not about to do nothing else.
Yeah, so when
And he's cute, but he was not spending enough money. It's okay to say, okay, Patron and pineapple juice? No. Mm-mm. No.
When she said Patron and pineapple, I was just like, oh man, I got it.
That's the bartender twang, though. That's how I was getting my tip.
Nah, because he wasn't giving nobody else attention.
Okay.
When she gave me the drink, I said, thanks for inviting me. And she's like, what?
I would call me all up.
She's like, what do you mean? I said, thanks for inviting me. You said, pull up on you, come see you. So I came just for you. And she was like,
he's such a stalker. This boy gave me the ache. So then he says, oh, thank you for inviting me. She didn't invite him. She posted a flyer, but now he wants to make it seem like it was a personal invite. I'm like, you have low self-esteem, okay? Then he's like, oh, she remembered my drink. You've ordered it 3 times already. Why would she not remember? Like, what's so... Like, he wants to feel special so badly. And I'm like, do you have low self-esteem? Like, is she the prettiest girl you've ever seen? Right? And I'm like, I can see why. Not because at first, initially, like on Instagram, I thought he was the one who didn't want to marry her. Right? But after this, I'm like, maybe she was the one that had her apprehensions about marrying him because he's very clingy. Okay? He's very clingy. That's kind of weird.
Sure.
When I came back, I got the number. We linked up the next day. Yeah, from there, it's just been like...
From there to here.
Thankfully for me, it worked. Otherwise, I would have came off as a stalker. But if you see somebody you like, man, you better pull up. I gamed her up. I put her in the bag.
And the rest is history.
Nah, this is a very amazing story. Think about it. He met his wife on a flyer. She was a bartender, and he saw her on a flyer, and he came to the event just to make her his wife. That's amazing. That is amazing. You got to understand, when it comes to athletes, these guys are very brave. They are very bold. They go for what they want. So when they see a woman, they're like, yo, I want her. I don't care what she does for a living. I don't care if she work for tips. I want her. And that's exactly what he did. He went in there, he got her. But here's the thing. She didn't make it easy for him. Because when she initially met him, even though he was, I believe, in the NFL, she had to do her research.
Good for her.
She had to look him up first to confirm he is who he is.
I'm like, to me, I heard this. I'm like, yeah, good for her. Because why would you not do your research? Okay, a man came to see you at the bar. Okay, he ordered 3 glasses of Patron and pineapple juice. Okay. Says he plays for the Jets. Okay. Like, and who do you think is going to be impressed by that? It's not impressive. Because I'm sure when he was ordering his pineapple juice in his sippy cup, I'm sure you had other guys out there ordering bigger drinks, spending more money. So I'm like, why would she be impressed by that? Because you came with a tight shirt with oil all over your body and stuff like that? Okay. Next. So Chanel, she was like, okay, well, thanks for coming. And I guess he told her he played for the Jets, right? So she went on and she did her research. I guess after she did her research, and then she saw what she saw, and I guess she liked what she saw. Then she said, okay, I guess I can meet you after that, right? But I'm like, the way you came in there, to me, honestly, it's not impressive. It's not impressive. A lot of people play for the Jets. I mean, a lot of people play football, period, but then they get cut. You can, like, even Duval, also, he played football, he got cut. So just because you're on a team, you might not even make it to the actual season. You might even get cut before the season even starts, right? You might be part of the team, but the coaches might actually be using you for like trainings and warm-ups and stuff like that, but you will never be a starting player Because if you were a starting player, you wouldn't be here, right? You wouldn't be here, right? So what? So I'm like, good for her. Good for her. Don't let anybody who like bamboozle you. Talk about, oh yeah, you look like my wife. You're gonna be my wife, and then you become so consumed by that you follow the person home the first night. I don't know you. I do not know you, right? So I'm like, yeah, I stand with Chanel because I'm like, good job. And he was extremely pressed. He was extremely thirsty, which is like, are you? As far as your life is concerned, you don't have a lot of ladies who want to be with you. Like there's no competition, right? Nobody's calling you. You don't have options, right? Which is like, I don't know. Concerning to me.
I was physically attracted to him. When he walked through the door into that bar, I was like, damn, he looked good. Like, that's all I said. I didn't know nothing about this man. Mm-hmm. Even though he wanted to hang out that first night, I did use that night.
So he ordered 3 drinks. He ordered 3 drinks, Patron and pineapple juice. So he felt like because he did that, that would guarantee him that she was going to spend the night with him. Because I think he went there so he could have sex with her. That's how I feel. I think he went there so he could have sex with her. So he dressed a certain way. He put oil on his body. Did the very least because he only ordered 3 drinks. And if it costs $20, all you spent was $60. Right. And off that $60, how much were you tipping? Like how much you give her? Right. So I'm like, you've done the bare minimum. But then you think that's going to guarantee this young lady spend the rest of the night with you, like, because you came there to have sex with her? You're stupid as hell. He's very stupid. So I'm like, Chanel, good for you. Right? Good for you. Like, no. You're crazy.
I had to do a little bit of research, look him up on Instagram, see what it was, scroll all the way to the bottom, see if there's any girlfriends that I might have missed. And I did my little research, and the next day I went in with a clear head. Like, okay, let's just have a good time. I wasn't expecting nothing, but I just knew he was fine.
And you know what's so special about this story? She never saw him as a husband.
But why would she? She met him at a bar. What is he doing that's giving husband energy? He's a player. He's a football player. He's coming there he's half naked, full of oil. He's ordering pineapple juice and Patron. What about him? What about that? And what about his energy gives husband material? I'm like, she has the right to see him as a good time because he's not pulling up on some husband energy. So I'm like, yeah. And I think she was like 25. So I'm like, yeah, she has the right to say, okay, let's just have fun because you don't look serious. I don't know if you guys, do you get me? I'm like, to me, you're not coming here on some husband energy, right? You're not. So if you're letting her work, you're not trying to buy the bar or like do something meaningful that she can, like, you know what? My shift is over. I made enough money. I can go home now, right? You're not doing any of that. You're doing the bare minimum and she's still working, right? Like you're comfortable with her working and servicing other people. So to me, you didn't come in here with husband energy. So why would this young woman say, oh yeah, when I saw him, I'm like, yeah, that has to be my husband. She doesn't know the person. She doesn't know him. So I'm like, yeah, to me, it makes a lot of sense. I don't know you. Now, if I get to know you, oh yeah, maybe one day I could see myself marrying this man. And to me, that is way more reasonable than a guy comes in and because he's fine, oh, he has muscles and he looks good. So she should say, oh my gosh, yes, that's going to be my husband. No, because it takes more than looks to be somebody's husband. Now for him, it seems as though his bar is as long as you look good, you could be my wife, whatever that means. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, there's nothing he's doing at the bar that's giving husband energy. He's just coming in here like, oh yeah, I'm a player. I play for the Jets. Like, hey, you know what? Like nobody cares. No one cares. But at least if you come to the bar and you buy out the bar or you have a meaningful order at the bar that, hey, she made her night, or you say, hold on, how much are you expected to make tonight? Okay, you pay whatever that is. Then she's like, oh, damn. Okay, I guess I don't have to work. Okay, to me, that gives husband energy. But otherwise, it doesn't. Oh, that's a young man who came to the bar. He looked good. So I'm going to spend time with him and get to know him. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense to me. That makes a lot of sense to me. But you can't just order pineapple juice and then expect someone to be like, oh, yes, I think I met my husband. What? That's crazy. No. That's insane. Mm-mm.
She always saw him as just a fun time.
It never gave, yeah, this is going to be my husband. I can't.
I agree. Yeah. Because how would you even know that? I'm so confused. Good job, Chanel. Good job.
And lie and say that. But I was like, we're going to have a time. We're going to have a good time.
So for me, it was, I wouldn't say right off the bat the romance was there, but the
Okay, you see how full of shit he is? You see, not because his feelings got hurt. So now he's saying, he backtracking. Because initially he said, when I first met her at the bar, the aura gave, that's my wife. But now that Chanel said, well, when I met him, it didn't give husband energy, right? But because he looks good and he's young, I said, yes, we're going to have a good time. Which to me is, she's not putting you down. It's not condescending. It makes a lot of sense. She doesn't know you. She just met you, right? You got to do husband things or more serious things for her to see and say, you know what? I could see myself being married to that man. But any man, I'm like, well, she's a very pretty girl. Do you know how many pretty guys or handsome guys she sees every day at NYC? Like, come on, be so for real. Okay, you're not the only person who looks like that in New York City. So if every time she saw a guy that looks just like you in NYC, and she said, yeah, that's gonna be my husband, we would have to put her in a cuckoo home. Okay, because at this point, you're like, you're batshit crazy. Okay, right? So she doesn't know you to say, oh, I knew he was gonna be my husband, right? So you said when you first saw her, the aura gave, that's wifey. But now because she said what she said, he's like, oh, well, you know, off the bat, the romance wasn't there. Which one is it? Right? Which one is it? Because now you're realizing that what you felt for her, she didn't feel the same for you. Right? Because I'm sure, y'all, you should see her on Instagram. Maybe I'll show you her Instagram. I'm a girl like that. A girl like Chanel, I'm sure she gets accosted by a multitude of men. So attention is nothing for her. She's not attention deprived, right? Attention is nothing for her. Now maybe you don't get enough attention, which is why you showed up all greasy and oiled up to a very casual event, doing the most like you were going to some nightclub. It's an after work kind of thing. Put some clothes on, right? Put some clothes on. Hey, Mimi, what's up, my love, right? Put some clothes on. But you're mad because whatever you thought you was giving, nah. You thought you ate? Nah, you did not. You were much, okay? So she's like, yeah, you look good though, but it's not giving husband material. Because how can she assess that? You ordered pineapple juice at the bar, okay? So I'm like, Chanel, good for you. And this dude right here, he ain't shit. So now he wants to backtrack and make it seem like, yeah, I wasn't into you like that myself because the romance wasn't there. So it was just lust. So you came there thinking that your body was going to impress her. You're going to buy 3 drinks, pineapple juice in your sippy cup. And then she was going to be so taken aback that she's going to be like, yes, I'm going home with you tonight. And then you trying to have sex with her. With your dumb ass. With your stupid ass. Okay? With your stupid ass. So she's like, no, I'm not going anywhere with you. And she said the next day after she did her research and she had a clear mind, then she's like, okay, I'll see you later. I'm like, good for you. Because you don't allow anybody to just rush it up. Nah, give me my time. Let me do my research. And actually, let me think about it in the morning. Because in the morning, I might be like, you know what? Maybe it was the alcohol. Maybe you're not that cute. What do I know? Right? But I think it's really good. I'm really proud of Chanel for that. Because I think it's really good for women to say, I need time. Back it off. You know what I'm saying? Back up off of me. Right? Let me do my own research. Let me look at this from a level-headed, sober mind to see if it's not the alcohol playing with my head, right? I think it's very shiesty for any man to even meet a woman, especially when liquor is involved, and take her home because you can get a lawsuit. She can accuse you of rape when she wakes up in the morning because she's not sober and she barely knows you, okay? So shiesty, I don't know. I mean, I do know, but it's shiesty behavior.
She was.
Yeah.
Right? For me, romance is something that's a little bit more mature for me, and I have to be more intentional about that.
So romance is intentional, but calling a woman your wife is spontaneous. You sound like you're full of shit. You are full of shit. And I can see why she took 7 years to marry you. Because at first I thought he was the one dragging his feet to marry her. But I can see why he's very immature. He is very immature. I need to know his birthday. He is very, very immature. I mean, I hope their marriage lasts, but what do I know, right? But I'm like, you're not a man. You don't stand by what you say. Because when the video started, you said when you first saw her, it was giving wifey energy. And now because she didn't reciprocate that to boost your ego, oh yeah, as soon as I saw him, it gave husband, because then she'll sound like a bird. Okay? So that's not what it was. So now you're saying, oh, romance, it came later, and romance is something I have to be more intentional about. Okay. But calling a woman a wife the first time you see her, that's spontaneous. Wanting to go home with a woman you barely know, that's spontaneous. So you can have random sex with people, but for you to give your heart to someone, then you're going to be more intentional. You should also be very intentional before you decide to have sex with someone you barely know on the first night. Because what if she has AIDS? Right? What if she has AIDS? What if she's also like part of the rainbow? What if that's not a man? That's not a woman, that's a man. Okay? You barely know the person. So why do you want to have sex with a woman you just met? You don't value your life. Also, when you're part of the NFL, don't you people have to do like STD testing and stuff like that? Right? I can see why you didn't make it. I can really see why you didn't make it.
In order for me to do that, and I learned how to be romantic through this relationship, right?
Okay, see? So that tells you, he says he learned to be romantic in that relationship. She was 25 when she met him. So I don't know, maybe he was 25, maybe he was slightly older or slightly younger. So up until then, you didn't know how to be romantic because you were a young man who just engaged in lustful encounters. You meet people, you have sex with people. You meet people, you have sex with people. And you see, this is why a lot of women, myself included, always tell other women, just because a man is having sex with you does not prove anything. Here it is. Okay? Exhibit 1. Right? So he said, up until he met this young lady, he was not romantic. But do you think he was a virgin? Okay? Do you think he was practicing abstinence? You think he was going around wearing a chastity belt? No, he was not. Right? So he was having sex with random people where he was not being intentional, where he was not being romantic. That's why you can be a man that has a crazy roster and you still don't even know how to make love. Yes, I'm going to say that. We're all grown over here, right? You can sleep with a lot of people and yet you do not know how to be romantic, right? You can have sex with a lot of people and you're not great in bed. Okay, you can sleep with a lot of people and you don't know how to make a woman orgasm. You just have sex because you have selfish sex. The sex you have, it only pleases you. It does not please the other person. Why? Because you don't even know the person. And it's really hard to not be selfish when you're having sex with someone when you barely know the person. The more you know the person, the more you love the person, you're more likely to prioritize that person also having an orgasm during intercourse. Does that make sense, you guys? Right? Y'all grown. Some of y'all, everybody's over 18, right? Cool. Right? And that's why most women also you don't just want to be casual sex for people because you're not going to enjoy it. Because you're not going to be a priority because he doesn't know you. And he doesn't know you enough to make you a priority. He doesn't know you enough to make your body a priority. Doesn't know you enough to make your pleasure a priority for him. As long as he has what he wants, he's good. Okay? So be very careful. Clock it. Okay?
You know, it was chemistry.
Think about that, bro. She only saw him as a fun time.
Yes.
And not really a man that she sees as a husband.
Yeah.
And he looked past all that.
Yeah.
And he still made her his wife.
Yes.
That's a different type of determination. Matter of fact, there was even a time when she pretty much left him. Or should I say, they went on a break. And my man still stuck through it.
We had a conversation one time where we expressed each other's the feelings to each other, but it was very like surface level, you know?
Yeah.
And then before our relationship even got to like flourish, we just stopped talking.
Yes.
You get what I'm saying?
We can't forget the break part, right? Because the break that we took from speaking, no communication at all. Yeah. That was a period of 8 months of no talking. So we dated for 6-7 months.
Yeah.
We dated for 6-7 months when he was in New York playing football. And then I'm going to just be transparent for myself.
Go ahead, please.
To my ladies and say that I was living in New York. I just started my career as an occupational therapist. I wasn't going nowhere. I knew that this man was here for a period of time. And so the initial vibe of the whole situation was just like, just have fun with it. And that's what I did. And so I prepared myself mentally to exit the situation.
So she tried to sabotage the relationship.
I didn't try to sabotage the relationship.
Okay, you're just an idiot. Okay, hopefully you get what she's saying, right? She knows he plays football, and one thing about football players, they can get traded. All of them can get traded. Professional athletes can get traded, especially with football. You can play for the Jets today, and right before the season starts, you end up somewhere in Florida. Who knows, right? So she's saying the way she had her mind made up, she's going to stay in New York City. She's going to live in New York, work in New York, just blossom in New York City. You're just here because you play for a team. It's not that you have a real attachment to the city. So I'm not going to be fully invested in this relationship when one day you might have to leave. That's number one. Number two, you're a professional athlete. So the way you pulled up on me when I went to the bar, oh, good. The way you pulled up on me when I went to the bar, you probably pull up on lots of girls who go to the bar, right? If you're a professional athlete and you're young and you're single, it's not crazy to think that you have a roster. So I can see why there are a lot of red flags, I guess, that even I would say, is this really someone that you want to take seriously? You're waiting by the phone. You're planning your life. Oh yeah, one day will be. No. And also, I will also say that for him not to have that kind of self-awareness, like, you know what? I might get traded. She's right. She has more attachments in New York City than I do because I'm only here for the team, right? But she probably has her family here. She works here. She does that. She has no intention and she has no reason to leave New York City, right? Also, I'm a professional athlete, right? We have a reputation. So is it fair for this young lady to put all her hope in one basket, thinking that I'm going to be a faithful man and I'm going to marry her and I'm going to go see her family? No, because once again, the way he pulled up on her at the bar, the way he carries himself, the way he orders, the way he handles his money, nothing is giving that this man wants something serious. I do believe that the way a man also carries himself can let a woman know he's very serious. It can let her know, okay, I'm a priority, right? He could potentially have a roster, but it doesn't seem like he has one. He has one. So if she was not comfortable or confident after 6 months of talking to you, you also have to look at yourself. You also have to look at yourself, right? Because the way Chanel is, I'm actually glad, actually, because I really do like her. The way Chanel is moving, actually, for me, I think is very prudent. Because with athletes, you got to be very careful. That we're not talking about an engineer. We are talking about a professional athlete, right? Who likes to go to bars, who likes to pull up on people, you know, and I'm sure he follows a lot of ladies on Instagram. So how do we know he's not out here doing this every night? And also, when you met her, you wanted to go home with her that night. So we know you're promiscuous, right? You're not a serious guy. Because at least if you had came to the bar, you talked to her, you got a few drinks, got to know her, and then maybe you asked her out, like you asked for her number, and then maybe you reach out to her like a day or 2 or 3 days or a week later, then that's a different kind of energy, right? But when you come to a bar, you order pineapple juice in your sippy cup, right? And then you want to have sex with someone the same night, is giving fuckboy. Do you guys get me? You get me, right? So I can see why she wouldn't take you seriously. I know I wouldn't take you seriously. Right? Because you don't come off like someone who's serious. Because serious people, oh Maverick, serious people do not try to take people they just met home for the night. That is weird. Right? You got to move like a gentleman. It's, oh, hey, it was nice meeting you. Give me your number and maybe I'll call you back tomorrow. Or I'll call you back during the week and then we can go out to eat or something like that. Right? Trying to actually, I guess that's why I see why he said he wasn't romantic, right? Because he just wants to have casual sex with people. Because if you are a bit more romantic, you can see how it's kind of weird to want her to go home with me. Because then what does that say about her? What does that say about her? So if you say, oh yeah, that's my wife, okay, then would you not want your wife to be the kind of woman also that says no to people? Right? But why would you want to take her home that night? That is weird. That is not respectful. But if you are more respectful, you have more self-awareness, and also you're more intentional, like you're more romantic and stuff. Give me your number. I'll call you during the week, and then we can make plans so we can spend time together. So I can get to know you a little better, right? Because you're not going to rush to have sex with her. It is weird. It is really weird. So I'm like, what's her name, Chanel? Congrats to you. Congrats to you. A man can't just come and say, oh yeah, I play for the Jets. Oh yeah, take me home. No one cares. Right? I need to take my time and I need to get to know you better. What in the world? You are crazy.
relationship.
She tried to
I mean,
self-sabotage
I guess looking back at it now, I was 25 at the time. I just graduated with my master's. I have a full-time job, bartending on the side. Like I'm hustling, I'm moving around, weighing my options, and I'm not leaving New York. Like that was the thought process. So I knew that he was going to leave, and I wasn't going to put myself in an emotional space for a man to uproot me and take me out of my comfort zone. Right now, at that time, it was no.
There are little things people do where you try to use that thing as a basis of why you shouldn't talk to this person anymore, right?
Well, you're trying to gaslight someone. That's not gonna work. You're narcissist. Okay, so right now he's gaslighting her, but I'm like, what she's saying here is not inconsequential. If her entire life is in New York, why is she gonna be emotionally invested in a guy she met at a bar that plays football and at any moment can get traded? And there's no guarantee, because in those 6 months, did you ever try to meet her family? Did you ever try to meet her parents? Did you ever try to meet her people? Right? What did you do to make her feel as though, don't worry about me playing for the Jets and where I might be 6 months from now because it's really solid? I feel like that's just me. I just feel like as a man, you got to make her feel more confident in saying this right here, or you being worried about me getting traded is not consequential because here's how we can make it work. Or you meet her family, you meet her sisters, you show up for a barbecue, right? Okay, this guy is serious. Like he really wants to make something serious. But if in the 6 months, all you do is just want to see her, be with her, be around her, have sex with her, yeah, she has the right not to take you seriously because you're not moving like somebody who's trying to build something serious. Do you guys get me? Ladies, you get me, right? Hopefully you understand me. Okay.
Right? Yeah. And that's what she was trying to do. So she was trying to use.
That's what I did.
That's what she did, right? Any little thing she would try that really didn't have no merit when you really think about it. But I'm at the time I'm emotionally intelligent enough to understand what she's doing. So I said, okay, yeah, let's do that. You don't want to talk to me? All right, cool.
Yeah.
You see? Yeah, shit. Because it was all about sex. If you really, not just like the guy from Dear Future Wifey, right? The same people who tell you, oh, you're gonna be my wife. As soon as there's a challenge, right, they get cold. They go cold, right? But if you felt like when you first met her, it was giving wifey, if she's feeling scared, you're going to make her feel not scared because you think that's your wife. Or you just go, like when you walk around New York City, you think every woman is giving wifey energy? Because I would assume, that's just me, I would assume that when you say, when I first saw you, it was giving wifey energy, I would assume you're being sincere. That's number one. Number two, I'm going to assume that you understand that a wife is sacred. Like you can't just walk outside and see a bunch of wifey material. It's usually quite rare. So therefore, if I feel as though this young lady here is really my wife, like God has convinced me, but God didn't, it was a Patron. But let's say it was God and it was real, the Holy Spirit and not the Spirit, right? The Mexican tequila, right? You would say to yourself, she really is my wife. So if that's how she feels, let's talk about it, right? What's scaring you, right? And what can I do for you not to be scared, right? Because I truly think you're the one. Right, but the moment she says, "Well, I'm scared," that's that's the case. Then okay, then cool. Don't want to talk to me? Then don't talk to me. And then he has the unmitigated gall to say he's emotionally intelligent. Sir, you're not. You're remedial, right? Because if you had real emotional intelligence, you would understand why her fears are valid, and you would also have self-awareness to say, maybe I'm not doing enough to make her feel secure in the way that I see her. You understand? You cannot be mad at someone if someone is unsure of what position they hold in your life. It means you have not made it clear enough, right? If somebody is dating you and somebody feels like, you know what, he might break this up tomorrow, you might want to check yourself. If somebody feels like, you know what, if he gets traded, he is capable of forgetting all about me, you might want to check your energy, right? Do not gaslight people's children. You're not that smart. And also, you are not the smartest person in the room. I don't like that. Because an emotionally intelligent person would have said, what is scaring you? Let's talk about it. And also, what is it I can do to make you not scared? So, okay, this is what's scaring you. This is how you would like for me to make you feel not scared. Cool, I heard you. All I'm saying is give me 30 days, give me 60 days. Matter of fact, give me 90 days, right? And if you don't see any improvement, then let's talk again. But I promise you, you'll see improvement. You see what I'm trying to say? That's how you talk to people. That's how a serious person is going to talk to you. They're not going to make you think you're crazy for having legitimate fears. No woman is crazy for believing that a football player can have a roster. That's not her being crazy. Okay? No woman is crazy for not only believing that, not only do you have a roster, but whatever you say to me, you might say to somebody else. You might go to another city and find somebody else. So explain that to me, right? It is your job, given the fact that you are the man, given the fact that you are the professional athlete, given the fact that you're the one that has the reputation for being a loose ass little slut, okay? You are responsible for making people feel secure, right? Because also Marlene, if I knew an athlete also, I would look at him all kinds of sideways. Like, yeah, you people can't be trusted. Because it is known that athletes are professional sluts, right? There you go. So if she does not feel like, oh, I'm confident or I'm secure, I have nothing to worry about, you're not going to make her think she's crazy for doing that, right? You're going to have to look at yourself, because then you say to yourself, I must not be doing enough for her to feel like I am really serious about our relationship, right? And maybe if I do have to move, you won't have to, maybe you won't have to move. You can travel, this and that. But if moving is really a hard thing for you, you probably won't have to move. We can figure things out. But for you not to validate how she feels and to say, well, if you don't want to talk to me, then I guess that's that. Which means when you talk about all this wifey shit, it was bullshit. You thought it was going to impress her so you could have sex with her that night, right? And then she's going to chase you all over the place because now she wants a ring and she wants to be a wife. And you realize like, oh, I guess she's not that easy to get. She's not that easy to scam. No, she's not. Like, you're crazy. You are really crazy.
I call your bluff.
None of that really matters because he still put those things behind him and married this woman. He still saw her as a wife from day one.
Because she makes more money than him. And I even think now she has more money than him also. Let's see this video. Hold on.
And she looked exactly how she looked online. She had the same type of just aura. And I was like,
Oh, what was my aura?
It was given wife.
Oh. My name is Chanel.
I'm Duke. We've been dating for 6 years now and engaged for 3 months.
Yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. Back in 2017, I'm bartending. This was my side hustle. When you are bartending, you want to tell people to like pull up on me. So I posted the flyer and I was like, meet me here.
I had just got signed to the New York Giants, right? So I was in New York for a couple of months. My homie came to visit. I was like, yo, let's go do something. And then I saw her flyer and I was like, oh, look, before we go to wherever we going, let's stop at this place. I knew she was going to be bartending. I didn't know who she was. But I said, you know what? We need something to do. This girl right here just posted this flyer, said she was going to be bartending at this place at this time. I like it.
This is like an after work event. Again, it's not a club. I'm bartending. I'm doing my thing. And I see these two gentlemen come through the door. The shirts are buttoned up to here, chest out, oiled up. It was a lot. It wasn't given after work.
I just pulled up at the spot and I saw her and she looked exactly how she looked online. Right? And she had the same type of just aura. And I was like,
oh, what was my aura?
It was given wife.
Oh, I don't think you ever told me that.
It was giving wife. I can't tell you that at the time. Oh, okay. But anyway, so I saw her at the bar and I said, yo, can I get a Patron pineapple? Mm-hmm. And, you know, she did her thing. She mixed it up. And then I took it, went to go mingle some more. I came back, yo, can I get round 2? Patron pineapple. Did the same thing. Now I came back for round 3 and I was like, yo, can I get she was like, Patron pineapple.
That's when I started to warm up, but still being professional. I'm working, I'm getting paid to do this job. He's cute, but like, we're not about to do nothing else.
Yeah, so when she said Patron pineapple, I was just like, oh man, I got her.
That's the bartender twang though. That's how I was getting my tip.
Nah, because he wasn't giving nobody else attention.
Okay.
And when she gave me the drink, I said, thanks for inviting me. And she's like, what?
I would call me all up.
She's like, what do you mean? I said, thanks for inviting me. You said, pull up on you, come see you. So I came just for you. And she was like,
pressure.
When I came back, I got the number. We linked up the next day. Yeah, from there, it's just been like.
From there to here.
Yeah. Thankfully for me, it worked. Otherwise, I would have came off as a stalker. But if you see somebody you like, man, you better pull up. I gamed her up. I put her in the bag.
And the rest is history.
Let's see this video real quick. You
got your alcohol?
Now I do.
Come on.
We can get away. Oh, please.
at DUKE.
We actually dropped our very first video.
I'll walk you through the story of how we fell out. We met in 2017 in May. If you don't know the story, we're going to post a link. So we meet, everything is good, talking for like 6 months, 7 months, and then everything just goes,
real fast.
everything just goes,
0 to 100 real quick.
It went from 100 to 0. That's what
That
it went,
part,
100 to
that
0
part.
real quick. So
Oh God.
we're going to just kind of tell you about that.
Disclaimer, this story, it makes my heart beat a little bit faster because to me, it's a little bit crazy. And, I was a little disappointed in how things ended with us, disappointed at myself and disappointed at him. But, at least we're able to reflect on those moments.
Okay, so let's fast forward to November. Thanksgiving is coming up, right? I'm not going to ask you to come home with me for Thanksgiving because Thanksgiving is more of a, it's your official girlfriend, official boyfriend, official couple thing, right? So I didn't want.
Do you guys see the inconsistencies in this guy? Y'all need to go find his birthday for me. What's his birthday? I'm gonna go look at his Instagram. Do you see the inconsistencies? So you say when you first met her, it was giving wifey energy. Okay. Then why she can go home with you for Thanksgiving? This is how you realize like people are just full of shit. I don't know if it's American culture. I really do not know if it's American culture, but people have a tendency here to get so exuberant that they say things they don't really mean, right? Don't say to somebody, oh, you have wifey energy, if you don't even understand what it means to be a wife. If that word doesn't really mean anything to you, don't say stuff like that. Right? Don't say things to people you don't really mean. Just like telling somebody, oh, I love you. No, you don't love the person. You barely know the person. Okay? Don't say things you don't mean. Like when you speak things, when you say words and things like that, you need to truly, truly be intentional. Right? June 16th. So what is he, a Gemini? Well, I thought he's going to be a Libra. So what is he, June 16th? Does that make him a Libra? Make him a Gemini? Hold on. Because my gosh, this dude is a lot. He is a Gemini, right? Okay. I was going to say Libra, but there you go. He's a Gemini. I'm like, but you know what? Though I'm going to lie. Oh my gosh. It makes a lot of sense. Okay. No, he doesn't trust himself. It has nothing to do with her. He doesn't trust himself. You know what I'm saying? Yes. Jen is laughing because she knows she gets it. Okay. I'm like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Okay. I even say that to James all the time. Why does your yes mean no and your no means yes? Like, what is wrong with these people? But it really is a sign. It truly, I'm talking about this, right? Gemini people, they, especially men, like they really struggle to make up their mind. Like, what do you want, you weirdo? What do you want? Oh gosh, Maverick. Oh Lord Jesus, okay? My Lord, right? But don't say things you don't mean. But to me, if you say, oh yeah, it gives me wifey energy, okay, cool, get married. Take it to see your family. What's the problem? You had 6 months. You had 6 months before we get to Thanksgiving, right? You had 6 months to get to know her. Okay. So yeah, she can go meet your family. It's over. Oh, you still want to sleep with other people? Well. Let's get into it. Okay. Let's get into it. Why can she go meet your family? You said that's your wife, right? So it's over. It's a wrap. Right? Do not say things you don't mean. I really can't stand that. I truly and honestly cannot stand that. Do not say things you don't mean. Don't say I love you to somebody if you know you don't really, you know what I'm saying? Don't say it. Don't say, oh my gosh, that's my wife. Don't say it. Because to me, I feel like people say things like that to lead people on. But if you had 6 months before we got to Thanksgiving, you should have been like, okay, yeah, you're my wife. We're going to get married and you're going to be my family. Because once you meet your family, you can't bring nobody else. Right? Once you bring your family, it's official. Right? So you're telling her she wifey energy, but deep down in your heart, you don't want her to see your family because that really makes it official. Right? I don't like that. It's very deceitful. I don't like stuff like that. It triggers me. Okay? It really, really does trigger me. And the thing is, he does not trust himself. She's not the problem. She never said, oh, come marry me. She works at the bar. She's trying to have people come to the bar so she can make her money. So she posted a flyer. She never said, come marry me, come whatever. No, if you want, you come. You don't come. It's not a big deal. He's the one who shows up. He's the one who starts calling her wifey. He's the one who wants to take her home the first night. He's the one who wants to see her the next day. she's not asking for shit, right? She's not asking for shit, right? She didn't even say, oh, I'm looking for a husband. She's like, no, I'm 25. Okay, that's not gonna happen. Okay, she's not thinking about being somebody's wife. He's the one that's leading with all this traditional babble, but then don't want to really step up and be traditional. And I'm saying I don't like that shit. Because if you don't really see her as your wife, don't say that. And that's the same thing with the other guy from Dear Future Wifey. I'll play it later, right? He saw the girl. Oh, that's my wife. He starts calling everybody. That's my wife. That's my wife. In less than a week, she's doing Bible study. Within 2 weeks, she's baptized. It went so fast, right? Then he flew her entire family to come to Chicago to meet her dad, his dad, the bishop, right? They baptized her entire bloodline. Then she starts working for the family, starts having babies. She's at the hospital. She pushed the baby. She just pushed the baby out. Then he looks at her and then he says to her, I want a divorce. Can you imagine? And that's what I'm saying. I hate people who do that shit. Like, I hate men who meet a woman and say, oh, yeah, because she's attractive or she's my wife. Because they're hot and they're cold. And that's the thing I cannot stand. Even Jesus can't stand that. Right? What is this? When you first see me, you're super hot. Then when it's time to actually be serious, now you want to be like, you want to be cold. I cannot stand that stuff. Like, it's crazy. It's really, really crazy. So, yes, take her home, meet your family. And that means you can't bring anybody else. Yes. Because you said that's your wife. So let's start doing stuff that's serious. Like, you're crazy. I hate stuff like that.
I didn't take it that far. Plus, I knew she was going to spend time with her family. Probably like a week and a half before I went home, we had a conversation, a really extensive, transparent conversation, right? A vulnerable conversation we had, right? About what we would like to see each other do better,
Yes.
right? And she told me, yo, I would love for you to be better at communicating. I feel like when we're together, it's all good. But when we're not together, I can't read you. I don't know your intentions. I'm not the type of person to...
What I tell you? He confuses people, but he's a Gemini, so that's it. What I tell you? Like, these people are crazy. I don't know what her sign is, but girl, you need you an Aquarius bestie, okay? You need you an Aquarius bestie.
Just like dismiss what you're talking about, you know, because I cared about her at the time. And I said, okay, cool. You know what? That's fair. And I can do better. I'm like, all you have to do is tell me something one time and I'm going to try to put it into action. Right?
Yeah, I suppose.
I suppose.
At the time when we were dating, things were just a bit different. Like, I'm not gonna lie. For one, I was still getting to know him. You know, although we were having so much fun, going out to different restaurants, spending weekends with each other. We even went to Jamaica. I just feel like I knew this person in this one light.
See, and can you take you can take her to Jamaica, but you can't go take her to see your family. You see, they want to pose as traditional people, but they are not traditional. They're a bunch of pagans. They've lived in America for too long. They've adopted white American liberal culture for far too long, right? And that is my issue with a lot of young Black men today, is that you're not traditional, right? You are also not honorable. That's going to be a thing I have to talk about. A lot of young Black boys, young Black men out here, you lack honor. You don't have honor. You don't have integrity. Your yes is not yes. Your no is not no. Your yes means no. Your no means yes. You're no different than these women who take back consent. You're no different, right? But how can you go to Jamaica with a lady you barely know? So you can go to Jamaica with her, but she can't meet your family. I will think, meet my family first. If my family approves, then we can go to Jamaica. What do you guys think? Tell me if I'm wrong. Right? Because I'll tell my son the same thing. Do not mislead people's children, because your mother's also a woman, right? And whatever you're doing out there, ask yourself, would you like it if someone did the same thing to your mother? If the answer is no, then don't do it to somebody else's daughter, right? But to me, it will make more sense to first go meet the family. You meet her family, you meet her family, she meets your family. If both parents approve, okay, you're a decent human being, Now it's like, okay, because if I really do like you, right, we know we're both going to get blessings on both sides. But if you start you go to Jamaica, you do this, all the sex. And then when it's time to, now you want to go see mom and dad. What if mom and dad say no? It's a lot harder. So I feel as though before it gets too serious, it's a lot better to get blessings from both sides, right? So that as the relationship does progress and it does flourish, everybody's going to be excited. Like, yes, this is what we wanted. Oh my gosh, we love Chanel. Over here, oh my gosh, we love Duke. Yeah. So you feel more comfortable falling in love. Because then you don't have to worry about, oh, what if my mama don't like her? So then make sure your mom likes her early on. What if my dad doesn't like him? Then make sure your daddy likes him early on. Because it's a lot harder to get people to like people if they ain't shit. But you already did too much with the person, right? And this is why, y'all, let me sit down for this real quick. This is why I say that when it comes to this dating game stuff over here, a lot of black boys out here, a lot of black men out here, they don't have honor, integrity, and also they're not traditional, which is why this whole shit right here is such a fucking mess. Because men today, black men today, even if they come from Nigeria, I don't care. He's been here long enough. He's probably born here, so he's part of it, okay? When you as a man do not honor tradition, you are part of the reason why we have such a deranged ass culture, deranged ass community, because men are supposed to create the culture, create tradition. And what the woman do, she sustains the culture and she sustains tradition, right? But how can you go to Jamaica with a young lady that you're not even sure your mom is going to like? So your mom don't mean shit to you? Your daddy don't mean shit to you? Right? But then you want her to be consumed by you. No, she's right. I have not met your family. And that maybe because Chanel is Jamaican. So to me, she's a lot more steady. Like, I like her mind. And I'm so glad because I really do like her on Instagram. So I thank God that she didn't come off like a bird. And I really thank God that she didn't disappoint me. Right? But I'm like, I like that. Because I'm like, as a Jamaican girl, like, you got to be like, hold up, wait a minute. You're about to slow down, right? You gotta be anchored. But I'm like, if I haven't met your family, you say one thing, but I haven't met your family, I don't take it seriously. Because you don't even take yourself seriously. Because if you don't want me to meet your family, then honestly, most likely your family somewhat means something to you. So if I meet your family, you're gonna have to try harder for us to work. So that's why I say he doesn't trust himself. So why would she fully give her heart? Now I understand why she's like, no, because you might leave this, and I understand because I'm like, he is now being consistent. And I'm gonna tell you this, that can really be a problem with Gemini people. You know, they really do struggle with that. They struggle with making up their minds. Trust me, I'm married to her, right? She's a Virgo, you see. So they're more like family minded, right? But Gemini and Virgo is interesting. My mom's a Virgo, her little brother is a Gemini, but I'm telling you, these two, he just threw her life upside down. That's a crazy people. I think they're funny to me because a lot of my people are Geminis, right? But it's not an easy people to deal with. Because if you didn't know any better, you would think they were bipolar. Seriously, if you didn't know any better, you would truly think they're bipolar. Oh, Maverick, right? And they don't mean harm, but you might not mean harm, but the confusion you're causing people can be hurtful to people. And that's also, I will say, when you deal with air sign people, Libra, Gemini, Aquarius, right? We also have a tendency of doing things to people where sometimes we can make people feel insecure. Because even myself, I can see how, sometimes you don't really let people know that they mean a lot to you because we can be so consumed by our own thoughts, being stuck in the air all the time like this, that you forget that people need more consistency from you. People need more clarity from you. Because I will tell you this, Jimmy and I, me being an Aquarius, him being a Gemini is giving a Gemini, right? Shout out to Outcast, right? But I'll tell you this, 2 air signs being married, you guys, it's a lot of mind games out here. But I just think it's funny, right? But for other people, I can see how it really is not funny. It can cause them to have anxiety, panic attacks, confusion, this, and that, right? Because you're looking at a people that really do enjoy playing mind games with people. And I can say it's fucked up. I ain't gonna lie. I can really say it's fucked up. That's why I always tell you, even when you're dealing with Aquarius people, be very careful because Aquarius know how to be manipulative. There is something about air sign people that really ain't shit. I can't even sit here and lie, right? Libras also. Like, we really have a problem. So I will say, when you're dealing with other signs like that, you need to be a bit more serious. Okay, you got to be more clear. You need to be more concise. You need to mean what you say because for them, they don't know that you're in your air sign bag and you're doing all kinds of weird shit. It's not fair to other people. Okay, it really is not fair to other people. Yeah, they're really they're so damn confused. Like, they're just a bunch of weirdos, right? So I'm like, it's not okay. Because he's very ambivalent. I thought he was a Libra. I'm like, Gemini also makes sense though. But I'm like, child, you're doing too much. And I feel like for someone who's a Virgo, that's an earth sign. So they're a bit more anchored. you know, because they need to know. Oh, you know, so like I feel like we enjoy philosophy a bit more, and I feel like earth sign people, they're more practical. They need to know, what am I doing tomorrow? What am I doing the day after tomorrow? Like us over here, we enjoy the mystery of like, I guess I'll find out what happens tomorrow, right? But not everybody can live like that. And when you decide to be in a relationship with someone, you got to be mindful. What might be okay for you might give another person anxiety, right? You living on the edge or wherever, you know, wherever, you know what I'm saying? Like wherever this leads me, that air sign shit does not work with a lot of people. And that's why most air signs people are not good for relationships, right? We're really not good for relationships. Like we're really not, because it can be very selfish. And it's like some people, especially if you decide to be with an air sign, some people need routines. Like they need to know, what about tomorrow? What about this? What about that? Right? And that's how they have comfort. You just like to live life on the edge of your thoughts. It's like, no, that's not going to do it for me. Because even me, I had to have self-awareness about that. You know what I'm saying? I did. I really had to have self-awareness about that, right? Because if you're not self-aware, you could hurt people. And you could give confusing mixed signals to people. And I'm like, that is not fair to another person. That's just not fair. All right? Don't do that. But he's an air sign. Yeah, I can.
When things are good, but I really wanted to know the second layer of him. I wanted to peel him back a little bit more. That part was missing for me. And whether or not it was attributed to him holding back or me in my head as a woman, I don't know.
Man, whatever.
Thanksgiving time comes. He's in LA.
Whatever.
He's in LA. Nice. First of all, when one thing that I felt that was like, whenever I wasn't around him, like I just didn't feel that connection. When we weren't around and each other's physical presence, it was on and popping. It was cool. It was just like a fairy tale.
She said I was nonchalant.
Yeah, super nonchalant. Just like, just two different people. It was scary. First of all, he lives in LA. I live in New York. We're at the opposite ends of the country. How are we ever going to make this work? So I was creating the narrative a little early that this
she was sabotaging us. She was sabotaging us without me doing it.
Yeah. You see how these guys like her? He's a Gemini. These people are crazy. They are truly crazy. You see how you guys like her? And he knows because it's not the first time he's heard this. When you deal with Gemini, y'all, there are truly two people in there. Like there's James and there's Jimmy. There are two people in there. And also depends what time of day you're talking to him. There are two people in there. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. It is, and I'm sure we'll see with Maverick. I'm sure one day we'll have Maverick and we'll have Master. It's gonna be two people in there. And then you just, I don't know, based on time of day, you'll see which person you get. Right? But he knows himself. But he needs to make it seem like she's the one who's crazy. She ain't crazy. Because Marlene, because I have integrity, I can co-sign. He's ambivalent. That's how they are. There are two people in there. Like sometimes it's yes, then it's no, then it's no, then it's yes. Ask Jimmy if he's hungry, he'll tell you no, but he's hungry. Ask him if he wants this, he'll be like, no, I don't want it. But he wants it, I'll just make it for him. If you ever ask him if he needs a thing and he says no, give it to him. He'll eat it. That's just what he does. He'll say, like, it's just a thing. No, I'm fine. No, I'm fine. The whole time he's starving. I'm like, why are you like this? Just a thing. So I'm like, just give it to him. Yesterday I got up and I went to get some food, right? And then so I came back and he was like, oh, give me some. I said, okay. So I asked him, do you want more? He said, no. I'm like, are you sure? He said, no. I said, okay, I'll just go get you some. So I went and got him some. And guess what? He ate it. I'm like, there you go. Okay. This is how it is. But you just have to know these people. But this is who they are though. It really, I mean, to me, I find it somewhat interesting, but I can see how for other people it can get annoying. Okay. But that's it. But I can see how for her being a Virgo, it can be frustrating. I really can. It can be very, very frustrating. And maybe that's why air signs should stick with each other and then not go bother other people's children, right? What do I know, right? But yeah, don't do that, dude. That's fucked up.
Anything, right? So she was like blocking her own blessings, right? A week before Thanksgiving, I took what she said and I'm applying it, right? I'm hitting her up first. I am making sure I'm following up with my text messages. I'm trying to call her. I'm trying to FaceTime her. I'm just being active because I care. First day I'm in LA, I'm like, what's going on? How you doing? How's, just active communication, right? She gave me like dry conversation. I'm like, damn, like, what's up? Like, she gave me like real dry ass communication. Like, we haven't spent the last, couple months together doing everything together, right? I'm like, like something's just weird to me. Very minimal conversation. Thanksgiving comes. And I was like, you know what? Today's Thanksgiving. Let me see if she initiates conversation with me. Nothing. She don't say nothing to me. So Friday comes and I'm like, yo, what's good? What you doing? She gave me some bullshit excuse. I said, yo, I'm about to FaceTime you. I FaceTime her, bro. I'm FaceTime her. She ignored that shit, bro. I'm out right now at the mall. I'm gonna hit you
Well,
back.
you remembered.
She said, I'm out at the mall right now. Yeah, I remember that.
Babe, what you know?
I FaceTime her at 9 o'clock. It was 9:24 a.m. So it was 12:24 New York time, right? I FaceTime her. She ignored that shit. She texted me back probably like an hour later talking about, yo, I'm at the mall. I'm gonna hit you back when I get home. I waited all day for the FaceTime back. She ain't hit me back. You know what she did? She texted me the next day talking about, hey, what's good? As soon as she texted me, hey, what's good? I was just like, yo, I don't want to text. You know, I FaceTimed you. You said you want to FaceTime me back, and I'll play that shit. So as soon as she said that, I was like, okay, cool. I said, hey. She said, how was your Thanksgiving? I said, it was cool. And then she said something back, and I just left it at that. And then I flew back to New York and didn't say nothing to her.
Biggest mistake that he could have done.
I came back, a whole week passed, and she didn't hit me up, or I didn't hit her up. On a Saturday, she hits me up.
This sounds like two people with big egos. It's the perfect package for failure.
Nah, I had no ego.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Stop.
Okay, I had an ego, but I still put myself out there, and she wasn't even like.
Because I felt like he was going back to LA. Probably had some situation over there too. So do what you got to do. When you get back to New York, holla at me. Like your ass though. So I'll explain my logic about the way I was moving. I think that as a woman, you know, you can sense that.
And you see how he didn't deny it. You see how he didn't deny it. She said, oh, you went back to LA and I felt like you had a situation there. You see how he didn't deny it? He's just like, you see how he didn't deny it? People are something else.
Like somebody is kind of like.
Oh,
And I just, at the time, I felt like he was. Like, I was like, oh, he's cool. He's chilling. We vibing out when he's in New York. He goes back to LA and it's going to be a different story. So whether or not that was me in my head, that's how I felt. I acted like, whatever, okay? I'll see you when you get back type of thing. Clearly, that was like a lot of miscommunication, uncertainty. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. I said what I said, though. And that's how I felt. But looking back, I could have done a little bit better with communicating with him during that time. Either way, he gets back to New York, you don't hit me up. You in my city. Hit me up. Stupid. So I'm like, hey, stranger, long time no speak. Something like that.
She says, hey, stranger, a week and a day.
Oh, you are ODN.
I'm really good at this, right?
Whatever.
So she says, hey, stranger to me a week and a day after I FaceTimed her, and she didn't FaceTime me back. I said, stranger? I'm the stranger? She said, yep. She said, don't act like that's not appropriate. I was like, all right, cool. Well, I guess I'm a stranger, right? And we had like a little banter. And she says, like, just let me know one thing.
You still want to do this. Whatever the hell this was, you still want to do it. Because we've been doing this for like 7 months. So what are we doing?
And I said, you know what? I would love to continue to talk to you, but I don't think we should.
Woo!
I said, yo, just like that.
Press my button.
Yo, you know what? I would love to continue to talk to you, but you know what? I don't think we should. At that point, I just felt like she wasn't serious enough for me, and I was just like,
And I felt like you was a dub. So what up? Whatever.
I was like, fuck. At that point, I felt like I was doing all the things right. I was checking up on her. I was being present, being transparent. For whatever reason, she just.
This guy, how old is this guy? He's so childish. I'm like, that's the bare minimum. This right here is just the bare minimum to have a relationship. Like, that is just the bare minimum. Like, don't you check in with your coach? You don't check in with your teammates. Like, this is so basic. This is basic stuff. This is really basic stuff. Very, very basic. I mean, she's already married to him. But me, I would have told her, sis, you can do better. This guy's very immature. He is very immature. He doesn't know how to lead. He doesn't know what he wants. And he doesn't know how to take charge. Okay? He's very immature. Very, very immature. Very immature. Very, very immature. I am bored. This is very childish. And I'm like, how old are you again as a man? How old are you? Right? This is a waste of time. I really need to start coaching people. Okay? This is crazy.
Created this narrative in her head of why it couldn't work or why it was bad. And I was just like, man, I'm not about to play this game with you.
Don't put it all on me. It was a miscommunication on both ends. I knew at some point that Duke was going to go back to Los Angeles.
Right.
And there was never a conversation about what was going to happen with us. So I'm waiting for him to like have this conversation about taking next steps. After the conversation that we had, when I asked him, what are we doing? All I remember was I said, lose my number, period.
See, I have good memory, right? So I remember this conversation vividly. Yo, do you think we should continue to talk? And I was like, yo, I would love to talk to you, but no, I don't think we should talk, right? And then the next text that came through was like, okay, yeah, I feel that. Something like along those lines, like, I feel that, right? Mm-hmm. And then I said, right, this is crazy. Then I was like, she said, y'all kind of been feeling the same way. And then I looked at it, I was like, all right, cool. Like, she understands, we understand. Then I said,
we can still be amicable.
I said amicable. You remember?
I said, what the
Yo.
amicable?
Yo.
I said,
Wait, hold on. I said
being amicable.
Yo,
Lose my number.
I did say that.
Amicable.
I was
You
like,
pulled out a word from the dictionary.
Yo, I was like,
shut up. Stupid. Amicable.
She said, you say you want to continue talking to me, but you say like we shouldn't continue. And she's like, do me a favor, lose my number. Thanks for wasting my time. She said, hey, do me a favor, lose my number. Thanks for wasting my time. I was like this. This is my thought process. I was like, oh, she from Brooklyn.
What you thought?
Oh, she couldn't.
Honestly, Chanel, I'm not trying to be mean, but this dude is immature as fuck. This guy is extremely immature. Like, you're too beautiful to entertain stupidity like this. I don't have time for this. Like, I'm like, you didn't ask him exactly what do you want? Like, where are we going? So you went to Jamaica without even having all this stuff sorted out with this kid. Like, he plays too much. He plays too much. He really plays too much. And I'm like, and the reason why he plays too much because you allow this man to play too much. You need to go. Like, what is this? I don't talk about this. No, I'm not playing. No, my anxiety could never.
And to keep her composure. Oh, okay.
Keep composure.
Oh, I was like,
my feelings are involved. Ain't no composure.
I was about to text her back like, yo, what are you talking about?
and I was just like, you know what?
And that's the response that I was looking for.
And you know,
so
I was like,
with that said, everything went down the drain after that conversation. I might have drunk texted him another night, like a month later.
She was trying to come through and get that late night.
Stop.
So yeah, that's how we ended up splitting up.
Yes.
After she sent that lose my number text, I just kind of listened to her, right? And and that was that for 8 months. You know what I mean? I think
Sheesh. I think that's actually a good time to let this story time resonate with you guys because that was a lot for us. I mean, it even took a lot for us to even get to a point where we're able to share that on camera to thousands and thousands of people. We don't know who this video is going to reach, but we hope that this story time can have some sort of connection with you, whether you can relate to it, whether you agree or disagree. We want to hear all your thoughts. So make sure you comment down below in the comments. Tap that notification button as well so that you are always subscribed to us. And
I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that, I don't know.
I just put up.
Maybe a lot of ladies just don't have options. Okay. Let's see this part. 30 minutes though. Oh my gosh, this is crazy.
Yo, what's the deal? Y'all hope all is well. I'm Duke.
And I'm Chanel. Welcome to our channel.
With these two, I've always felt like they got together because they love how they look. Like, you look good, I look good, and we have great sex. But I'm like, two bird brains together. Like, I don't know. I just felt like it's a relationship that is just based on looks. You train, I train. You look good, I look good. Baby will make pretty babies. That's it. That's that. Is there any substance?
Ooh, I'm excited for this episode.
Y'all excited?
Do y'all know what we're talking about? Well, you probably know by the title, actually, but today it's going to get real juicy because this is a highly anticipated video that you all have been waiting for. And if you haven't been keeping up with us, I'm going to just bring you up to date. So we posted a video on how we met, and then we posted a video about how we stopped talking for 8 months. But what we haven't spoke about is how do we get back to here? So I think we're ready to give them the inside scoop.
Right now, stop this video, subscribe to this video.
Oh, yes.
Make sure you tap in with us, subscribe, comment, let us know where you're from.
You know what comes to mind? Have you ever seen that meme that says, don't let your boyfriend stop you from meeting your husband, right? I feel like wasting 7 years with this guy, she really missed out on her real husband. This guy's a clown. This dude really is a clown. He is a clown. Because I feel like, I don't know, when I see her, I feel like she should be with a man that's way more mature, way more established, way more accomplished, right? And I will say this is why ladies have to be very, very careful having sex with people early on. Because if you become, by a dusty, you know what I'm saying? You're going to try to make it work because you like the sex. And if you sleep with him too early, right, you're not going to make good decisions. You understand? Right? Because she was having sex with him. I guess she was having a lot of sex with him when they first met, so she couldn't think properly. Then she agreed to go to Jamaica with him. Oh yeah, she makes more than he's a dusty. He's a bum. He's a real dusty. Okay, he's a bum. Okay, and you can hear he's incredibly immature, and you know he hasn't changed much. Like, let's be so for real, right? She entertained his foolishness, but I'm like, seriously, when they say do not let your boyfriend keep you from meeting your husband, that's what comes to mind. Because I'm like, this young lady here, for me, what I feel in my spirit is that she should be with somebody way more mature, way more structured, a man that has a bigger vision, a man that, you know, he knows what he wants, he goes after what he wants, he accomplishes things, right? Not a podcast bro and this and that. It's just, it's overwhelming. I'm overwhelmed. I really am.
All right, let us know where you're tapping in from. And also let us know if you've seen the How We Stopped Talking video and How We Met video. All right, because this is going to give you a lot of context to how we got here.
Yes, and we actually also celebrated our 3-year anniversary. We've been kicking it for 3 years now. October 8th. That's your word, and I just took it. Yeah, we've been kicking it. We've been officially kicking it for 3 years now, and we celebrated our 3-year anniversary.
That's right.
So this is just a real timely, sexy vibe that we put together to talk about how we got to this point.
Yeah. So what's up? You want to set us off?
Wait, first of all, I need y'all to grab a drink because it's about to get juicy.
Okay.
Let's get into it.
And they drink a lot. They love to drink, huh? They drink a lot. They're always drinking something. Y'all drink water? Damn.
Okay, so where we starting? Where did we leave off actually? What's the last thing you remember? What happened when we stopped talking?
Well, I remember last sending you a text. I was out. I always text you when I'm out at night. Like it'd be the liquor, and at the time it'd be the Hennessy. But so I remember being out one night, and I texted him, and I was like, "Hey, are you out? Are you in the city?" I think I said something like that, and he texted me back. But he was like, "Oh, I'm with some friends right now," and I was like, "Leave your friends."
So for context, right? So you guys, if you're a new viewer, you shouldn't be watching this unless you watched the previous episodes. But what happened was in 2017.
Oh, we gotta give dates, right?
Right, in 2017. This is when we first started dating, right? And towards the end of our fling, or I guess we call it, towards the end of our fling, we kind of stopped. We just stopped dating, right? But like 2 months after we stopped dating, she still wanted to get like a last hoorah type deal, or where she actually said she wanted to kind of like patch things up.
I did,
right?
I did because
I guess 2 in 1, right? She wanted the hoorah, and she wanted the conversation, the closure, or the opening conversation.
Because I usually get what I want.
So it's early 2018 at this point. It's January, right? I'm in New York, getting ready to come back to LA, and I haven't spoken to her in 2 months. And she texted me out of the blue and was like, "Hey, like, what's going on? Like, what you doing?" Or I'm like, "Yo, I'm actually going to a birthday party tonight, and then going to link up with some friends." And she said, "Okay, cool. Well, like, the last time we spoke, we didn't end on bad terms. We didn't end on good terms. So I think we should like fix that, right?" And I'm like, "Okay, cool." I'm like, "Okay, cool. Let's do that. I'll hit you, when I leave here, right?" But I can't make no promises because I already, I'm in motion. I'm in the streets already. My homie's in town, so I already got plans. Although I did like her, she can't just like go out of my life and then come back in my life thinking that we just gonna pick up right where we left off, like it wasn't nothing, right? And what's that?
Nothing. Keep going.
Like I said, right? She thought we was just gonna I was gonna drop what I had going on and just like.
Respectfully, you could have finished what you was doing and then make plans with me. But
okay. That's fair. So anyway, that didn't come to fruition, right? Long story short, right? We don't have to get into like the details of that night. Long story short, I didn't end up seeing her, right? She wanted me to see her that night, but I just didn't end up seeing her, and then that was the last time that we had ever had any communication for the next.
He bores me. I guess you think of what life would look like after kids. He looks easily bored. Yeah, he's just like yeah, he's just, I don't know. I don't feel like she married the right person. I feel so bad for saying that. But I feel like he's really immature. But I feel like she enjoys having sex with him, so therefore she thinks he had to be her husband. Because I'm like, so far, I'm not trying to be funny, but we haven't heard, "Oh, we enjoy doing this together. We went to premarital counseling. We share these common interests," right? It's mostly, "Oh, text me. We're having sex. She comes over. We go to Jamaica." It's like, but what exactly made you guys say, "Hey, we need to be together. Like, we have these common interests. We want to build a life that looks like this. I want to build a life that looks like this. You want to build a life that looks like this." It's like, where's the stuff here that's actually meaningful? I'm trying to get to the meat of this, but I'm like, I feel like this is more so a relationship that was built on physical attraction, right? And sex. And also it's like, well, I've invested 8 months, so maybe I'll just stay here. It's like, okay, well, my football career, of course, they got to put on a show for social media, right? My football career is not going anywhere, so I'll just stick with your ass, right? But I'm like, I don't know, But yeah, I feel like if you're an influencer and you have over 1 million followers, I feel like you got to put on a big wedding because it's like the show stuff and everything like that, right? But it's like, why are these two married? What's their purpose? Working out and having 6 packs? Like, you have a 6 pack, I have a 6 pack. It's like, what are y'all even doing?
8 months.
8 months. All right, so that was January.
Then we spoke again in July 2018.
That was January, but the last time I saw her, I should say, was in November. It was in November.
November
Yeah,
2017.
November 2017. The next time we really spoke, had a conversation after that was July 2018.
Yes.
Okay. And then you want to pick up?
Yeah, because
Go ahead.
it's my time.
Yeah, go ahead.
So just so happened this day, I'm out with my girls. It's my friend Ashley's birthday. It's my best friend. And we're lit. We're having a great time. Hennessy all night, okay? Hennessy shots. And for whatever reason, Ashley always was fond of Duke. And
Wow.
I think that her thing was that y'all look so good together.
Right.
Like she would always say that to me. And I was like, it's not about looks. Everything that glitters isn't gold.
Right.
And, but he was a good guy. Like I knew that I kind of like said something I shouldn't have said to him.
What's one of those things though? Because
Why are we doing that? Why are we doing
before
that?
you
Because this is about how we reconnected. I don't want to, I'm triggered.
Okay, but what'd you say?
I told you to lose my number.
Okay, wait, what else you say? You said lose my what?
Lose my.
You said thanks for wasting my fucking time.
Oh yeah, okay, that.
You said thanks for wasting my fucking time.
Why you always doing this? Get your head on my back.
You gotta paint the picture.
They saw what was said in the previous video.
Okay, cool.
Okay, we coming on a high note.
She said lose my fucking numbers. Thanks for wasting my fucking time. So what I did was like, okay, well, like I respect her word, so I took a step back.
Listen, I just want to put a disclaimer.
Yeah, because he was seeing other people. I don't know. I feel like he was seeing other people. No, he wasn't serious. But she's like, oh, my friend Ashley told me y'all look good together. Okay, Ann. You see? And I'm like, because I don't know. To me, so far, it seems like Chanel, she was a party girl. She drinks a lot. They seem to enjoy drinking a lot. Every video, they're drinking alcohol. When they first met, it was at a bar. She was the bartender. He was asking for drink. So I'm like, you people take T-Pain a little too literally for me, right? But there's a lot of alcohol. There is a lot of drinking. There's a lot of sex. There's a lot of flesh behavior. And there's a lot of exercise. Like they enjoy working out. But I'm like, what else do you guys do? What else do y'all do? Like, what else do you do? Right? So then her friend says, oh my gosh, I'm fond of him because he looks good. Okay, and is he even financially stable? What does he do? Because I'm like, he played football for the Jets. Then he goes to LA. Is he playing for a football team in LA? What exactly is he doing? How does he take care of himself? How does he make money? Does your friend ask you about that? Because yeah, he can look good, but can he take care of your friend? Like, oh yeah, friend, you and this guy look good together. But can he financially take care of you? Like if you guys were to have a family, can he take care of you? Right? No. Because a lot of girls hang out with other birds. And birds are not going to help you to have the proper kind of mindset and ask the right questions you need to ask to make sure if you marry someone, are you going to be financially okay? Right? But I'm like, what does this guy actually do? Because like to me, not to be offensive with it, I mean, it's her husband now, but I just felt like he gives fuckboy energy. He gives extremely immature. He doesn't know what he wants. He's just here for a good time, a fun time, lots of sex, right? He says you give wifey, but if you call, okay. If you don't call, oh well. If you tell him not to talk to you, he ain't gonna talk to you. Like this dude is a clown. He's just a clown to me. He's very immature. I couldn't do it.
New York girls, we real cutthroat, real thorough, and New York men usually receive that type of energy. He's a Cali boy, and I didn't realize it until I said it, and I was like, oh, I'm not getting my way. Like he's not receiving this energy.
When you say receive energy, what does that mean? Like
because New York men usually like that's what they do. Like out of here. I'm not gonna lose your number. You know, it's just
fight back type.
Yeah, it's like that's
argue back type.
Yeah, okay. That's just the vibe that we usually be on. But you were different, and I appreciated that, and I realized that after some time. So back to July 2018, out with my girls. Ashley's birthday, we lit, and Ashley happened to ask me for whatever reason in the club, like whatever happened to Duke, and I was like, why do you keep asking about this guy? Why do you keep asking about this man? And I was like, you know what? Let me text him. Let me see if he's gonna respond. So I actually deleted his number. So I had to go through my FaceTime calls. And because he had an LA number, I knew that like 323 or 818 was one of his numbers. I think it was the 8181. And I went to the FaceTime call and I texted him and I said, hey, Duke, this is 2 o'clock in the morning, East Coast time. I figured he's in LA. It's about 11 o'clock. It's not too late.
Okay, so this is the second time, as far as we know, that she's texting this man drunk. The girl's a mess. I'm not trying to be offensive, y'all. The girl's a mess. So you can't have conversations when you're sober. You have to be drunk at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning to message people. You need therapy, sis. You need therapy. Okay? This ain't cute.
But it's kind of too late to be hearing from someone after 8 months at that time, or whatever. I didn't really care. I was just playing games, right? Oh. Text him. A few minutes later, I got the text back. Can we cheers to that?
Cheers.
That's how I call that one a rebag. I bagged him back. Because at that point, if you're answering me after all these months, I knew that there's some chance that we could, reconnect.
Is that a rebag or a bag? Because that was the first time bagging, so that's going to count as a rebag.
Well, you bagged me, and then I rebagged you.
So you can't rebag something you never bagged in the first place.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So I bagged the bag.
Okay.
Whatever you want to call it.
Return the bag.
I returned the bag. Reverse.
Okay, reverse.
Hit you with a reverse.
Okay.
Yeah. So do you want to pick up from here?
were
What did you say?
Then what happened? Go ahead.
Okay, so it was a real platonic conversation, and I can't remember the full details of the conversation, but I just remember him responding, and he was like, "Hey, Chanel."
Oh, she's drunk at a club, drinking all kinds of Hennessy. She decides to text him at 2:00 in the morning, New York time. So it had to be what time? Like 11 o'clock in LA. So because he responded, so therefore that means, yeah, we're back together. This girl is cute. You're so cute. Okay, this is so adorable. Girl, why would he not respond? He enjoys having sex with you. Why would he not respond? If you have sex with a woman and you enjoy having sex with her, and then you're very pretty, so he has sex with you, he enjoys having sex with you, you're very pretty. If you're now texting him drunk, why would he not respond back? Right? But that does not mean that, oh, we're officially back together. He could be with someone else. But I'm like, her also, I don't know, her mind is like, on it. Like, girl, yes, Mavi.
Oh, and I think I might have said long time no speak.
Talk all your shit. Talk all your shit right
I really don't remember the text. I don't remember the text, but I'm sure you do because Duke has great memory.
Okay.
But I know that it was a platonic conversation overall. There was nothing crazy coming from the conversation. We ended it on a note where it was like, "Bet let's catch up tomorrow or let's catch up later in the week" type thing. But I just felt like the energy from that conversation, even though it was a small amount of energy, I was like, there's some potential here. Like we might be able to talk again and patch things up, and maybe I might see him again. Who knows? And that kind of kickstarted everything.
Yeah.
That kickstarted everything. After that night, the next day we spoke on the phone. Did we speak on the phone?
I think so. Maybe I don't know if it was the next day, but I think maybe when I got back to California.
Yeah, so he happened to also he wasn't even in Cali at the time when I texted. He was in ATL because during the conversation he did tell me that he was out at the club or something. And so I was like, damn, I guess he probably knows I'm kind of lit right now, and that's why I texted him. But I don't really care about all the details of that. I was just like, my friend mentioned him, I texted him, and it was just that. It was simple. I know that if I get a response from him after all this time, that there's potential for us to have a conversation.
Right.
I can't say that I texted him back looking for anything. There was no intention in the text. It was 2:00 in the morning. I'm lit with my friends in the club, and it was just like, "Did you go text him?" Yeah, I'm texting. So that's how it was, literally.
Okay.
But everything that happened after the fact was, over time things got more intentional and turned it up. And I know you about to try to kill me with your little timeline because you remember things more than I do.
I'm not trying to kill you, baby.
But I'm gonna give you the floor.
Okay, so
because I want to hear.
Okay. So before I jump into my part, you guys go ahead and subscribe to our channel. Hit the subscribe button. Make sure you tap into everything, so you never miss any of our posts, man. We're trying to grow, get the word out about us and share what we got going on. So help us out, man. Hit the subscribe button.
And if you guys can relate to any of the moments that have happened so far, please drop a comment down below. Talk all your shit, okay?
All right, so let's take it back a little bit. All right, let's kind of talk about that gap. All right, so we stopped talking in November essentially, right? Then didn't pick back up till July, like you said, right?
July 2018.
In those 8 months, there was absolutely zero communication. There was no communication, no banter, no text, no
Instagram,
nothing, right? We live on two opposite coasts, so it's very easy to stay out each other's way.
Remind you, she went to Jamaica with this man. So we know they were having sex out there. You had sex with this man, you went to Jamaica with this man, you swabbed saliva with this man, maybe even had unprotected sex with this man. What the fuck do I know? Because y'all drink so much, right? But my thing is, and then y'all just wake up one day, you don't talk for 8 months. I'm like, that's crazy to me. Okay. You went to Jamaica with someone that you could wake up one day and not talk to for 8 months. What if he had killed you in Jamaica? Right? Then you come back, you really wanted to talk to him, but you don't want to be honest enough to say, you know what? I miss this guy. I want to talk to him. So you wait for Ashley so that you can use Ashley as a Trojan horse and the alcohol. But, it's not that I really want to text him. Maybe she did. They're in LA, do all kinds of weird stuff, right? So it's like, you wait for Ashley, you wait to be drunk, you wait to be in the club. So the only reason why I texted him because it was a truth or dare. Girl, you're not a serious woman. That's also very immature, okay? You've been one to text him. So I'm like, just text him. But now come to find out, when you were texting him while you were in the club getting drunk, he was also in the club in Atlanta getting drunk, right? So y'all just some party animal people. You're not very serious people. Right? So like you're in the club getting drunk. He's in the club getting drunk. Right? They enjoy drinking. I've noticed that. Y'all like to drink. You need to have a lot of attention. I've already told y'all this. I think most influencers are narcissists. Okay? I think even if you go on her page, yeah, it's fitness, but it's way more than fitness. It's like the ass, the titties, whatever. It's like you got to be a narcissist to build your page like that. I think he's also a narcissist because the way he showed up at the bar, his muscles, his t-shirt's completely out. He has oil rubbed over him 4 or 5 p.m. during the day in New York City, doing a little too much. It's like 2 peacocks in a relationship. Okay. So I'm like, I feel like I'm looking at 2 narcissists. So and this is why maybe their relationship feels very superfluous to me. It feels very surface level. I don't know. I've been listening to these people and I don't feel like there's any depth to these people. Like, why are y'all even together? Like, why are y'all together? Like, what's the purpose of your relationship? Why are you together? I don't know. I do not know. Right? But I do feel like they behave like high school people, and this is very childish because you're either going to be together or you're not. You're going to have a conversation or you're not. And also, maybe you got to stop drinking so much. Stop drinking. Maverick.
We didn't have any mutual friends.
Nope.
So
Well,
it was
good.
literally, it was literally like this person was someone you're dating for some time, and then absolutely like nothing. You know what I mean? It's
Which is crazy.
It's crazy that it's actually that's an actual thing. That's normal. But so I'm in Atlanta, and
Which was in Atlanta?
at the time there was this flag football tournament that the NFL. Well, there was like
Babe, it's okay. I was being.
I'm just not paying the details for that.
Okay.
But that's not important. It's not important.
I don't think so.
Okay, cool. So I'm in Atlanta, right? And I was out, and I was with O, and Candace was out there, and we was at this club, and I get a text, and it's like, "Hey, Duke." All right. So it says, "Hey, Duke." I know Chanel's number, right? Why do I know a number? Because
Wait, so you deleted my number too?
I told you I deleted your number. You know I deleted your number.
Wait, what?
Stop.
No, I did not know that.
All right. So look.
Why would you delete my number?
Lower your voice. Lower your tone. Lower your tone.
You can get
Lower your tone.
okay.
Lower your tone.
Wow,
So
that's
listen.
crazy.
So listen, because back in
I think I remember that.
Back in November, she said lose my number,
Oh, God.
right? So
you actually listened.
So me, like if she tell me to lose your number, like all right, I respect that. So I lost her number, but I had 2 phones at the time when we were dealing with each other.
So this is after you. Do y'all hear that? Are y'all paying attention here? So this is after because he already had what he wanted. He got what he wanted. But see, after she slept with him, she picked up feelings. Because he wanted to have sex with her. The reason why he went to the bar was to have sex with her. That's why he went there. All this, I thought you was my wife, all that bullshit, yeah, whatever. He went to the bar that day because he wanted to have sex with her. So the moment he's already had sex with you, if there's any issue, you don't want to talk to him, he doesn't care because he never loved you. It was all physical. That's what he said when he came and he saw her. He said, yeah, she looks just like what I see on Instagram. Like, you can see ass, titties, ass, all that kind of stuff. He went there and he saw exactly what she looked like. Okay, that's a real product. He wanted to have sex with her. He also took you out to Jamaica. Probably had all kinds of sex with you. You probably gave him all kinds of blowjobs, all kinds of nasty shit without even having. And I'm like, you gave your body to this dude, and y'all were not even official. Girl, it's giving birth. But anyways, right? So when you say delete my number, it's not a problem because he already got what he wanted. Y'all get me? Right? Do y'all understand me? He already had what he wanted. Because she slept with him, and maybe he ate her out. What do I know? But she had sex with him. But because she had sex with him, she picked up feelings for him. Exactly. She picked up feelings, which is why we always say men and women are not the same. Men and women do not engage with sex the same way. And when they have sex with people, they don't leave the whole sex thing with the same perspective, right? For a man, it's just sex. For a woman, it's way more than that. And now you're like, well, is he having sex with somebody else? This and that. So when he would go to LA, it made her feel away because she gave her body away to that man. And most likely she gave him a blowjob, multiple blowjobs, actually, right? So she feels away. Understandable. We're going to break this down, right? But he doesn't mind losing your number because when she said, lose my number and thanks for wasting my time, right? He actually goes and deletes her number. He doesn't even say, she's just mad, she drunk, she playing, whatever. Like, are you crazy? I'll talk to you tomorrow. No, he goes ahead and he deletes the number, which lets you know she was replaceable. He wasn't stuck on her because his main goal going to the bar that day was to just have sex with her because she's pretty. And he's a football player. And he wants to say, okay, I went there, had sex with her. Just like Julius Caesar, right? Veni, Vici, I came, I saw, I conquered, right? Yeah, he had no intentions. But when they went to Jamaica and they had sex, she picked up a lot of feelings for him. And that's why she said, you wasted my time and my vagina. Because now you got +1 body. There you go. Right? And that's why she's out here drunk texting him because she's stigmatized. I'm like, this is making sense to me. It's making a lot of sense to me. It's making a lot of sense to me. But I'm like, why would you delete her number? You've been talking to her for almost like 8 months. And you just, because she told you, like y'all think about this, right? Men should know girls will say things they don't really mean. But as soon as she says, delete my number, you just go right ahead and delete her number. You've been trying to get rid of her, which is why we're saying we think you had a situationship in LA. right? And then when he went to Atlanta also, how much you want to bet in that club in Atlanta he was chasing ass? Which is why she says, oh, you don't have to explain it, because she don't want to have to hear it. Because she had caught feelings for him. He didn't have feelings for her goofy ass. Okay? But I'm like, girl, you are insane. You are truly insane. How can you go on a romantic trip with someone where you two are not officially official? You are crazy as hell. And then you went on a trip to Jamaica with that man without even seeing where he stays, where he lays his head in LA? Girl, you crazy. You are really crazy. You're batshit crazy.
Right. And both phones would receive a message. And one phone would show me her name and the other phone would show me her number. So I used to see her number, the visual, all the time. Right. So I knew what her number looked like. So when she texted me 8 months later, right, first of all, there's only a few people that have a New York area code that I had relationships with at the time. And so when she texted me, she was like, hey, Duke, right? I said, what's up? Like, it was just like, yo, it wasn't like,
real cordial.
It wasn't like, no, hey, where you been? Or, damn, like, look who's texting me. It was just like, hey, Duke, it was like Chanel. It was like, Chanel, what's up? It was like,
you see? And imagine this is after you slept with somebody and you gave him a blowjob and then he hit you with the what's up? Oh my Lord. Oh my God. I hope anybody watching this, that this serves as a lesson to you. Do not have sex with people. Especially don't have sex with people until you people are actually official. Because you're going to do all of this and give somebody the guac 3,000 or 5,000. They're going to turn around and say, what's up? Like, what? What's up? Right? Because, okay. Right? People ain't shit. Okay? Yeah. Like seriously, he doesn't care. Because he got what he wanted. He's a very unserious person. He is seriously unserious, okay? Seriously unserious.
That was like my excitement. And it was just like that.
Was you excited to hear from me?
Of course I was excited to hear from you.
Why?
Because we had unfinished business.
What? Where's unfinished business? You look at her, she thinks it's cute. Girl, it's not, girl, shut up. We had unfinished business, such as what? More sex. You think unfinished business? Oh, I have a ring waiting for you. I have my family waiting. Look at his face. Look at that evil look he's giving her. Right? This dude he just be scheming. I don't know. There's something untrustworthy about his ass. Look at her. She think, oh, look, he loves me, girl. He's a Gemini. Be very careful.
You deleted my number. So you would have been cool if somebody else would have swept me off my feet.
It's your story, my story. It's your part of my part. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Be nice.
So she texted me, right? Hey, Duke. And I'm like, yo, Chanel, what's up? And she's like, I forget like what kind of conversation it was, but it was something like, yo, like I was thinking about you, or just seeing what you're up to. I knew she was drunk because it was like 2 a.m. right? I didn't ask no questions, but nonetheless, I was happy here.
Cool.
I was happy, right? But I was out, so I was just like, yo, like, I'm not in a place where I can text on my phone right now, but like, I was happy to hear from you. We spoke for like 5 minutes. Boom, boom. Thank you, ma'am. All right, I said, I'm gonna hit you probably tomorrow or the next day. So I hit her the next day. We caught up, and then
did we speak on the phone? Do you remember?
I don't think we spoke on the phone initially. Probably text. Chanel was not a phone or FaceTime person. She was a texter, and I was a phone FaceTime person.
Yeah, I think I'm still that way. Right, I still don't like FaceTime, but I actually prefer you to call me now.
Right. So I was texting and stuff like that, and then it was late. It was mid-July, I think. Mid-July. We talking. I'm like,
no, because Ashley's birthday is more towards the end of July.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So when we first
no. Her birthday's in the beginning of July, so it was later. You're right. You're right.
So when we actually started speaking, by the time we actually like really started speaking, it was like, okay, like everything is all good, and I think we did address some things on the phone about how we ended, right? Because I wanted to get straight into that and talk about.
Yeah, you did.
Hey, before we move forward, let's just get this out the way, right? That was gonna be lingering. So we talked about that, and then after we got that out the way. And when we did talk about it, it was all good. It wasn't like, no, why you still bringing this up? Or like, it was just like, we're just adults.
Yeah.
We spoke about like
a lot more mature.
And when we got that out the way, her birthday is August 27th, right?
Yeah.
At that time, I knew her birthday was coming up. So I asked her, what are you doing for your birthday? Right. And she was like, I don't have no plans. And then she sent the little eyes emoji. She was like, why? You trying to do something? Right?
Because I'm trying to see you.
She said, yeah.
I'm trying to see you in person right here, right now.
She was like, why? You trying to do something? I'm like, actually, yeah, I mean, shit, my homies is going to Mexico for a group trip. So if you want to roll, let's go. How that sounds? She's like, I'm down, right?
And it was perfect because at the time I was working for the New York City Department of Education and we had summers off. We still got paid.
Right. So she's like, I'm down. Right. So I booked that flight. That flight is going to Mexico on the 24th or something like that, right? But before we go on that trip to Mexico, we got to make sure things is all the way right.
I think I should pick back up here.
Okay, go ahead. Come on, pick it up then.
Cheers, though. You did good.
Pick up.
It was accurate. He didn't tell no lies. So picking it back up, he booked a trip to Mexico. And I'm like, before I go to Mexico with all his friends and everything, I need to make sure that we still got this connection, this chemistry. I think to make sure everything is still hitting the way it was back in 2017. So I decided, I was like, I think I offered to come to LA.
Yeah, you left.
I was like, I'm off of work right now. Like, I'm trying to come see you for a few days. Let me pull up to LA, whatever. Bought my ticket, flew out there. We arranged a date in the beginning of August. And I flew.
Wait a minute. Slow down, sis. Slow down. Say again.
Back up. He books a trip to Mexico. And I'm like, before I go to Mexico with all his friends and everything, I need to make sure that we still got this connection, this chemistry. I think to make sure everything is still.
Okay, so when she's talking about chemistry, is it sexual, like sexual energy? Because I don't hear anything meaningful here. What does chemistry mean? Sexual energy? Okay.
Hitting the way it was back in 2017.
See, I was in there. See, they were having sex. It was sexual. I'm like, I don't know. Me, I'm sitting here, Bernie, and I'm like, these two, yeah. Their relationship is extremely sexual. They're like really physically attracted to each other. And then they had great sex. Maybe he ate her out. She gave him head, whatever. And so that's what's in her head. But I'm like, why did you marry this man? Why did you spend 7 years with this man? Like, what's the purpose? And I'm like, it's getting bird brain. I don't know. Like, damn, I'm bored. Now listen.
So I decided, I was like, I think I offered to come to LA.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, I'm off of work right now. Like, I'm trying to come see you for a few days. Let me pull up to LA, whatever. Bought my ticket.
Okay, you see? A masculine woman. She's a masculine woman. She is promiscuous. She's extremely promiscuous. And I'm gonna tell you this, right? People think body count does matter, but you see this? Okay? Let me tell you all. You know, some of y'all, Janet, Brittany, Val, you know, God brought me out here to be your big sis because some of y'all, you need me. You need a big sis, right? And this is why your big sis always says body count, it matters, right? She drinks a lot of alcohol. That's a no-no, right? She drinks a lot of alcohol. Do you see why yesterday I said to y'all, drink water, drink the green smoothies and this like that, right? Right? Oh, I'm young. I can drink. No, you cannot. You're going to be an idiot. You're going to burn your brain anyways, right? Alcohol is not good for you. It makes you fat. It slows you down. It destroys your brain. If you value your brain, do not drink alcohol, all right? So that's number one. She drinks a lot. She's a party animal. So because she's a party animal, she's less likely to have a sisterhood of friends that are actually intelligent girls. Because most girls who are intelligent, they don't want to drink all the time. Okay? They don't drink all the time. And they also don't go to clubs. You got to be a certain kind of woman to be past the age of 25 and still be clubbing and drinking and twerking. Okay? It's getting weird. But birds flock with other birds. Okay? You hear me, right? Okay, cool. She's promiscuous. It's very easy to have sex with her. Very easy to have sex with her. And he felt that she wasn't a challenge. You get me, right? It's very easy to have sex with her. She is not a challenge. So that's why this Gemini here, he ain't shit. Because he got bored. He got bored real quick. And she caught feelings real quick. Okay? The thing about these air sign people, y'all, you gotta give an air sign all kinds of puzzles. That's why I told y'all. Remember I told you guys, I said Lupita and that white man, it wasn't gonna last. Did I not tell you that? Okay? Did I not tell you that Lupita, hold on. Joshua, there you go. Okay? Okay. Remember when I told you, Kevin's not here, but remember when I told you guys, I said Lupita and this white man, their relationship was not going to last. Why did I tell you that? Because Lupita is a Pisces and Joshua is a Gemini. And I said he is going to get bored. I said he is going to get bored because she's not going to be intellectually stimulating for a Gemini. It's a people who play lots of games. Even Kanye, he got bored with Kim. Kim is not intelligent. She bores him. Anything repetitive with a Gemini, they get bored. It's a people, they have a short attention span. They get bored quickly. They get bored extremely quickly. Even Trump, how many wives did he have? 3 wives. Probably all kinds of cheating. What do I know? right? But it's the people who get bored quickly. And I said Pisces, she's not going to have the intellectual aptitude to keep this man interested in her. And guess what happened? He left. Not because she's a bad person. He got bored. Right? I'm telling you, it's the people who enjoy challenges. You want a Gemini to love you, don't make their lives easy. It bores them really quickly. And you also got to be a very intelligent woman. Or you got to be an intelligent man. I don't know. But if you're dealing with a Gemini man, you need to be interesting. You need to be a challenge. You got to challenge these people. And like, I'm going to tell you this. When it comes to Gemini people, especially Gemini men, I will tell you this. You got to challenge these people intellectually and sexually. Because if you think, hey, if you think that being with a Gemini, all it's going to take is sex, baby, he's going to be going. Okay? Lupita's very pretty. So was Jody. Okay? And so you can't say, oh my gosh, the first wife. No. We go from Jody to Lupita. Everybody fine AF. Okay? I'm trying to get my body to look like their body. Okay? But the thing is, it's the people who get bored really quickly. They get bored very, very quickly. Right? And so you can see Chanel, she's very repetitive. She gets drunk. She'll text you. She don't know what she wants. She knows she'll come see you. She'll pay for her own flight. You are reconnecting with this man. Why don't you allow this man to say, you know what? Why don't you come see me in LA? And then he needs to pay for your flight. No. She says, hey, I want to come. Why don't he tell you he wants you to come? Right? Read the room. Why is he not asking you to come to LA? Why are you saying, hey, I want to come see you out there, which is what she wanted the whole time. When he first left to go to LA, when he left New York to go to LA, she wanted him to say, hey, Chanel, I want you to come over, right? Come see where I live. Come see where I stay, you know? Plus, it's cold in New York City. Come see the palm trees because, as the people say, it never rains in Southern California. They tell me it never rains in Southern California. Okay? Put away your Timbs. Bring out your bikini. Let's go to Malibu. No, he's not even offering that. The first time he moved there, he didn't offer her to come out there, which is what she was really upset about. You know what I mean? She wanted him to say, hey, Chanel, do you want to come out to LA? Be a grown-ass woman and say that shit. Stop playing stupid-ass games and stop waiting to get drunk to say how you feel. I don't like shit like that. Be a grown-ass woman. If you can have sex with a man, you can use your mouth and do all this to a man. You can use your mouth and say, how come you haven't asked me to come over there? Like, what's the problem? And this is why, before you have sex with a man, before you to a man, or you go to Jamaica to have sex with the man, to the man, right? You need to be woman enough to say, what are we? What exactly are we? But some of y'all too, some of you black girls out here, you are just too comfortable busting it wide open, going like this without properly asking, what are we? You're not shy to speak into the mic, but you are too shy to ask exactly what am I in your life? And that triggers me. If you know how to, you should know how to use your mouth to say, what are we and where are we going? And it triggers me when you don't stand up for yourself. Because what the freak is your problem? Right? You have to know how to stand up for yourself. Because who do you think gonna come out? You think I'm gonna come into your relationship and stand up for you? Right? You think Annalise is gonna show up and stand up for you in your relationship? No, you gotta learn to stand up for yourself. Do not sleep with people, to a man, right? Unless you can ask him, what exactly are we? And so if you don't have the courage to ask him, close your legs, shut your mouth. That's it. You are not fit to be in a relationship, right? Because if you want to be in a relationship with someone, you got to learn to speak up for yourself. You know, things cannot be great. No. We don't do great out here. People got to hit around. People got to tell you, it's this, or it's this, or it's this, or it's this. That's cool, right? But I think sometimes what I see is like, it's giving insecurity because you're so afraid that he's going to say, well, we just getting to know each other. It's okay. He has the right to say that. And then that we okay, cool. So therefore, we get to know each other. So everything here is closed. This is closed. Let's get to know each other. Let's do activities that people do when they get to know each other, right? I'm not going to sleep with you if we're getting to know each other. You cannot do this. You cannot go to Jamaica with a man because you know the reason why he's taking you to Jamaica is to have sex with you. Right? And you cannot be that easy. Like, you cannot. You just can hang around. You cannot be that easy. Right? If he takes you to Jamaica because you are officially together and he's willing and he's ready to treat you, not even just like a girlfriend, but someone that, hey, within the next 2 to 3 years, we're most likely going to get engaged. Then you can go to Jamaica. Because by that time, if he goes to LA, he's going to tell you to come out there. You can come there. You can rearrange his furniture. You can put your toothbrush in the thing, because you guys are official. He a grown-ass man. He signed a whole contract with the New York Jets. Like, he agreed to be a slave for these white people. This is not a child. So if he can commit to being a football player, you know how many hours a day they have to practice? Do you know how many drills they have to do? And they might still not make the final roster. So if he can kill himself, try to prove himself to these white people, he can do the same thing to you. He signed a contract with those people. So why can't you do what the white folks do and ask him also to sign a contract with your ass? Are you crazy? Right? But once again, closed mouth don't get fed. And I don't mean open your mouth for the peen. I said open your mouth for yourself, because you need to know what exactly this is. Otherwise, keep your legs closed, because it's not going to hit you the same. Because if you sleep with him and God forbid he happens to be really good in bed, you're going to turn into a moo-moo. You're going to turn into an idiot, because whatever he does to you, you're going to want more of that. Right? And we see what happens to a woman when she becomes a moo-moo for the eggplant. You're going to walk around with boo-boo on your forehead. Do not do that to yourself. Because as long as you don't know what it is to sleep with this guy, you will continue to have all the power, because you haven't slept with him. Right? But women do not respond the same to sex. And this is something that always has to be in your head. And that's the best way to protect yourself. The best way for you to protect yourself as a woman is to not sleep with that man. Right? Because if you sleep with him and he happens to be great, you're not going to think straight. And then I can't save you. Even Jesus can't save you. Because no matter what anybody tells you, you're not going to listen. Right? Because it just does something to people. But I'm like, to me, if you guys are reconnecting, let this man prove to you that he has missed you. Let this man say, I want you to be in LA. I want you to come see where I live first. No, instead, he wants to book another trip to Mexico, out the country, bunch of alcohol, bunch of liquor. You wear a bikini. He's going to be also half naked. It's all sexual. This relationship is incredibly sexual. It is not rooted in anything, because the first thing he should have said, come to LA, and then from LA, we can go to Mexico, because it actually makes more sense, because LA is a lot closer to Mexico. So come here first, and then from here, we'll go to Mexico. No, you have to invite yourself over to his place. Then you got to pay for your ticket to go over. But this is a man who played for the New York Jets. Are you kidding me? Right? The mere fact that he came to the bar, knowing that you're working there, knowing that you get paid based on the sales, and all he did was order pineapple juice and Patron. Even that was a red flag. He's cheap as hell. He is cheap as hell. This is the kind of dude gonna ask you to do 50-50. I can see it coming. And that's why I feel like this dude, what's his name? Duke right here. Duke had to be born here. He had to be born here, because he's not a proper Nigerian. Like, he's not a proper Odugo. Okay? Because a real Odugo silencer, you ain't paying for shit. Okay? This dude, he's not a proper Igbo boy. What kind of Igbo boy is cheap like this? I ain't never seen this in my life. Like, seriously, I have never seen this in my life. Right? But I'm like, this is crazy. Because how can a fine girl like this pay for her own ticket? For what reason? For what reason? Chanel, are you insane? Do you see yourself in the mirror? Why would you pay for your own ticket to do what? To do what? Right? No. And that's why even a pretty girl, I'm not saying you should be out here messing with people, but a pretty girl like you should have a roster. I ain't paying for shit. I'm not paying to go see nobody in no damn fucking LA, especially someone that plays professional football. Where is your money? Where is your money? Okay? So I'm like, this guy, to me, I question. Yeah, she's very stunning. Why are you paying for tickets? There are girls out here who look worse than you. They ain't paying for shit. Okay? Like, this is crazy. Yeah, you pay for your own ticket because you invited yourself. Do you not respect yourself? Now you're pissing me off. Now you are really, really pissing me off. You should know how pretty you are, and you should know your prettiness and your body. It's big, big currency out here. Okay? Why would you pay for anything? He needs to pay for you. And matter of fact, like I said, he played for the New York Jets, so where's his money? Oh, he got to use all his money for the Mexico trip, and he ain't got nothing else but that. Girl, red flags. Because he's all by himself. He should have a bunch of money, but he's in the club all the time. He's always in the club. And that also is a red flag, because a young man that's always in the club, like the Bible says, a fool will quickly depart from his money. Why is he always in the club like that? Because that's where all his money goes. Where is his money? His signing bonus with the Jets, like, where's all the money? Where is the money? Why do you have to pay for your own ticket to go to LA? Like, this is pissing me off. I'm so triggered. This is crazy. I ain't paying for no damn ticket.
Flew out there. We arranged a date in the beginning of August. And I flew to LA. And my flight lands. I'm at LAX and I'm nervous.
Wow.
My hands are sweating because I'm like, what if I don't like him the way I used to like him before? What if things are different? Like, what if it's just not the same?
Then you go home. Look, like he's doing weird shit. This dude gives me anxiety. I pray for her. I really do pray her marriage lasts. I really do. But this dude right here, nope. She was my daughter, it'd be a hell no. I don't like that shit.
And then when I saw him, like, my heart was beating. I was so excited.
Because of how he looks. That's why I said, you see, this is why today, to you guys, I hope you understand why today a lot of these black guys in this dating pool thing ain't shit. Because the standards are so low. All they have to do is look good, have a few muscles, be good in bed, and that's it. These girls will pay for their own flights, they'll pay for their own food, they'll pay for their own hotels. The bar is low because feminism has destroyed this feminine spirit in a woman. Like, they're not in their feminine energy, right? She's extremely masculine. You understand? Like, because these women are not traditional. They're just not traditional. So when women stop being women stop being traditional, men become mediocre. They don't know how to court a woman, don't know how to step up and pay for things, don't know how to put her as a priority. No, because she'll just do it. She's manly. She's masculine. She's attracted to a man, so she pursues a man. This is bullshit. This is utter bullshit. Like, once upon a time, when a woman was very pretty, people were chasing behind her ass. Right? But today, men are the prize. I've been telling y'all this. Y'all think it's a joke. Men are the prize. Look at how she's not fat. She's definitely not fat. Her ass is fat, but she ain't fat. Okay? Chanel's very pretty. But she has to run behind a man. Do you know how long it takes to go from New York City to LA? It's almost like a 6-hour flight. It's like from Dulles Airport to Paris Charles de Gaulle, like you're going to Paris. Okay? And she's nervous. It should be the man that's nervous of seeing you. No, she's nervous to see the man. She's masculine. She's non-traditional. I can see why it took 7 years for her to get married. This is ridiculous. Oh my gosh, I'm so mad.
I was so excited to see him because when I hugged him, it felt like, oh man, I missed you. Like, it felt so normal and perfect and like the same. Like, it didn't feel like I didn't see this man or speak to him for 8 months, which is crazy to me. So, picks me up. He has roses in the car, on the seat, like, did all of that sweet stuff. And it was on and popping for me.
It was on and popping for sure. It was on the popping. But I felt that we were gonna pick up right where we left off, just based on our conversation, because I thought that.
No, but I just didn't know.
It's kind of like when you practice something and you don't get it right, and you just take a step back from it and then come back to it, and you get it right. That's kind of how it felt,
Yeah.
Because when we got back together, it was just like, there was like a level of transparency that we didn't necessarily have before,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And there was like just even vulnerability and saying, yo,
Yeah.
and directness. It's like, yo, let's just talk about this right now. You know what I mean? Or this is how I feel, how you feel, or this is what I thought. You know, what do you think? And you know, I think that kind of created this. That kind of created this like level of trust, even though we're still like kind of new again. It did create this level of trust that was like, okay, I think we should try this again. You know? And the second time around, when I picked you up from the airport, it was just like, oh, nothing's changed. You know, we're still affectionate. You know, we're still kissing and hugging. You know what I'm saying? Like right away. Or like right away. You know what I'm saying?
You
like grabbing her booty and shit.
Listen,
Like,
it was too lusty in that first interaction. But one thing I can say for sure, it was perfect. It was perfect. But one thing I can say for sure, just talking to my ladies, coming from like a woman's standpoint, sometimes, especially for me, I had a lot of like ego and like I was just used to getting my way, and I was used to just like not necessarily doing things the right way, but it was just like, you know, kind of like that princess treatment. Even though I shouldn't have told him to lose my number. I shouldn't have cussed at him, nothing like that. But like I was able to reflect on that situation and take a step back and like think about like if I was in his shoes, what would I do? Would I want me to be talking to him?
I just feel I don't know, you guys tell me what you think, but I just feel like for as pretty as she is, I don't feel like she had lots of options. I don't think she had a lot of options. I don't think she was, I don't know, maybe she was not meeting good men out there in New York City. I don't know if the dating pool in New York City is trash. I don't know if it's the fact that he played for the Jets, you know, that so she was like, it did something to her. Oh, he's a professional football player and she wants to be one of those girls to say, I'm dating a football player. I really don't know what it is. But to me, this is absolute lunacy. It is lunacy. I don't think a pretty girl like that should be sitting here waiting, crying, holding about the phone, waiting for 8 months for somebody to get back to her. Yeah, you know, I would think she had lots of options, but it doesn't seem like she does. You know, so I don't know who she was hanging out with. I don't know where she was going out to. I don't know if she doesn't know the right people. But it doesn't seem like in New York City she really was like in the right mix. Because to me, like, you know what I'm saying? To me, it's like you were waiting by the phone 8 months for this. What does he do again? Like, what? And even now, what does he do? He has like a goofy ass podcast on YouTube. It's like, girl, what? Like having sex or a man having muscles and abs and shit like that, it's not gonna put food on your table, right? It's not gonna put food on the table. It's not gonna raise kids unless you, but then again, you know, I have heard people say, even Mark said that one time, that a lot of Jamaican ladies, they don't mind working for a man. Remember that one time we saw that one lady, she's Jamaican in New York City, and her husband divorced her. She divorced her husband. And then Mark was like, Marlene, I'm telling you, she paid all the bills. Remember that thing? And I'm like, so maybe that's what it is. Like in her culture, maybe men just stay at home and the women do all the working, because I've heard that before. But I'm like, what is this? Truly and honestly, what is this? Right? But a woman like that, listen, I'm not gonna spend the block for what? What is there? Who is he? Who is he? Man, please, I'm not doing this shit. You're crazy. No.
Like that. And that allowed me to just apologize about what I said. And
he ever apologized to you, or you just did the apologizing? So he never apologized to you as well? You're crazy.
Ultimately got us into this space where, you know, I was finally dealing with a man where we could have adult conversations and it's not no banter and no like no cattiness between us. He really was just like, he set the tone for.
I just feel like she's not used to be around like very mature, accomplished, well-to-do men. Because for her to be impressed by this guy, I think it's a joke. Diana said maybe he was the only guy not to chase her. And once she realized, wait, he's not reaching out, as soon as she could get him, she jumped back on it. Okay? It's the way she looks. She's a sex symbol. Men don't take her seriously. They just want to have sex with her. Yes. Don't be intimate. But I'm like, and that's exactly what he did. He had sex with her. I mean, she's very sexual. Like, even on her Instagram, like it doesn't give like, I train to be healthy. It's like her page is really like a thirst trap with fitness in there, right? But I'm like, I would expect her to have more serious men. But then again, if you present yourself a certain way and you're very sexual and your page is hypersexualized, if you hypersexualize yourself as well, you are more likely to attract fuckboys than to attract grown-ass men with grown-ass energy who can step up to you with serious-ass intentions, right? Because I feel like Duke, honestly, not to be offensive, but Duke, to me, he gives a fuckboy energy. Okay? That's what I'm getting from him. Nothing serious.
The conversations going forward, because even now when we argue, we just talk. Like, he's not talking to me if I'm raising my voice. It's just about communicating effectively. So I just want to throw that out there in case, because I know a lot of y'all ask me like, what was the prayer, this, that, and the other, but this is not one of those situations where like I prayed.
Lacey said, child, a lot of Jamaican women just go out and make the money for the bills and ignore the man. They're just happy to have a man. That's my aunt. Yeah. Because I remember the lady, like that one lady, like she had short hair and her husband she had divorced her husband. And then Mark was like, Marlene, these Jamaican women out here in New York City, they're the ones paying all the bills. They work and the men don't work. And I'm like, what? So maybe that's what that is. Like, and from her culture, it's not a big deal for a woman to be masculine and pay for everything and pay for this, pay for that, pay for that. And you're just happy to come home to a man that looks good. But I'm like, to me, that's very backwards, because he should work hard and be excited to come to a woman that looks good, right? Yeah, her page, the outfits, partying, her energy. Yeah, she's very childish. Like, she gives a girl who went to college and never left college. Okay, like she's very much in like a sorority type of girl. Like, everything is party, get drunk, look good, go to the gym, look good, attract the ninjas. So I'm like, when you move like that as a woman, you're more likely to attract fuckboys, right? Even your outfits, like every outfit you wear cannot be super tight. Like Chanel, everything she wears is super, super tight all the time, showing her body, showing her ass, right? So I'm like, you're more likely to attract fuckboys because you hypersexualize yourself. Certain things you wear need to be loose. Everything don't have to be super tight, because the first thing a man sees is your body. So therefore his private part gets hard. And now he feels like, oh, I got to pursue her just to have sex with her because you led with your sexuality. And it seems like this is what their relationship is based on: sexual attraction and being sexually compatible. That's it. That's that. And I've always felt that way from seeing him on Instagram. I've always felt that way.
For this man and things like that. It kind of was.
Can't really pray for something in someone else.
Yeah. It was just like looking at myself and like looking at the type of men that I deal with and what type of men I want to deal with, and just changing a lot of my bad habits, maturing.
Yeah. So I pick her from the airport. We just go to lunch. Spend the next 2 days we just vibing, and then she leaves, right? And then when she leaves, I'm like, oh man, we back, you know. And then from there on, it's like, I mean, literally from that day, I've spoken to her every single day since, right? I've never not spoken to her. So like, then Mexico comes, take a group chat to Mexico, have a great time, have a ball in Mexico, and it's like, oh man, ain't nothing changed.
But he doesn't want to take care of her financially. He does not want to be responsible for her financially. So she has to do what she has to do, which is like she monetizes her sex appeal to make money. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, you compare her to the other white girls who do fitness. Like, many of these girls, they have businesses, they have clothing brands. Like, they're not out here like being super, super sexual like that. But I'm like, she's married to a man I'm sure believes in 50-50. That's why I said, to me, he's not a proper Igbo boy. He's Americanized. Like, that's what it is. Like, this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. Right? Like, what is this? Seriously, what is this? This is crazy to me. No.
You know, I mean,
it actually felt better.
It got better, actually, yeah, because it just felt more comfortable,
and
more natural. And you know, then we start getting really serious about traveling and coming to see who coming there. And I think when we were in Mexico, it's actually the first time that we went public.
Yes,
right?
It is.
And we weren't even together yet. We were just dating seriously, exclusively dating. And
I remember that.
We just went public with a picture.
Yeah, we took a picture on the beach. I remember Duke actually asked me, he was like, you mind if I post this photo? And in my head, I was like, I don't mind, but like, you sure you want to do that? Because I knew that, like, I'm sure he was probably speaking to other people. And I knew that I had some untied business that I needed to get tied up, but it wasn't nothing serious. So I was like, I could live without that. So it wasn't no pressure on me, but I just wanted to make sure he was good with that. And
it was such a.
These people sound stupid as hell. So you fly out, you agreed to go on a trip to Mexico. You fly out to LA to pretty much have sex with this man and see. I thought to me when she said, I want to see if we still have the same chemistry, I really feel like she was saying, I want to sleep with him to see if I still like him. Okay. But this is just weird. Right. But why didn't you finish all that stuff before you came there? Girl, what? So I feel like these are the kind of girls who they have these bummy ass friends with benefits ass type of dude. Just in case the guy I want doesn't want me, I can just come have sex with you, so I don't have to really deal with my feelings. Grow the fuck up. right? Now, oh, I felt like he had other people. Did y'all talk about any of this? No. So it's like these people, they have really pregnant issues they need to talk about, but they don't talk about the uncomfortable stuff. Oh, let's just go drink. Let's have sex. Let's just go out to eat. Instead of really talking about, okay, you came here, why are you here? Right? And you allow me to come here, why am I here? Right? And then so after you leave LA, it should have been, okay, I'm going to go back to New York, shut shit down before I come to Mexico. I'm in LA, I'm going to shut shit down before I come to Mexico. So by the time we both agree to go to Mexico with these friends, there's no more unfinished business over here, loose ends over here. But I'm like, these people are just a mess. They're really a mess. Yeah, they're a fucking mess. They're crazy. And the fact is, like, to know that your relationship is so unflattering like this, and to really sit on YouTube and to let us into your foolishness, y'all crazy. Because I'm like, this is really embarrassing. I don't think, if this was me, I'm not talking about this. Like, this is crazy, right? But they drink so much that I don't think they have good sense. Because I'm like, why would you ever do this? Why would you do this to yourself? We didn't even need to know this story. Like, it's crazy to me, right? But why go to Mexico if y'all still seeing other people? Like, weird. People need to really get tested for HIV.
That's a good picture. We're actually going to insert that picture right now.
It was such a good picture. I couldn't even post it, you know?
Like, come on.
I think I got so much heat for that too, but
yeah, you told me that.
Who cares?
Like, but you could have told me.
But no, and I really, that's how we kind of reconnected.
So if you are someone who is like in a similar situation or you've dealt with this before, I really want y'all to use this as an opportunity.
You see how they are. So you have situationships. Instead of calling these people and ending things properly like an adult, he doesn't. Because in case this doesn't go well, he wants to make sure he still has these girls on rotation, right? She doesn't want to end things properly because in case this doesn't go well, I'll find some guy to sleep with and distract myself with. You see, do you see how today both black men and black women out here are just really promiscuous and disgusting, right? And they don't know how to be mature and let people know, hey, I'm not interested. I've decided to go this way. No, they love to keep people waiting. They love to keep people guessing. They all do it. These people don't have principles. They do not have principles, and they play with other people's feelings just so they can numb themselves or distract themselves from what is truly going on and with their own like romantic relationships and stuff like that. And I'm like, to me, that's not okay. If you decide to be with her and you know you're going to Mexico with her, you should let all these other girls know it's over. If you know that you came back, you had sex with him, because let's say it didn't work, you slept with this guy, okay? Then what? You're still going to make these other guys wait because you need your rent paid, right? And that's what they do. They keep guys on rotation and make guys believe, hey, I might get with you because I need my phone paid, I need my nails paid, I need my hair done. Girl, take care of yourself. Come to find out, you probably asked another man for the money to pay for your own flight so you can go see this guy. Like, this is nothing to brag about. Take this video down. Like, take it down.
Opportunity to kind of like reflect by commenting down below. Tell us a funny story if you're comfortable sharing it. And like, I think that what we really want people to take away from our situation and how we got back into this point is just like, everything is about looking within yourself.
You guys are dumb. You have no introspection whatsoever. You have none. So now their channel only has 32,000. Yeah. They stopped making videos a while back. Because I guess they realized nobody's interested. It's all about their body. That's it. My body. That's it. They both have abs. They're both chocolate and they both have abs. That's it. Okay. So now, y'all, let's move on. Okay. Because this is just, ooh, chat. All right. So today, a video popped out. Okay. And people are speculating that Karuche is dating Coach Deon, okay? Because it seems like Deion Sanders is going through surgery.
So yeah, we are here to fully remove the bladder.
No wonder Deion Sanders.
So yeah, we are here to fully remove the bladder.
It seems as though Deon Sanders has bladder cancer. So out of nowhere, Karuche shows up on the video as he's waiting in his hospital room to go into surgery to have his bladder removed. And then they're going to take a part of his intestine or something to give him a new bladder. And so she's in there crying and stuff like that. I'm like, what is going on? What is all this?
No wonder Deon Sanders. No wonder Deon.
Oh my gosh, I can't stand my crap. Cause yeah, so he's 57 and she is how old is she again? She's 37.
Karuche, what you doing at Granddaddy? Karuche, what you doing at Granddaddy Deon bedside? You can see her crying deeply in distress while she reveals that Deon has to go in for cancer surgery. Doctors reconstructed Deon Sanders a new bladder using a small section of his small intestine, but he will still have to use a bag to help him go. Now, Karuche is 37 and he is 57, so about a 20-year difference. No wonder she hasn't been working lately. Good for her. Karuche, what you doing at
Or just that Deon has 8 toes. Because he lost 2 toes, right? She's like, he got 8 toes, no bladder, and he's still bad Karuche. Money is a hell of a thing. It sure is. It sure is. Because a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, why is she there? I'm like, is she not Vietnamese? I'm like, do people not know Philippines, Vietnam, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, right? Most of these girls in their culture is like sex work. Okay? Like we had Cassie, Filipina, Karuche, I call her Pikachu. She's Vietnamese, right? Daphne Joy, what is she? What, Daphne like Vietnamese also? Gina with Diddy, I think she's also Vietnamese, whatever she is, right? But there's a trend here with these girls, right? Philippines, Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos. The vast majority of these women are sex workers. As long as you have money, they will show up, right? There's a reason why these women do not stay. Yeah. They don't care. It's in their culture. I don't know people. Oh my gosh, I'm so surprised. Surprised for what? She's Vietnamese. Many of them are prostitutes. Are you slow? Like, do you not? Karuche got with Christopher right after the whole Rihanna scandal. Why would she ever do that? Because she need money? Are you slow? Yeah. Cassie Ventura, Karuche Tran. Did you call her Karuche Tramp? Okay, who else? Daphne Joy, Jeannie Mai. Do you not see Jeannie is what? Vietnamese, right? Kamora Lee. Kamora is half Vietnamese and she half black. It's their culture. They go after money. They are very subservient. They chase men with money and they act like sex slaves. That's what they do. And that's why they come over here because white men don't want them. White men are not attractive. Rich white men are more likely to go for a Korean, a Japanese, or a very wealthy Chinese girl. Right? But wealthy, affluent white men will never go for the Thailand, the Philippines, the Laos, the Cambodia, the Vietnam. Vietnam, I do for you, okay? So they come over to black people because the black community is colorist, right? These are low shelf, bottom shelf Asians, right? But in their culture, I tell y'all this all the time. In the Philippines, you go to the Philippines, most people out there, they're sex workers. You go to Thailand, they're mostly sex workers. You go to Laos, they're mostly sex workers. You go to Cambodia, they are mostly sex workers. What is it that you people don't understand? Right? Last time I showed you a video, the girl was saying like in the Philippines, poor girls from the village are willing to sell their virginity. It is in their culture. What is the problem? Right? What is the problem? Yeah, I do for you. Yeah, Kamora's half Vietnamese. It's like it's in their thing. They love sex work. It's no different. You know, like, let me tell you something, right? Just like in Europe, right? Like you have the French, you have the Swedes, you have the Dutch people, etc. You know what I'm saying? You got the really bougie English, like the British. You got them bougie ass Europeans, the Germans, right? You got bougie Europeans. And then you got bottom shelf Europeans. Romania, Chechnya, Czechoslovakia, right? Hungary, like them poor ass people. They're always sex workers in Europe. Latvia, Lithuania, right? Them people be sex workers. You go to England, you'll see. It's always like the poor former USSR countries. The girls are all kinds of sex workers in Europe. Serbia, and they all try to work at Harrods. They all try to work at Harrods to meet rich men. It's the culture. Stop acting like, oh my God, why would she do that? Because she's Vietnamese. What the heck is wrong with your ass? Right? The problem is, right? Yeah, the problem is Black women in America just have this, like, they're so insecure. As soon as they see an Asian girl, they automatically assume she's better than me. Better than you how? Girl, you're crazy. She probably come from a whole sex line of sex workers. And sometimes when they so broke, what they do is they eat rice with condensed milk. Are you crazy? Right? You are the one who think, oh, there's something wrong with me. I'm less than you, ain't less than nobody. They come from long lines of sex workers. I will never look at a girl from the Philippines, the Thailand, the Cambodia, the Laos, the Vietnam, and think that she's better than me. No, she's not, because most likely she's gonna be a sex worker. I'm not gonna be a sex worker. I've never been a sex worker. Right? You are crazy. You are truly crazy. How often do you even see? Yeah, how often do you even see a Vietnamese girl do something honorable? I'll wait. Right? How often have you seen a Vietnamese girl do something honorable? How often have you seen a girl from the Thailand do something honorable? Okay, girl, shut up. You gotta stop allowing complexion to make you feel less than, because that is crazy to me, right? But you see, even Jeannie Mai used to steal cars. I told her this. She was out here stealing cars, in and out of the jailhouse, to the point that the judge got so sick of her, the judge locked her up for 18 months. That's a felony, isn't it? That's a felony, isn't it? She a felon out here stealing cars. You think I'm gonna think that Jeannie Mai better than me? Are you crazy? She steals cars. She was out here stealing cars. Right? But you see, even Jeannie Mai, the only wealthy man she could get was Jeezy. The white man she married was a bottom shelf white boy, because the rich white boys will not marry a Vietnamese. They ain't gonna do it. Right? But the black boys will do it because they're stupid. They're just dumb as fuck. But I'm like, you think about it, like from Chris Brown to Vic Mensa, all the people she dated, where the fuck is the money? Right? He needs to get custody. From her, she had collections with ColourPop. Karuche had collections with ColourPop. Karuche has done claws, right? She worked a lot. Where is her money? Why do you're 37 years old. What have you done with your money? Right? People sit here and put these girls, Cassie Ventura, all these goofy clowns from the Cambodia, the Laos, the Vietnam, the Philippines. People put these clowns, these sex workers on a pedestal because their skin is white and their hair is slick, right? But you and I, we both got a big nose. Cassie got a big nose. Cassie has a flat nose. And it's funny how when they see a flat nose on an Asian person, it's never a problem. But when they see a flat nose on a black person, it's a problem, right? Cassie's nose is big. Have you seen her nose? Karuche's nose is big. They got flat noses. They don't have a nasal bridge. No, Vietnamese people have flat noses. Filipino people got flat noses. Thai people got the flat noses. Cambodia, Laos, they all got them flat ass noses, right? But when you see it on the Vietnamese, you don't have a problem with that. But when you see it on a black person, it triggers you, right? Yeah, right. You don't get to scam me out of feeling beautiful. Go sit down somewhere. So Marlene, I am not shocked, because I know that these poor Asian, the bottom shelf Asian people, they're usually sex workers, and they are not good at managing their money. Where is your money? Where is your money? How come you couldn't get a house like Chris Brown? How come you could not get a house out of Vic Mensa, right? Even the girl, remember the little model girl, Chanel something? And she half Vietnamese also. She biracial, right? So no, Karuche, she has to do this, because how is she going to pay for her rent? You know what I mean? She live in LA. You know how much her rent costs? Right? Like, girl, please. Yeah, they all like, that's just how it is. But I'm like, in Europe, you got the top shelf white people, the French, the Swedes, the folks from like Norway and Denmark, you know what I mean? The British people, where is IKEA from? Sweden, yeah, the Swedes, yeah. Those like the Germans, these are top shelf Europeans. You're never gonna go anywhere in the world and see a bunch of German girls out here being prostitutes. However, when it comes to Latvia, Lithuania, Chechnya, Serbia, Herzegovina, Wampum, Romania, all them Macedonia, all them poor little ass white countries that used to be part of the USSR. They prostituting all over Europe. They is prostituting all over Europe. They try to be maids in rich families, or what you call au pair, right? In rich families where you babysit in exchange for a visa just to try to sleep with that lady's husband. Just to try to sleep with that lady's husband. They love working for rich families, trying to be nannies for rich families, just so she can have sex with this woman's husband. These white girls ain't shit. Okay? It's the same thing. When you look at Asian people, the top shelf people is Japan, South Korea, and the China. Okay? They also have a fancy island, like even Taiwan. Some people are also very fancy in the Taiwan. Okay? Then there's another place, like it's in China, but they go there for like, it's like the Vegas of China. Okay, them kinds of people. Okay? That's top shelf Asian people. Then you got bottom shelf Asian people. Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, Philippines, Thailand. Okay? Don't even Indonesia. Indonesia, some parts of Indonesia, obviously, yeah, they're also a little bit. Okay? But there's also like ratchetness, but there's Singapore. Singapore also, there's some rich ass people. Okay? You're not going to see Singaporean out here being sex workers because they got money. Right? So every Asian person ain't the same. You got top shelf Asians, then you got bottom shelf Asians. Right? And so if you notice, the vast majority of Asian girls who are always quote unquote sex workers or sex slaves or allowing their bodies to be used any kind of ways by black rappers, black entertainers, black athletes are usually from Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos. Okay? That's that. Right? But you cannot allow yourself to, because you see somebody with white skin being white adjacent and think that she's better than you. No, she come from a third world country, okay, where the vast majority of her kinfolk are involved in sex work. We're not the same. We're not the same. Now, if the black man finds that impressive, that's on him. He has the right to meddle his DNA, meddle his wealth, meddle his blessing in his favor with that kind of bloodline. That's on him. I'm not mad. Do what you do. Because to everything in life, there are custody. There are consequences, right? That's it. That's that. But it does not bother me because I know Karuche is not good with money. I tell y'all this all the time. I've even said to y'all, the vast majority of people y'all see in this black girl luxury, many of these black girls are broke, right? But some of y'all, you need to see it unfold before you trust me, and it's okay. I said to y'all, this is not sustainable. Clothing haul, fashion haul, luxury hauls, back to back to back to back to back to back. It is not sustainable. You're not making that kind of money. They're living off of credit, right? Most modern women are bad with money. Most modern women who are constantly doing social media, constantly building an audience based on their clothes, their status, their dress, their shoes, they're most likely in debt, especially if she's single, which means she pays all the bills by herself. She is in debt. You do not have to believe me, but one day it's going to come out. One day it's going to come out. But if you see someone like Karuche, okay, hold on, Pikachu, where's she? Right? If you see someone like Karuche, right, who had multiple collections with ColourPop, right? She had multiple collections with ColourPop. And then she also did claws. Like, she's been out here working, right? You will say to yourself, but where is your money? Because this far in the game, you should not need a man, right? But they're not good with money. They're not good with money. And one thing you have to realize, when you are a woman and you start selling your body to rich men, you get used to that. Because why would you ever learn financial literacy? Why would you ever care about saving your money, investing your money? Because now you are addicted to selling your money. Hey, I can just spend my money and then I'll just call this dude for another $20,000. I'll just go sleep with this man for $50,000, right? So they don't feel as though they have to learn how to manage money. Because there's always a black idiot who's very insecure, who wants to be seen with an Asian and potentially have a Blasian baby that might give her some money in exchange for sex. right? And that's why when you're a sex worker, not saying she is, I don't know, but maybe, I don't know, right? But I feel as though when you are a sex worker, when you are an escort, when you are a woman who's accustomed to trading your time and your body to rich men for them to give you financial provision, it becomes really, really hard to get out of that life. Exactly. Just did a collaborative revolt. So I'm like, why do you need this? Because they're not good with money, right? And think about this, y'all. Think about this. Remember years ago? Do you remember years ago that even Rihanna went broke, right? Do you remember that years ago Rihanna went broke, right? Remember that when Rihanna came out with "Bitch Better Have My Money," right? Do you remember that years ago even Rihanna went broke because her accountant took her money, right? There was a moment Rihanna herself had no money. Right? Riri had no money. I even told y'all, I said, I feel as though Jay-Z took Beyonce's money, put the money in the crypto, and the money is gone. Because that guy, Sam Bankman-Fried, the vast majority of people he was scamming is not regular people, y'all. He was not out here scamming regular people. He was scamming rich-ass people. Sam Bankman-Fried was not out here trying to chase me, chase you, chase this. No, he was chasing them big-ass people. And you see, one thing about Jay-Z, Jay-Z loves to be around his little Ashkenazi people. He's always at a Michael Rubin party, okay? And the vast majority of people who attended the Michael Rubin parties are the people who were pushing that Sam Bankman-Fried cryptocurrency. So I know they got Jay-Z's money, right? And the money went boom. Which is why I said to y'all, Renaissance going on tour, Sacred, the alcohol, Beyonce is trying to recoup the money. That's why even now she's on tour for 16 carriages. The girl can barely move one horse, okay? The girl is tired because she's doing it to recoup her money. That's why she's barely dancing. And they got Blue Ivy doing all the dancing. The money is gone. Believe in the fancy house if you want to. Believe in whatever you want. But I said this to you. It's all going to come out. Because that boy, Sam Bankman-Fried, he stole $45 billion. He stole $45 billion. Bernard Madoff stole $50 billion. That boy, he stole $45 billion. And I don't even think they know where the money is. Right? A lot of people got screwed over. And it's a lot of rich people. Because Tom Brady put his money in it. Giselle put her money in it. Stephon Curry put his money in there. A lot of these wealthy people put their money with Sam. $45 billion. The money went boom. And I said Beyonce's money is in that shit. Her money is in there. Jay-Z took that money and he put that money in there. That's why Renaissance was so rushed. There was barely no visuals. There was no music videos. She ran on tour. The first day of the tour, her leg ain't working. My girl, what are you? It felt so rushed. Even now, her new tour, Cabo Carter, it feels rushed. Even the album, it feels rushed. That's why she had to weaponize racism and not being included. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's to distract people. They're hurting for cash. You don't have to believe me. You ain't got to believe me. But I'm telling you, one day it's all going to come out, and they're gonna release they're gonna unroll the names of the people that Sam Bankman-Fried robbed, and you will see it's some rich ass people. Because that kind of money, $45 billion, it's not by asking middle class everyday people to pay crypto. No, girl, them people's hurting. Right, Beyonce doing liquor for what reason? Whatever she can sell to bring some money in, because most likely they cannot default. Because once they start defaulting on stuff, people gonna know, right? And also listen to me. If MC Hammer went broke, Mike Tyson went broke, it's not impossible for them to go broke, especially when you're giving your money to scammers. Okay. So I'm just saying, but let's get back over here though. So I'm like, this girl, yeah, I'm not surprised. Where is the money? She has no money, right? 13 million followers. Why don't you have a business? Why don't you sell something, right? What does she do? What does she do? No, she goes from one black man to another black man to another black man to another black man. And this is how she keeps herself afloat. But I'm like, how is she different than a homosexual? How is she any different than a homosexual, right? But you see, once people have told themselves that prostitution is just for Black women, homosexualism is just for Black women. When they see a white-skinned Asian, in their head, oh, it's not possible. She can't be broke. She can't be a homosexual. She can't be a sex worker. She can't be an escort. She can't. Why not? She has 13 million followers. Why is she with a man that's 20 years older than her? Why does she find a man her age and build a family, start a family, have multiple businesses? Why don't she do that? Because she's lazy and she's not smart. Because one thing about Pikachu only became viral because she was attached to Chris Brown. And then she also played into, oh my gosh, he's attacking me. Oh my gosh, domestic violence, right? So that people will give her the sympathy they gave to Rihanna. I know her play. It's the same thing that Cassie did. Oh my gosh, Sean was hurting me. Oh my gosh, Sean forced me to have sex for 12 hours. Oh my gosh, Sean didn't want me to leave. Oh. But then you read the text messages. She's the one asking Sean to do the freak offs. Sean is the one saying, girl, take a break. Girl, you need Jesus. Girl, let's go to rehab. Okay? Right? But this is their culture. I do not fall for this. Okay? But I'm like, where is hey Emily, what's up, babe? Right? Where is the money? From Chris Brown until now, why do you still need to be with a man? Why do you have to be with an old man? Right? Like Coach Deon is 57. You are 37. What is it? Sex work? And then watch, maybe tomorrow she'll come outside and also try to file a lawsuit and be like, oh, she was forced to have sex with him and he used his influence and he forced her in the room and he did this and that. Because these girls are broke. They are broke. They get passed around from one Black athlete to another Black athlete to another entertainer. They only stay around Black men with money because they're low-key escorts. I mean, to me, that's what it comes off. You ain't got to believe that part. I'm not saying she's an escort, but I'm like, that's what it comes off to me. You need a Black man to take care of you. Because even the Vietnamese man, they can't give you this kind of lifestyle. Isn't that funny? Right? Whether they come out from, who's Julian? No, I haven't heard that one. That's the guy who got punched by the police officer. Right? But I'm like, right? And then and guess what? She might even pull a Cassie. When she's done scamming all these Black men and she finds a way to get all kinds of millions out of these Black men, she gonna try to find herself a bottom shelf white boy and then she gonna dress him up the way Cassie dressed up her husband. What's his name again? I don't care, right? That's it, that's that. But I am not surprised, okay? I am not surprised. How long can a woman continue to live just off of her looks? Like Karuche, what's inside her head? What's inside her head? She just became popular because she dated Chris Brown. That is it. Like, that is absolutely it, right? She's not known for being a hard worker. She's not known for being a great actress. She's not known for actually achieving something. This young Vietnamese girl has built a career based on the Black man in Hollywood that she dated. That's it. So, yeah, she needs money. Okay? She needs money and she will continue to need the money. Okay.
Shout out to Deon Sanders. You were battling cancer. You're now cancer free. Prayers up. You're doing fine. But Karuche, yes. You hard launched Karuche. Okay, fam. Where were you when you learned that Deon Sanders beat cancer and is beating down Karuche? Where were you? Because I was here watching this video.
So yeah, we are here to fully remove the bladder.
When she said fully remove the bladder, we're here to fully remove the bladder. I was like, is she a nurse now? But then I saw the way she was crying and shit. I was like, nah, she taking dick from Coach Pride. Look at Coach Pride.
I was like, also Marlene, it really goes to show you like that Coach Prime is fraudulent. Like, it really goes to show, like, Coach Prime, he is so fake. He is so fake. And I told you, I said all this Jesus stuff he does, all that Jesus stuff, all that Jesus babble that Deon Sanders does, right? It's just to cover his narcissism. Coach Prime is a narcissist. He's a severe narcissist. Yes, we're good. Thank you for asking. He's a malignant narcissist. He's a control freak. He's like, to me, his image is fraudulent. Okay, he's fake. He's hella fake. And growing up, we remember watching him on his little sitcom with the family. We saw his divorce to Pilar Sanders, right? He's a mess. He's mean. He's mean and he's passive aggressive and he's very petty, right? Very, very petty. Not saying Pilar is innocent. She's a crazy ass Libra, but nonetheless, though, he's also not a good person. Also, when we looked at Shadur and Shadur's draft party, we could also see if you were raised by a real Christian, Shadur would not be behaving like this, right? Because when you are led by God, when you're led by Christ and you are truly in the word of God, as the Bible says, the fruit of the spirit is humility. So a child of a real Christian, he gonna go with the other players and wait for his name to be called. Shadur did not want to be with other people. Shadur wanted to have his own draft party at his house full of dollar signs. It was money everywhere. It was jewelry everywhere. He went and ordered almost like $1 million worth of custom jewelry. Even though he chose not to participate in his combine, his father told him not to do the combine, right? Then he got on the mic, said all kinds of crazy shit, right? Oh yeah, he a Leo, he ain't shit, right? All kinds of crazy shit. But his party, there was barely any honor of God. There was barely any mention of God. They were playing all kinds of drill rap, crazy rap. We also saw Shinsia, the Jamaican rapper girl, who's older than Shadur. She got like 1 or 2 kids, right? But it was giving bunch of heathens. It was giving bunch of pagans. And guess what? He didn't get called. The second day he didn't get called. I think he got called the 3rd or the 5th day. But whenever they finally decided to bring it down, honor God and center God, that is the day that Shadur got picked. And he was picked as number 83 or something, round 5, like pick 83, 85, something crazy, right? But I'm like, this is not what a godly man is giving. When you look at Shadur, you would never think his father was rooted in the word of Christ. Absolutely not. His dad retired his jersey. I'm like, what did Shadur achieve in Colorado for you to retire his jersey? What did he do? Right? So there is nothing godly in Deon Sanders. Now, Deon understands that when you peddle the Bible, when you grift off the Bible, you will get some crazy ass loyal followers from Black people. Right? Because Black people just want to hear you talk about God, but they don't want to see you live a godly life. Because a godly man has no business sleeping with a 37-year-old, right? He chose not to marry Tracy, what's his name? Babyface's ex-wife? Tracy, whatever her last name, because she got Babyface's last name. Okay? He chose not to marry her. They were dating, engaged, whatever, and then they broke it off. Cool. But I'm like, why don't you go with a mature woman? Right? No, you want to go with Karuche. Mind you, when you look at Coach Deon, he has 2 daughters. He has the one daughter that has the baby with Jaquez, right? Right? And then he has the other one, what's her name? Shadur, Shiloh, something. Right? But there's this one. Yeah, there's this one he has with Pilar, and there's this one that had the baby with Jaquez. But when you look at his daughters, you can tell that they have daddy issues, especially the older one. You can tell that she really, really did not get to build with her dad. And it's really affecting her, right? So my thing is, if you decide to break your engagement with Tracy and you don't have any toes, you don't have a bladder, you have cancer, shouldn't you spend the remainders of your day with your daughters, right? He gives all his time, all his attention to his boys. And you can definitely tell that Shadur is his favorite. Like, it's disgusting to me. You can definitely tell that Shadur is his favorite, right? Because even Shiloh, like, they were barely paying attention to Shiloh. And even though Shiloh got accepted also into the NFL, they didn't make a big deal out of Shiloh getting accepted. It's like everything was about Shadur. And I'm like, yeah, everything was Shadur. And I'm like, you have other children besides Shadur. But you can tell everything about him is about making Shadur this icon. And God said no. God said no. But when I see how he treats his kids, when I see how he treats his boys versus his daughters, I don't like it. Right? This man has had 2 failed marriages, right? A failed engagement. So 3 major relationships that failed. He's had multiple children with multiple women. He treats his sons one way, and then he treats his daughters a certain way. And then even amongst his sons, he's like Jacob, where he treats Shadur like Shadur is Joseph, and the other ones, they're like Reuben and those people. And I do not like that. I don't like that. So I said a long time ago, to me, Coach Deon is fraudulent. He is fraudulent. right? And I'm even starting to realize that even this whole Jackson State thing, it was nothing but a grift. He never really cared about Jackson State. He didn't care about those children in Jackson State, right? What he was trying to do is be what Matthew Knowles was for Beyonce, okay? Because I think Matthew Knowles and that family, the Knowles family, they always wanted Beyonce to go solo, okay? They always wanted Beyonce to go solo, but before they could do that, right? They needed Beyonce to grow and develop herself as part of a group. So they created the group Girl Time, Destiny's Child, right? For Beyonce to really develop herself. But ultimately, it was always about Beyonce being the biggest star ever. You know what I'm saying? It's a family business, right? And I'm like, so for me, when Deon goes to Jackson State, it's really about making sure he can control his kids and their football career in college. Because maybe if they had played somewhere else and he was not the coach, his kids would not have gotten too much playing time. Because let's be so for real, Shedeur is not a spectacular quarterback. He's an okay quarterback. But because his dad is the captain, he's stopping over here with the Bible. He's paying for things out of pocket because he always had a bigger plan. Nothing he did was coming out the goodness of his heart. It was always about making sure his kids had the yards, they had the games, they had the plays, they had the cameras on them, right? That's what he did. And then when he realized that Jackson State was too small for his sons, he took the offer and went to Colorado. He's a very selfish human being. He's a very selfish person. Deon Sanders does not believe in God, okay? He's not a godly man. He's not a righteous man. He is not a man of God. He is a fraud. He is a fraud. And everything was about his kids. And most time it was mostly about Shedeur. But you see, God sees your heart. And if you do things with the wrong reasons, you do things for the wrong reasons, you do things for selfish reasons, you will not arrive at your destination. Whatever your goal is, you ain't gonna get it. And he was really hoping that with all the scheming that he did, all the grifting he did, all the pandering he did, all the pretend to be a Christian shit, he really thought that was going to get Shedeur to be round one, pick one. And the Lord said no. Oh, thank you, Mark. The Lord, he said no. Because when you see Cam, the young man who got picked, Kim Ward, when you look at his family, when you look at his dad, they really give Christian people. Okay? They really give Christian people, right? You see his dad, you see Cam and his dad, right? It really gives Christian people, humble people, Christian people, right? They show up like everybody else. They sit next to other people. They wait like everybody else. There's nothing pompous about those people. They're not fake. They're not fake. And that's how you know that the Ward family, they really walk in the word of God. They're not loud. They're not ostentatious. It's not money, money, money. Oh, like Shedeur was calling himself, what was he calling himself? He had a name for himself. I forgot. I was like, what the heck? Right? Because all they do is worship money. It's a family that worships money. All they do is worship money. You don't even have a contract, right? You don't even have a contract yet. And you are out here commissioning over $1 million worth of jewelry. You are out here talking about, oh, you are better than Patrick Mahomes. Are you insane? Are you truly insane? And you don't even realize that your career in college is quite abnormal because it's not often that your daddy gets to be your head coach. But if your dad was not the coach, would you have actually played that position? Would you have played all these positions? Would you have played all these yards and stuff? Most likely not. Shedeur threw a birthday party. Nobody on the team went to the party. So what does that tell you about how he treats people? But yet your dad is supposed to be a Christian. Your dad is a Christian. You are the son of a so-called Christian. You throw a birthday party and no one went to the party. None of the players went to the party because they can't stand his ass. Because he's not a good person. He's not raised right. He's a spoiled brat. He's extremely entitled. He goes to the combine. He does not compete at the combine. And then he gets on the mic and he's like, oh, call me if you want me to change your culture. Do you know who my dad is? Do you know who my dad is? I'm like, you are crazy. So yes, nobody picked his ass because nobody is bigger than football and nobody's bigger than the league. Round 5, pick 83. Sit your ass down somewhere. And you see, he was so happy to be pick 1,000. He was just so happy because they humbled that boy and they humbled his dad. Okay. But I'm like, so when it comes to Coach Prime, he's just not a good person. He's not a good person. Okay. So I am not surprised. I am really, truly, truly not surprised. Okay. I'm not surprised. He's a perv like any other man, and like he's a perv, just like what's his name? Just like Shannon Sharp, just like Shaq. Shaq also to me is a perv. Okay, many of these people are number pervs. They are perverts. They're colorists. They're perverts. Okay, they use their money to sleep with little girls. They're really, really disgusting. Okay, so I'm not surprised.
Shout out to Deon Sanders. You were battling cancer. You're now cancer-free. Prayers up. You're doing fine. But Karuche, you hard launched Karuche.
And ask yourself, right? Ask yourself why none of his children were even with him at the hospital. Okay? Ask yourself that. Why is it that none of your children came to the hospital? You have cancer. They're removing your bladder, and none of your children are there, but Karuche is there. Yeah, he's weird.
I'm not even trying to be funny. I really want somebody to help me to understand what on God's green earth does Karuche and Deon Sanders have in common?
Yeah.
Like, how did those two souls find one another?
Yeah, money.
That is such an odd arrangement. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I don't.
When you learn that
if my homegirl,
shout out.
And Karuche, when you start dating Deon Sanders, huh? I just want to know, because like that was a shocker for me.
Yeah. And it just goes to show also, these Asian girls, when they date these black dudes, they do whatever. And I would not be surprised if Karuche is the kind of girl who's okay with threesomes and things like that. I wouldn't be surprised.
So yeah, we are here to fully remove the bladder.
I got something going on. We better be happy right here. We happy. What's going on with y'all? Everybody happy? You good? We good. How you doing? That's right. We good. Everybody good? You good too? Yeah, I'm good. Okay, we good. All right. Okay. Everybody got to perk up right here. I can't be the only one come back.
I'm not surprised, you guys. I am just not surprised. Antonio Brown said this man does not have toes.
Well, looks like you're not the only one confused. Antonio.
No, why are you guys confused? She's a sex worker. Yeah.
The people want me to talk about this Karuche and Deon Sanders relationship. She's 37, he's 57. At this point, the age range don't bother me. They're both celebrities. I think the only thing that sits with me is he ain't put enough work for you to see him through a cancer battle, niece. Unless y'all been together for like 10 years and ain't nobody know. But I thought he was with Babyface's ex-wife. And I don't like denoting who women are based on who they're with. Unless he I think he was recently married or engaged to Tracy.
Engaged.
I think she kept her last name as Edmonds. That's all I really have.
Yeah.
I don't think he's put enough work. You need to make a man work to see a man through an illness. You need to be married to him to see him through an illness.
Who is she to tell Deon to work? She's from Vietnam. Y'all think these people. I think y'all put these people on a pedestal like she Korean. She is not Korean. Okay, she's not Korean. So stop with the foolishness. Okay. All right, but I'm like. Yeah, okay, so it says it right here. So Chris Brown baby mama Nia Gonzalez got pregnant when the pair had a threesome with the singer's former girlfriend, Karuche Tran. Yeah. Yeah, Karuche likes to make Chris happy. I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you, let me say this right so you can understand me, right? When you're a black woman, you cannot feel any type of way because these black guys, these entertainers are going from the Vietnamese, the Thailand, the Thai people, the Laos people, the Cambodian people, the Filipino people. You cannot be upset. God is saving you. Have you ever heard that rejection is God's protection? They go with these bottom shelf Asian people because they are into that kind of stuff. I'm telling you, most of them are sex workers. Most of them are escorts. Most of them are ready for whatever. They probably eat a man's butt. Are you willing to do that? Okay, good. That's why they haven't called you. Okay? They do the threesomes. They do all kinds of sums. They do drugs. They do this, right? Like these girls, it's their culture. They are willing to do whatever. Pee on her, poop on her, tell her to eat your behind, right? Like play with your behind and give you child. Listen, it's a lot. I don't want to say all on YouTube, right? But this is what they're willing to do. And that's why these guys pay them, because in their culture, you do whatever. Why do you think so many passport bros, whether they're white, because white people have always been the original passport bros, okay? But why do you think so many Europeans go to these countries for sex tourism? Because they do whatever for some money. It's in their culture, right? It's in their culture. So you see, she was already doing threesomes with Chris Brown. So what do you think she was doing with what's his name? Vic Mensa, whatever his name is, right? And also she was older than Chris, right? This is what they do. This is what they do. Okay? Chris and Karuche have had threesomes in the past, but things have changed now. They're in love. Okay, sure, whatever. Okay? Learn exclusively that there are still special times K is open to having one. Chris, 25, Karuche, 26, are more in love than ever, but they sure find ways to spice it up their already hot relationship. Karuche likes to make Chris happy and is totally open to having threesomes with him, but under certain conditions, because at the end of the day, she does not like to share her man. Sure, whatever. Who cares? You're a sex worker. Okay? But you see, even this one too, even Janae Aiko. I told you, oh, why is it that, what y'all say? Oh, why is it that, what's his name? Child, what's that boy's name? Big Sean, right? Okay. Why is it that, oh, Big Sean won't marry Janae Aiko, Wumpty Wump Wump, child. Janae Aiko, what is she also, Vietnamese? Right? Do you know her past? You are crazy. You are truly crazy. Okay. All right, what is she? Okay, yeah. So Janae Aiko also, she mixed with Spanish, Dominican, Japanese. Child, look at her daddy, look at her mama. Okay, so I'm like her too. So I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. Oh, Chris Brown, this what's it called? Big Sean should marry Janae Aiko. Girls, shut up. Okay, these Asian girls that love to date black boys, they have a certain resume. Mind your business. Okay. Mind your business. She don't mind, and he don't mind, so it is what it is, okay? It is what it is. Right? Oh, see, she was also messing with Drake behind his back. Like, this is what these girls do. They're, in the words of 50 Cent, not my words, but I'm like, they're a bunch of little sex workers. They're a bunch of little sex workers, right? So he said that she was out here messing with the Drake. Okay. Okay, so this is what Christopher said, okay? He said, we got scars. Some of them you gave me. Some of them I gave to you, okay? Some of them I've caused, all right, sure, whatever, right? That ride or die act we've been fooling the world with, obviously ain't working. I was locked up for damn near 4 months and only got one visit from you while you was hosting parties and taking secret trips to Toronto, going on dates with Drake. So I'm saying, what kind of woman would do that, right? So they just date these black boys to level up, right? And that's the same thing that Cassie did. It's the same thing that Cassie did to Ryan Leslie. right? You date Ryan, and then Ryan opens the door for you to meet Diddy. You go with Diddy. Maverick, okay? Then Diddy opens the door for you to go mess with Kid Cudi, for you to mess with Michael B. Jordan, for you to mess with other black football players. This is what they do, right? Daphne Joy start off. Maybe I don't know who she was messing before, but I'm like Daphne Joy. She's known for messing with Curtis, right, with 50 Cent. Then from 50, she starts messing with Diddy. This is what they do. You know, all they need is one black guy to introduce them to other black men, and then they start sleeping with everybody. They might even be carriers of foolishness. What do I know? Okay. But I'm like, this is why you shouldn't feel away. You should feel away. Me, if I see a black guy, especially a black celebrity, with a girl from the Philippines, the Vietnam, Cambodia, the Laos, the whatever, the Thailand, I'm thinking, yeah, she's probably a sex worker, right? And she probably does whatever this man wants her to do. Like sexually, she'll do whatever. If he even what's her name? Karuche even said that about Gina, the other Asian girl that Diddy's dated. She's also Vietnamese. She was like, yeah, if Diddy tells you to eat me out, you'll do it, right? Because that's what they do. They get told what to do sexually, and they just do it, and they're happy to do it. Which is why I think these black guys like to mess with these girls, because it's in their culture, it's in their blood. I'm not sure. It makes a lot of sense to me. You know what I mean? So, oh no, she got to make Coach Deon work. Yeah, she's not going to pay her mortgage for the month. She's not going to pay her rent for the month. Okay? Because her mortgage has to be paid. Her clothes have to be paid. Her American Express card has to be paid. Her rent got to be paid. Her utilities got to be paid. Her insurance got to be paid. You don't even know if this lady requires about $30,000 to $50,000 a month to cover her expenses. So no, she does not have time to make him work for anything. And also, she's not a woman of status. She's not a woman of pedigree to make anybody work. Her claim to fame is having 3 sons with Christopher, okay, after he beat up Rihanna. So she's like trashy herself. But because she's Asian, because her skin is white and her eyes are slanted and her hair is straight, people don't want to see her for who she truly is. But you see, Marlene, I see her exactly for what she is. And to me, I'm not saying you have to believe that, but to me, Karuche Tramp is nothing more than a sex worker, right? Or the way Curtis would say, a little sex worker. But you've seen her cousins act a fool all summer, like pretty much all summer, right? Cassie, Daphne, Jeannie, right? And now it's Karuche, okay? Well, there you go. It's their culture. Move on. There's nothing to see here. That's it. She's probably having 3 sons with Coach Prime. She's probably sucking his toes. She's probably eating his behind. She's probably all kinds of nasty stuff that you do not want to do. So let her do it. She's a peasant. Like, let her do it. Okay? That's it. I'm not losing sleep over that. Okay?
Karuche, Tran, and I are both at that age where it's time to start getting more serious about planning for retirement. I'm taking the more traditional path and increasing my 401k contribution. Karuchi's trying a different approach where she will attempt to marry Deon Sanders and or have a baby with him.
She will not marry Deon Sanders. Deon Sanders does not want to get married. Okay? If he wanted to get married, he would have married Tracy. He does not want to get married. He does not want children. And that's why he's going with a 37-year-old that obviously is past her prime, right? Because I'm sure she doesn't want a family, because if she wanted a family, she would not be here right now, right? She doesn't want children. And I think people like her, even Cassie to a certain extent, right? They understand that once you have a child, to these men, you are no longer as attractive. Also, because to me, Marlene, I'm not saying she's a sex worker. I'm not saying she's an escort. But to me, the way I see her, I see Karuche as a sex worker. So I feel as though when you are a sex worker, you always have to be available for your John, for the mans with the money, right? If you have a child, you can't go like that. If you have a child, you can't party like that. And also because of social media, people are going to be like, oh, why are you always away from your child? Why are you always from your kid? Why are you always running behind a man? So you're going to be called a deadbeat mother. You're going to be called a pick-me-shell and things like that. So these girls are truly in a tough spot, is that she might want a child, but a child will hold her back. Because then she can't fly whenever she wants. She can't get as high as she wants. Because to go have sex like that with those kinds of old ass men, you must be high out your fucking mind. Which is why Cassie was always on drugs. I'm sure Daphne was on drugs, okay? Many of these girls are also drug addicts. I'm not saying she is. I don't know her. But I wouldn't put it past her to do drugs, okay? That's the culture out there in LA. That's celebrity culture in LA. Many people, celeb culture in LA, they do coke, okay? They do Molly. They do ecstasy, okay? Because you can't do these things if you're sober. It's really disgusting. It's truly, truly disgusting, right? Imagine having sex with your granddad. Okay, that's some nasty shit. So you do have to get high. And then imagine the things that you have to do for money. That's also really disgusting. So you need you need to be on some kind of drugs, right? That's that. But he's not going to marry Karuche. He's not going to give her no children. He's not going to do that. He's not interested in that. Now he's old. He has a lot of money. He doesn't have a bladder. He doesn't have toes. He just wants to have a good time with a young woman that has a resume for entertaining young Black entertainers. And I'm sure if you're Coach Deon, because he's a pervert, you understand that the kind of young man she was with are more viral. You know, they have more virality, right? They're probably hornier. They'll probably have bigger whatever. So if she can keep up with them, she's probably good and bad, right? So you're a lot older. You're not going to go like a Chris Brown. You're not going to go for hours like a Vic Mensa and all these. And you're not going to go for hours like a Drake. You're a lot older. But you know that she's accustomed to big penises, this, and that. So she's going to be able to give you a good time. And you're willing to pay for that. So what he's doing right now is that he has money and he's willing to pay for a good time. So he looks at a girl that has a resume with the certain kind of man with certain kind of eggplant. And he says to himself, if her tiny self can take something that big, we're going to be good. Right. And also she's known for having threesomes and things like that. I'm sure he checked her out. Right. And also Coach Deon has always had a thing for thotties. Right. One time when he was coaching at Jackson State, he even brought Brittany, what's her name? The one that's crazy over social media, the one that was married to Kevin Gates, the one that was like a Muslim for like 2 days. Right. He brought her there. Right. He has an affinity for girls that are like in this whole sex work, thotty stuff. Like he likes that kind of stuff. I'm telling you, he pretends to be a Christian for his image. Behind the scene, he's a good old nasty ass, old ass little pervert. He is a pervert. He is a big pervert. So that's what he's doing. But I'm like, okay, I'm not surprised. But most of these girls, most of these bottom shelf Asian girls in Hollywood, they are sex workers for these people. That's it. They can wear all these nice dresses. And there's a reason why the biggest Hollywood studios are now running behind Karuche Tran. She has no talent. Unless you're talking about the bedroom, I guess, right? But even that, she's even that good, right? But she's not out here doing movies, real movies. She's not out here being in a sitcom. People in all Hollywood are not really checking for her. So what else is there to do but to perform sexually for some Black dudes with some money? Okay? This is how she's going to pay her bills. So that's that. Okay? Hold on.
No wonder Deon Sanders' son acknowledged Karuche Tran as his stepmother in the documentary. Few realized that it was 3 specific actions by Karuche that earned Deon Sanders Jr.'s approval. In the documentary released by Deon Sanders Jr., the relationship between Karuche and Deon Sanders drew...
Oh, they did a whole documentary?
No wonder Deon Sanders... So what made this highly guarded son begin to accept her? First, she won Deon Sanders Jr. over with her genuine presence. During Deon Sanders' difficult battle with bladder cancer, the documentary captured...
Yo, there's music on here. It's gonna be a problem. Yeah, but I'm like, child. Yeah, I'm not surprised. There's nothing to see here, y'all. It's just people in Hollywood being perverts all over again. Nothing to see. And then maybe if she doesn't get the money she wants, she'll hit him with a lawsuit. That's it. She doesn't get the money she wants. If he doesn't take her, buy her a house, she might hit this man with a lawsuit and accuse him of all kinds of foolishness. Like, that's how it goes, you guys. So there's nothing to see here, okay? So that's it. Look at me. Oh, I think I'll do the T-app tomorrow because it's already 11, okay? I'll do the whole T-app thing tomorrow, right? But I did pretty good. Less than 5 hours. Good for me, okay? So hopefully if you catch this in the replay, you enjoy the replay. But yeah, do not feel away, y'all. Do not feel away. It's just the older you get, you realize that the world is just very filthy. The world is nasty. The world it's just disgusting. And it's like, A lot of rich people out here, all they care about is sex, alcohol, drugs. That's it. They do not have principles. Like, it's not a principled people. They don't have principles. Like, all they care about is sex, alcohol, drugs, fashion. That's it. But a lot of these women that they push on you as, oh, look at her. Many of these women are sex workers. There's no real business. There's no real brand. There's no real product. Like, there's nothing. They're not really doing anything meaningful. They are sleeping with affluent men. And that's why I say behind every boss bitch is always a wealthy man. Okay? But these girls don't work. They don't want to work. They want to lay on their backs, suck some whatever, do some threesomes and a few lines of coke and walk away with some money, because they do not want to work. And when you are accustomed to having sex for money, it becomes really hard to get out of that life. When you are accustomed to men paying for you in exchange for sex, it becomes really hard for you to get out of that life, okay? So do not envy these people. And also do not be shocked by these people as well. To me, it makes a lot of sense, okay? So that's it, you guys. I'm going to leave you for the night and get some rest because I do have my workout class tomorrow, okay? Got to work out tomorrow, right? But I love y'all, and I hope you enjoyed this video, okay? I'll try to come outside tomorrow if I can. In the meantime, in between time, enjoy your night. Bisous, bisous, and I'll see you in the morning. Gotta go. I'm tired.